Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei led the Hyodo clan. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A black-haired man rode the bus home, enjoying his return as he did every Sunday. He had once been known as Sergio Martinez, but today he only sighed in tired relief and closed his eyes. When he woke, nothing would be the same. In the DXD universe, in the city of Ko at the Hyodo residence, morning light spilled across a small room. A black-haired young man began to wake and immediately felt alarmed. He looked at his hands and face and realized they did not match what he knew. His eyes were brown and his features more Asian. He touched his face to confirm it was not a dream. Footsteps began on the stairs. Izumi called up from below to ask if Issei was awake. Izumi was Issei's single mother, a chestnut-haired woman who still carried more than a little of her beauty. She noticed when her son came downstairs that his hair was now black and his smile looked genuinely warm. Izumi greeted him and wished him well for the day. Issei responded that he would be down shortly. He felt both his own memories and someone else's memories layered together, including memories that made him uncomfortable but no longer defined him. He decided that breakfast would help clear his head. He put on the Ko Academy uniform and left for school. At Ko Academy, Issei walked the halls and remembered that his usual friends were absent today due to illness. Some of the girls watched him with curious, calm expressions as he passed. He felt bothered by the lingering reputation he carried, but he tried to ignore the stares and went to his classroom. In class, a brown-haired girl with twin tails and oval glasses, Aika, touched his shoulder lightly and asked about his hair and why he seemed so calm. Issei explained that change was not necessarily bad and that he was tired of the old reputation that had followed him. The class reacted with surprise at hearing the notorious Issei speak that way. He sat by the window and wondered what would come next. When the lunch bell rang, Issei left to eat under the tree that stood where the old and new buildings met. Rias Gremory watched him from a distance and exchanged a look with her close friend Akino Himejima, who had brought a small cart with tea and cookies. Rias wondered about the new presents beneath the tree, and Akino provided Issei's name and year, noting his calm demeanor and the natural color of his hair. Rias excused herself briefly to freshen up. In the student council chamber, Sona Citri observed the same young man and asked Tsubaki Shinra what she thought. Tsubaki noted the oddity of his hair and demeanor and mentioned that he behaved with an unsettling calm, as if he no longer cared about being watched. Sona confided that she suspected he might possess a sacred gear and ordered Aki Misawa to keep an eye on him. Aki acknowledged the order and left to carry it out. Tsubaki wondered aloud whether Sona intended to recruit him, and Sona admitted that he could be a potential ally while she tried to determine what kind of power he might hold. Later, Issei paused on a bridge to admire the sunset. A shy, black-haired girl wearing a red vest and plaid skirt approached and asked if he was Issei Hyodo. She said she had seen him around and would like to go out with him. Issei first told her that he did not know her well enough to accept, and she began to walk away embarrassed. Then Issei reconsidered, worried that he had been too quick to refuse, and told her he would go on a date, arranging to meet her by the clock on Sunday. They both left for home after that brief, awkward exchange. Elsewhere, Kaneko reported the encounter to Rias and Akino. She explained that the girl had been rejected at first but that Issei had ultimately accepted, and that the decisive moment would come on Sunday. Rias decided that they should not interfere for now and that Issei would make his own choice. Akino wondered whether he might indeed be a sacred gear user, and the others considered what that could mean. The movements around Issei had begun. Everyone watched and waited to see what would happen next, and how the strange mix of memories and identity would shape his path. Yuka suggested that it was better to let events take their course, warning that intervening now might alert the fallen and ruin their plans. Rias agreed with Yuka and said they should wait until morning. At the student council, Aki Misawa reported what had happened in the same manner the Nikomata familiar had. Aki stated that was all they knew and waited for orders. Sona informed them that the fallen had begun to move and there was little they could do immediately, but she added that Gremory had taken an interest in the boy as well and they needed to reach him before her. Tsubaki asked Sona if she was certain the boy possessed a sacred gear. Sona replied that it was possible and repeated that they must arrive before Gremory. All the council members bowed and left for their classrooms. Sona finished by saying with a bitter smile that this time Rias would not take him. On the morning of the date, Issei arrived on time and waited for his companion to head out. A white-haired girl with pigtails handed him a note. Issei thanked her and put it away. Rias's familiar was late, and Yuma soon arrived. Issei asked if she had been kept waiting, then took her hand and led her off. They spent the day having fun together, sharing ice cream at a cafe and watching the sunset before strolling comfortably through the park. Issei told Yuma he had enjoyed the day, and Yuma said she had too, taking his hand. Issei complimented how beautiful she looked at the fountain. Yuma smiled and then, in a sudden, tense shift, asked if he could do something drastic for her. Issei reacted with concern as Yuma's demeanor turned strange and threatening. Before he could fully understand, an attack struck the group. Issei was hit and collapsed, badly wounded in an abrupt battle scene. He thought of his mother and struggled to stay conscious. A summoning circle formed, and Sona Citri appeared, telling him that since he had called for rescue, he would now belong to her. Black wings sprouted from her and Issei lost consciousness. Sona's subordinates quickly secured him and departed with him. Rias arrived too late and found signs of a struggle. She reacted with anger at Sona Citri for taking him. Later at the student council chambers, Sona had brought the boy into their care and introduced 4 subordinate members to watch over him. She instructed Shinra to speak with Issei's mother and inform her that he had stayed late at the academy. Sona then changed and attended to Issei's injuries in a calm, professional manner. The next morning at Ku Academy, Issei woke up confused to find himself in the student council room. He searched for his clothes and was startled to see the student council president present and composed. Sona greeted him politely and revealed 4 pairs of demonic wings, formally asserting that from now on he would be under her protection. Issei, still disoriented, asked if he had died. Sona confirmed that he had and told him that she had revived him. She then said one of her subordinates would bring him later to see his sacred gear. Issei left for his classroom. In class, Issei sat waiting and grew bored until Kaito and Sora arrived. Kaito asked what had happened during their absence. Sora suggested they go spy on the girls, but Issei stood up and declared that from that day forward he would no longer be their friend if they intended to continue that behavior. He insisted he no longer wanted to be part of spying and wanted people to notice him for who he was and for his feelings, not as part of childish antics. Kaito and Sora reacted angrily and returned to their seats. During the break, Issei went to a quiet place on the roof to rest and to focus on the instruction from Sona about awakening his sacred gear. He concentrated on the idea of a power that could split and increase. A light appeared and a small arm-mounted shield formed on his hand, red above, white below, with a teal orb and golden horn-like accents that covered his hand. Yura, the white-haired subordinate, found him there. She identified herself as one of Sona's subordinates and asked about the object in his hand. Issei explained that it was his sacred gear and asked how to make it disappear. Yura smiled and told him to follow her. They went to the student council entrance and entered. Issei noticed a black-haired girl with 2 colored eyes standing among the council members, as well as a pink-haired girl with blue eyes and a green-haired girl with red eyes. Sona observed the small shield on his hand and asked if that was his sacred gear. Sona instructed Issei to imagine increasing his strength. Issei replied that he would, and calmly wondered what would happen. Sona told him to picture himself getting stronger. Issei obeyed and felt a surge of power, smiling with satisfaction. Sona then told him to try weakening the winged companion. Beside him, Issei focused and used his power to divide and reallocate his strength. The white-haired woman nearby collapsed from exhaustion while Issei felt even stronger. Sona analyzed the result and noted that Issei appeared to be a unique user who could divide and multiply his power. She warned him to be careful when he went home, telling him to use the power to escape an enemy if necessary and to contact her if anything happened. Issei asked how to make the effect disappear. Sona told him to relax and imagine it gone. He calmed himself and the shimmering shield faded. Issei said he would return to his classroom. Sona reminded him to help Tsubasa-san later and then left, also instructing Yura to play dead at some point, which surprised the white-haired woman. Yura questioned the order. Sona explained that they needed to unlock Issei's sacred gear. She was not like Gremory and wanted more ways to make him stronger. It was startling, she admitted, but they had to prepare him. That evening, Issei and Yura walked home after finishing some schoolwork. The sky was orange as they passed the park where Ryanair had been killed. Issei stiffened at the place. Yura asked if this was where it had happened. As they looked up, the sky turned purple. Yura warned that they were being targeted. Len appeared with a mocking smile and called them two unfortunate souls. Yura demanded what he was doing. Len replied that it was none of their concern and that it was time for them to die, summoning a spear of blue light. Yura charged and kicked him, sending him stumbling back. Asia called for Hyodo to activate his sacred gear. Issei activated his sacred gear and a protective barrier formed around him. He warned the others, but it was too late. Len struck at one of the women, and she fell to her knees, clearly hurt. Yura then dropped to the ground and appeared to be lifeless as part of a planned act to trigger a response. Issei rushed to her side, frantic and terrified at what he thought he had lost. Seeing the fallen companion, Issei's grief and rage surged. His sacred gear responded. The shield flared and reformed into a gauntlet-like arm with clawed, dragon-like features, emitting a torrent of bluish-green energy. Issei moved with fierce determination. He confronted Len, blocking a thrown spear and then striking back with the full force of his awakened gear. The impact overwhelmed Len. He was sent crashing to the ground and was no longer able to continue the attack. The fight ended as the immediate threat was neutralized. When the dust settled, Sona arrived with Tsubaki. She asked if the plan had worked. Yura, still feigning unconsciousness, confirmed that Issei believed someone had died, which would be explained to him as a test later. Sona explained that the staged event was meant to prepare him for real challenges. Issei's ability with the dividing gear made him a unique case. She smiled, gathered Issei, and they vanished through a magic circle. Elsewhere in the city, Grafia, who had been dismissed from the Gremory household over a minor mistake, searched for work. She sat on a bench and sighed, aware that she had savings to last only a few months. She resolved to find a suitable job and a place to stay for the night. Back at the academy, Issei regained consciousness. He believed his friend and companion had died before him, and he emitted a low, anguished sound. Something held him back briefly, but he pushed away the sheet that covered the nearby body and felt a tumult of emotions. Unable to stay, he left and walked out into the courtyard where the night pressed on. It was around 3 a.m. He sat under the tree where he often ate during the day and brooded over the events. From a short distance, Sona commented that she could feel his anger. Yura said that he should not be angry simply because they had pushed him to release his power. Aki agreed, pointing out that forcing a young man to witness such a thing was harsh. Yura said she would go apologize. Issei, turning to her with a mix of anger and hurt, asked why she had done it. Yura replied that she had been following Kasha's orders and had no choice. Issei asked sarcastically whether she would do something as extreme as jumping off a bridge if told to. Yura shot back in the same tone, and Issei's expression softened. He allowed himself a small, relieved smile at her firm stance. Sona arrived with the two of them and apologized for the ruse, explaining that they needed him awake to understand his sacred gear. She wondered aloud what form it might take. Issei manifested the gauntlet again, a white and red armored glove that resembled the boosted gear in concept but bore a gem with blended colors. Sona, the Citri heiress, was visibly impressed by the artifact. The gauntlet then vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. Issei said he thought he would name it Hakyudai. Sona asked what that name meant. Issei explained to his mistress that he had once heard the users of boosted gear and dividing were called Sekyudai and Hakuyuk respectively, and that he had combined parts of those names Haku and Ryudai to call himself a new celestial dragon, Hakuyai. Rip, the presence in Issei's left wrist that appeared as a green-blue mark, asked if his companions knew much about his partner. Issei said that if he told them he was not the Hyodo Issei they knew, they might not believe he was from this world, and he glanced at his companions. Sona asked to hear how he had obtained this body and the gauntlet, looking seriously at her pawn. Issei told them his origin and his true name, recounting everything that had happened and what he had lived through. Morning arrived at the academy as he finished. Issei said that the original must be in his own world accompanied by Drake. Sona said she understood and insisted they keep this hidden for now, afraid others might find out and try to intrude. Issei agreed and said he would return to his classroom. Yura, smiling, predicted that Hakuryuku would be humiliated against him. Sona smiled lightly and said she did not know for sure, but that Rias would make him suffer. She then turned and left for the student council. On his way home, Issei saw a maid carrying a suitcase and sensed a power in her greater than that of Kashu or Gremory. He approached and greeted her. The maid, Graphia, explained sadly that she had been expelled from her previous place after making a mistake and was searching for work. Issei thought for a moment, smiled, and offered to help by suggesting to his mother that she hire a maid. Graphia brightened and asked when she would start. Issei invited her to follow him. At Issei's house, he introduced Graphia to his mother. His mother noted how capable Graphia seemed and agreed to bring her on as a servant. Later, alone in his room, Issei decided to speak with the dragon in his mind. He called out to Rip, who answered and drew him into a mental space. Inside Issei's mind, a sea of fire spread out, and within it a large red and white dragon appeared. Its body was red with white limbs and white markings, and its head bore a split of white and red. Its eyes were different colors, one red and one blue. It was larger than even Great Red and seemed related to Drake and Albion. Issei asked how the dragon had appeared in place of Drake. Rip explained that he had been created where Issei had been born and that he had been with Issei in his original world. Rip asked why Issei used his current name. Issei said he wished to keep his real name secret for now and expressed pleasure at meeting Rip. The dragon introduced himself as Rip, smiled in response, and then dissolved into particles. Back in the real world, Issei opened his eyes. He discovered he could now communicate more easily with Rip and that his own eyes were two different colors, jade green and blue like Tsubaki's. He sat for a moment and stared at the floor, remarking quietly to himself that he was already beginning to change. Later he ate with his mother and the new servant, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Issei walked to the academy with his heterochromatic eyes. He passed through the park where he had once died in an earlier incident and stopped at the fountain to breathe out a long sigh. He told himself he could not dwell on it forever and pressed on toward the school. As he walked he heard a groan and turned. Asia had fallen and was miming in pain. Issei hurried over and offered help. She accepted his hand and stood with his assistance. Asia, shy, introduced herself as Asia Argento. Issei gave his name as Issei Hyodo, and they began walking together toward the academy. Rip had told Issei that Asia could be useful as a test pawn, and Issei had simply wanted to see her smile. He had brought her to Ku Academy, but when they arrived the campus was empty and the sky had turned an ominous purple, a sign that a fallen was nearby. Issei activated the gauntlet and ordered Asia to stay close and not to separate from him. Asia affirmed this, frightened but trusting. Ryanair arrived flying and began to speak, but stopped when she saw Issei alive and standing protectively before the nun. Issei accused her angrily of being a killer, pointing with his gauntlet hand. Rainarez dropped to her knees and begged forgiveness, insisting she had not wanted to harm anyone and that she had acted under duress. Calawarner and Middle would have killed her otherwise. Two others, a blue-haired girl and a young blonde, came forward and knelt as well, echoing the apology. Issei struggled with what to do next and asked why they wanted Asia. Middle explained that they intended to extract Asia's sacred gear, noting that removal would likely kill her. Calawarner added that learning Issei was alive had relieved some weight from them, but that their failure now meant they would be executed. Issei asked who was responsible for killing sacred gear users. Rainarez named Kokabeel as the culprit acting behind Azazel. Issei then asked Rip for a suggestion on how to keep the girls from dying. Issei consulted his gauntlet with a serious expression. Rip explained that there was a method to prevent them from being killed. They could be bound as servants of Citri, or they could drink his blood to become king servants. Rip clarified that anyone made a personal servant in this way would obey only him until the day he died, and they would perish if he did. Issei understood. He drew a small knife and cut the palm of his hand, offering his blood so they would come under his care and citrisamas. The fallen girls drank from his hand, and the pact was sealed. As the ritual completed, the fallen shoved him, and he caught Asia. Issei demanded angrily for her return. Ryanair ordered Nero to take the nun back, but Nero refused and left. Issei, already at his limit, asked where Nero had gone. Kalen warned that Nero had gone to the old church, then vanished in a circle of magic. At the old church, the fallen had bound the nun and were in the process of forcibly removing her sacred gear. Asia cried out when the church door was smashed and the attackers worked on her sacred gear, and one fallen with heterochromatic eyes laughed as he succeeded. Issei was consumed by rage and demanded the return of her sacred gear. Rip cautioned him to be careful or he would be forced into Juggernaut Drive. Nero tossed the girl aside, saying he did not need her, which enraged the fallen around them. Issei, holding Asia, expressed how he had wanted at least to see her smile. Asia, with tears and a gentle expression, said that meeting him had made her happy and that she had smiled because of him. She touched his cheek and then went still. The three fallen watched the peaceful but tragic passing of the innocent nun. Issei cradled Asia as she lay like someone who had fallen into permanent sleep. He activated his gauntlet and covered his face with its visor. Issei vowed that the deaths of Asia and the sacred gear users, and his own fate if it came to that, would be avenged. A bright glow enveloped him and the second phase of the dividing gear unlocked. In the second release of the dividing gear, Issei donned an imposing armor. He invoked the name of the Juggernaut Drive and as his chant ended, a massive white and red dragon-shaped energy erupted. The dragon's roar and force shattered the fallen's attack in an anime-style blast. The assailants were overwhelmed and scattered by the sudden eruption of power. When the dust settled, the fallen's presence had been quelled and silence returned. The young man with black hair and bicolored eyes emerged from the clearing. Kneeling beside Asia's body, Issei promised to safeguard her precious sacred gear. He resolved that someday someone would put it to better use than she had been able to. The fallen buried her in a simple grave there. Ryanair, grieving, asked what would happen now. Issei responded that they had to move forward, there was no other choice. He believed that she was now with the creator of the heavens. He smiled faintly, looked at the vial that contained Asia's sacred gear, and suggested they return to the academy to report everything. The group left, Issei leading the way with the three fallen following. In the heavens, Michael watched over the newcomer. Asia saw a beauty she had never imagined and smiled. Michael welcomed her and told her that she had been accepted. A set of 6 white wings, like snow in the sky, unfurled behind her, marking her transformation into a seraph. Asia asked in innocent wonder if she would become a seraph. Michael confirmed that she would. He entrusted her to Gabriel for training, asking his brother to guide the new seraph so she could learn much. Then Michael turned his attention to Hyodo Issei and told him not to worry, someday she would find her way back to him. Issei could never have imagined Asia becoming a seraph, but he held on to the hope that they would meet again. Back in the streets, Issei returned home in a troubled state. After recent events, he had decided to take responsibility for the three fallen. He told them to return home and inform Graphia that he would be delayed. As he walked through an alley stacked with trash, he heard a small sound and, curious since he was half dragon and half demon, investigated. Among black garbage bags he found a brown basket. Inside, wrapped in a pink and magenta blanket, were 2 newborn twin girls with green hair and blue eyes. They reached out tiny arms and smiled without teeth. Issei swore at whoever would abandon them, then took the babies into his arms. He told them he could not leave them to fate and that he would bring them home. Looking at the small headbands, he decided to name them Rin and Run and spoke softly to them as he carried them away. Rip asked if he was sure about taking them. Issei answered warmly that he was. He could not leave them alone in this world and he had sworn to protect them. He wrapped them in the blankets and went home with a new challenge ahead of him. At the Hyodo residence, Issei arrived with the sleeping twins. Grafia greeted him at the door and asked what he was carrying. He instructed her to gather everyone, including his mother. Grafia complied and called them together. Issei carefully placed the babies on the sofa and sat, sighing. The three fallen and his mother arrived and looked at the two bundles. Issei, nervous, tried to explain how he had found them. Izumi asked where he had found the newborns, surprised to see they were infants. Issei explained to his mother that on his way home he had stopped in an alley after hearing a whimper and had found the babies there. He told her that he could not leave them to fate, that his mother had wanted grandchildren and that she had raised him the way he was. He said he wanted, at the very least, to be a father to Rin and Run as the least he could do for her. Izumi embraced her son and thanked him, telling him that he was a wonderful son who never turned his back and instructing him to gather what the babies would need. Issei calmly told the women present to fetch the appropriate things for the children. The four women gathered what was necessary for the infants, placed them to sleep, and then rested. Izumi, who worked as an adoption attorney, handled the paperwork so that the babies would be registered under the Hyodo family with Issei as their adoptive father. After the formalities were handled, everyone ate while the newborns slept. The new girls would attend the academy with Issei. Grafia would not be home because she had to retrieve some things from where she had been made. The young brown-haired man prepared to sleep for the night. Issei said that he was going to bed and bid them good night. Izumi told him to rest well and reminded him that he would need to be at the academy in the morning. At 3 a.m. everyone was asleep when the babies began to cry. A very tired Issei rose, went to his daughters, picked them up, and gently rocked them until they fell asleep. He soothed them softly, telling them that he was there and that nothing would happen to them. In the morning Izumi went to see her granddaughters and found a tender scene. Issei sitting with the babies sleeping beside him, his hands protectively near them. The woman felt young and proud to be a grandmother and relieved that Issei would care for the children. Izumi nudged her son and told him it was daytime and he needed to go to the academy. Issei, half asleep, acknowledged her and asked what he should do with the babies now that they were his daughters and no one else would be home. He decided to take them along to the academy and informed her that he would tell the student council president he would take classes there while the situation settled. Izumi wished him luck, and he went upstairs to change. At the academy entrance Issei arrived with his servants. Ryanair and Kalawarner carried the babies while Middle held the diaper bag. Seeing their classmate Yura, Issei asked if they could speak with the student council president because it was a delicate matter and the babies began to cry, so the girls handed them over. Yura led them into the academy. As they walked, everyone watched Issei carrying the infants. The girls smiled as the babies played with Issei's fingers. The students were stunned to see someone who had once worn provocative clothing carrying such adorable creatures. In the student council room Sona sat at her desk, hands under her chin, sensing powerful draconic energies like the ones from Issei. The citry air grew anxious as the door opened. Aki opened the door to let Yura in, followed by Issei and the sleeping babies. Sona asked whose babies they were, her tone putting the infants at risk of being startled. Tsubaki asked her to calm down because she was scaring the children, and Issei continued to soothe them. Sona apologized and said she had felt the power of the Chaos Dragon Tiamat. Issei, nervous and unsure, asked Rip if the babies were dragons. Rip, sweating nervously, confirmed that the infants were indeed daughters of Tiamat. Issei reacted with frustration that he had not been told earlier, while the babies merely smiled in their sleep. When Sona learned they had been found, she asked how they ended up where they were. Issei said he did not know and asked permission to study at the academy while matters were resolved. Sona sighed and allowed it, then requested that he fetch Rias because she needed a favor. Issei agreed and asked Yuma and Kalawarner to carry the children for a while before he left. He said he would not be long. Tsubaki and Aki remarked on how sweet the babies were, and the others watched the sleeping infants with affection. At the Occult Research Clubroom Issei knocked and was met by Kaneko Tuju. Kaneko asked what he wanted. Issei apologized for the interruption and said the student council president wanted to speak with the Gremory clan, but a strong presence prevented him from entering. Kaneko refused to allow him further entry because of the powerful issue inside. Issei activated his dividing gear to gain access and entered. He saw Mira about to strike Rias and stepped in to stop the blow. Issei demanded to know who thought they could act that way. Riser, angry, unleashed a fire attack. Issei used dividing to weaken Riser, warned everyone not to move, and threatened that he would forcefully incapacitate the attacker if anyone tried to interfere. The mood in the room became tense as Issei restrained the air and held him under pressure, while members of the Phoenix clan bristled at the confrontation. At that moment, a maid with teal-green hair appeared, hoping to prevent a larger conflict with the clan heirs. She thanked Issei for intervening and asked his name. The teal-haired maid asked for clarification. Issei introduced himself as Issei Hyodo, a pawn of Sona Citri, and explained that he had come so the Gremmeries could speak with the class president. He added that he had intervened because someone had ordered a young woman to attack the red-haired girl, and that he had only subdued the man and nothing more. Saya Hatsune, a maid of the Gremmery household, introduced herself and said she would handle the situation. She told Issei to release the man, and he complied, moving aside by the door. Issei calmly asked that they finish quickly since these were school matters. A soft knock sounded, and the cat-eared maid allowed Yura to enter. Tsubasa's father asked why she had brought the infants. Yura arrived carrying uncomfortable babies and explained that they would not stop crying, as if sensing something wrong, and that the infants wanted to be near Issei. She passed the babies to Issei. Student council, same time. When Issei left, the babies woke and became alert, quickly scanning their surroundings and settling with more calm. Momo remarked that they seemed more attentive than human infants and wondered what had awakened them. Yura said she did not know but noted they were growing uneasy. Sona explained that because Issei was half-dragon and the infants were dragonkin pups, they were searching for their father. The baby's yearning turned into desperate cries as the Citri household tried to understand the sudden change. Aki suggested they must sense that their father was in danger and wanted to help, and she observed that the pups seemed more aware than ordinary human infants. Yura decided to take them in hopes they would calm down. Yuma and Calawarner handed the babies over and left the council chamber. Tsubaki glanced at her king and asked whether he liked Hyodo. The question made the class president suddenly pale and stiff. Momo, teasing, asked if he really liked him, causing further embarrassment among those present. A cult club. Yura commented that she had not expected events to escalate as they had. Issei replied that although it was not terrible, everyone needed to stay alert while he cradled the babies. Saya asked about Issei and the infants, and everyone wondered the same thing. Issei confirmed that they were his daughters and that the pups seemed determined to keep him safe. Saya proposed resolving the matter with a gaming challenge. Rias accepted but set the contest for 10 days. Riser agreed to meet in 10 days, then vanished in a swirl of flame while indicating to Issei that their business was not finished. Rias thanked Issei for intervening. Without him, matters would have been worse. Issei invited them to his house that day, suspecting the rival would not let the matter rest. Saya agreed to the visit for this once and then departed. Aquino asked how he knew the rival would not let things go so easily. Issei explained that he had lived alone for years and understood people's intentions. The class president wanted to speak with the rival about something, and with that, the Citri servants withdrew. Student council later. Afterward, Issei fed the infants, showing a quiet competence that convinced Yura and Momo that he might be a good partner in life. Their daydreaming was interrupted when 2 cushions were playfully tossed at their faces in a teasing reprimand. Yura asked the class president why she had done that. Momo protested that it was cruel. The class president told them to be quiet and asked Issei why he had chosen to defend his senpai. Issei stated that he could not stand seeing arrogant men hurt women without reason and that, as a junior, it had been his duty to protect his senior. Tsubaki suggested they wait for Sona to arrive and then discuss the matter. Rias entered and addressed Sona, asking what she wished to talk about. Sona replied that she had called to inform the principal and teachers that Hyodo would be bringing his daughters because he was alone and had no one else to care for them. It was a favor she asked him to accept. She smiled with a fox-like expression and added that she hoped everything would go smoothly. Rias agreed but said Hyodo would owe her another favor. Issei confessed an uneasy feeling about the arrangement and handed his wards to those present to look after while the adults talked. Sona stood, took his ear in a light, scolding tug, and led him out amid his protests. A quiet interlude followed as everyone adjusted to the awkward circumstances. Later, everyone sorted out the children's care and the obligations that lay ahead. Sona, seated across from him once things had settled, asked Issei how he planned to handle the situation. Sona noted calmly that he was already in that situation. Issei decided it was better to go home because his mother might be upset. He would change and leave. He kissed Sona on the forehead before heading inside to change. Sona blushed and called him a sweet boy, smiling happily. At the Hyodo residence, Issei arrived to a scolding from his mother for not letting her know. The reprimand was stern but nothing more. Meanwhile, Rias Gremory approached his house with her entourage. Rias felt uneasy about the visit but trusted Issei and hoped being at his home would make things calmer. Inside the house, the babies lay on the couch while Grafia waited nearby. Some others, including Kaneko and a few attendants, were out at the shopping center since Issei's mother had gone to work. After entrusting the babies to Grafia, a knock sounded at the door and Issei went to open it. Issei welcomed everyone and invited them in. They took in the humble appearance of the home. Kaneko observed that it was a modest house. Issei explained that his mother did what she could and that he helped where possible. He then called for Grafia to come. Grafia entered carrying bottles. In a sudden outburst, Ria struck Grafia, causing the bottles to fall and spill. Akino and Yuka restrained Rias while the babies began to cry. Kaneko moved to console them. Issei helped the maid to her feet and tried to calm her. His mood shifted to serious and a powerful, silent aura quieted Rias. Issei then demanded that they leave. Rias protested that Rin had told them to come, but Issei's cold stare ended the argument and Rias turned and left. Yuka apologized for Rias's behavior and departed. Kaneko handed the babies back to Issei, apologized and left. Akino expressed regret and prepared to go, but Issei handed her a note asking her to call less of the Gremory household to come here. Akino acknowledged it and left. Issei turned to Grafia and asked if she was all right. Grafia smiled gratefully and assured him she was fine. Issei said he could not allow anyone to treat his companion that way and gave Grafia an affectionate kiss on the cheek. Grafia returned the sentiment and told him she loved him. Issei asked her to stay and look after his daughters while he stepped out to buy a few things. Grafia cheerfully agreed. Grafia placed the babies on the couch and said it was time to eat, but then she suddenly collapsed, fainting before she could finish. An unfamiliar voice cheerfully declared that it was time to eliminate loose ends. With Issei out of the house and Grafia unconscious, two female figures appeared inside the living room intent on harming the children. Ravel presented a dagger to Yubaluna and urged her to act. Yubaluna hesitated. When one of the babies reached out and touched her hand, she found herself unable to proceed and pleaded that she did not want to hurt them. Ravel accused her of mercy and insisted the girls should suffer for past wrongs. Yubaluna protested again, looking at the babies with tears and refusing to go through with it. Ravel grew furious and tried to take the dagger herself. In the scuffle that followed, Ravel struck Yubaluna, leaving her injured and forcing her to retreat. The babies began to cry loudly. Yubaluna, wounded and remorseful, told the infants to be calm and smiled weakly as she apologized. She then started to lose consciousness. Issei returned just then and froze at the sight of the maid on the floor and a woman badly hurt on the couch. He rushed forward, removed the weapons from the woman, and laid her gently on the couch. Grafia regained consciousness and helped tend to the babies so Issei could focus on the injured woman. Issei asked how he could help. The dragon Rip responded that the only way to save her was to perform the same ritual used on the three who had fallen before. Rip instructed Issei to offer his own blood. Following Rip's direction, Issei made a small cut on his hand so the woman could take a little of his blood. He implored silently that it would work. A soft, bright light filled the room. The light enveloped the injured woman, mended her wounds, and eased her pain in an instant. When the glow faded, she was recovered and looked renewed. Her hair had darkened with subtle purple highlights and her clothing appeared more refined. Issei asked what had happened to her. Rip reacted with confusion. The dragon explained that she had been given a large amount of blood, which had altered her into a phoenix-dragon hybrid, and instructed that, for the moment, she should be treated as his sister. Issei asked Grafia to take the woman to a room and warned that she might wake later. Grafia acknowledged Issei and carried the woman away. Issei looked at his sleeping daughters and clenched his fists, determined that whoever had attacked them would be brought down so they could not harm anyone again. At 3 in the morning, the purple-haired woman woke, believing she was dead. She sat up but saw the black-haired man asleep beside her, holding her hand. She lowered her gaze, saddened, and then felt a gentle touch. When she turned, she smiled at him. Issei thanked her for saving them. Yubaluna began to cry and said she had meant to help as well and did not deserve forgiveness. Issei told her that she was now like a sister to him and handed her a mirror. Yubaluna looked into the mirror and was struck by how much she resembled his mother. Issei explained that he had given too much of his blood and that had made her part of the Hyodo family. He told her not to worry and to rest, since he had to train the gremmery servants the next day because the redhead tended to get into trouble. He opened the door and left. Yubaluna wondered quietly whether she was truly his older sister. The next day, on an artificial beach inside a pocket dimension, Issei had brought the gremmery team for intensive training. He explained that 5 years inside the pocket would pass as 5 days outside. During that time they would learn everything about raiding gamers, piece positions and promotion, and refine their abilities so they would be ready to face the Phoenix clan. He asked if anyone had questions. Kaneko asked whether they would grow during those 5 years in order to defeat the Phoenixes. Issei reassured them not to worry about their ages, they would mature while inside, but upon leaving they would revert to their original ages and would not retain memories of the training. He repeated the explanation to ensure everyone understood. After a long and rigorous training PRD, the gremmery team and Issei's group exited the pocket dimension ready to face the Phoenixes. Akino, Kaneko, and Yuko were prepared to give everything. Issei carried Rin and Run and announced that their training was finished and that they would meet again on the day of the match. Akino, watching one of the Citri pawns, felt uneasy. Yuka observed that Issei was different from the man she remembered, but noted that he had become a good father and had shed his notorious reputation. Kaneko agreed that he did not feel exactly like the same Hyodo senior they had known. Akino conceded and, with the gremmery queen's suggestion, they headed home. Issei walked calmly with his group. Grafia, carrying the babies, noticed his seriousness and asked if something was wrong. Issei admitted his concern for the raiding game and, more importantly, for what might happen to Rias if she lost, and also for the former Phoenix Queen, now his older sister. Grafia remarked that things had ended the way they had and agreed that trouble could still be coming. Issei summoned Mitlet and ordered him to fetch his mistress, asking that she come to his house because he had something important to say. Mitlet bowed and took off to bring Sona. At the student council room in Ku Academy, Sona was immersed in a book while her queen observed. Mitlet arrived and informed Sona that Issei requested her presence at his home in 30 minutes. Sona closed her book and prepared to go, telling her companions that it was time to see Hyodo. At the Hyodo residence, Issei sat drinking tea while he waited. His mother was away on business and the babies slept peacefully in a cradle. A magic circle appeared and members of the Citri clan arrived. Sona confronted him, upset about having been sent a servant. Issei stood, knelt, and apologized for sending Mitlet, explaining that he had needed help putting his daughters to sleep and asking Sona to listen to what he had to say. Sona softened, took his face, and apologized for her earlier anger. She asked him to explain what had happened. Everyone except the maid, Issei, Yubaluna, and Sona remained in the living room. Sona asked what was going on with the Phoenix Queen. Issei hesitated, then revealed that the former Phoenix Queen was now his older sister. Sona reacted with shock and anger. Issei explained that the woman had been involved in an attempt on his daughters' lives. She had intervened to stop the other assailant from killing them and, in doing so, had betrayed her own clan to prevent their suffering. The attacker had nearly killed her, and Issei had revived her using his blood and trained her. He had given more of his blood, and as a result she had become part of the Hyodo family. Sona asked what this meant for his mother. Issei admitted that his mother would be surprised when she returned, and for now they would wait for the rating game. Sona ordered everyone to train. Issei, slightly embarrassed, then asked about food. Sona turned to the others to ask what they thought. One of the girls asked a question and all the women agreed that it sounded perfect. They went to breakfast together. On the day of the match, the BGMI team prepared to face the Phoenix team in a rating gamer that would decide the marriage between Rias and Riser. Rias sighed tiredly and noted that there was 1 hour until the match began. Aquino asked if something was wrong, and Rias admitted she felt anxious. At that moment the clubroom door opened and Sona, Tsubaki, Issei, and their allies entered. Sona asked if anything was the matter with Rias, and Rias replied that it was nothing, then reminded Sona that a favor would need to be repaid. Sona confirmed and explained that she had brought her pawn along. He and his allies would help Rias. Rias was surprised to see Ubeluna and Grafia and demanded to know why they were there. Sona explained that they were the allies of her pawn and asked if Rias accepted the arrangement. Rias sighed in resignation and accepted the deal. Sona said she would see Rias later. Issei clarified one condition: one of the newcomers should assist as support for the promoted pieces. Sona agreed and told them to do as they wished. Issei then organized the teams. Grafia and Ubeluna would accompany Aquino, Calawarner would accompany Yuka, and Issei and Mitlet would accompany Tuju. Rias approved and they all prepared for the start. The maid announced over the microphone a welcome to the rating gamer between House BGMI and House Phoenix. She explained that the BGMI team was stationed in the old school building while Riser's team was in the student council chambers in the new building. The match would begin in 2 minutes, and that time was given to plan strategies. She added that any pawn crossing the enemy line would be promoted to any piece. Mitlet asked whether she should use an enhanced approach or remain normal. Issei advised her to remain normal, noting that they had already exceeded the category of ultimate demons, and suggested they wait until the right moment. With the teams in position, everyone headed to their assigned places, leaving Rias alone and anxious. She struggled with uncertainty and could not help but shed a few tears. In the other building, Riser prepared his own team. He asked Lala if she had the tiers ready, and Lala confirmed she did. Riser indicated it was time to make their move, and his attendants took their positions. The maid called for the start and the game began. In the gymnasium, Issei assessed the situation calmly and said it was better to move out. Mira acknowledged that their opponents were aware of their presence. Issei remarked that he knew all their tricks and could not be easily impressed, then asked Tuju if she could handle one of the opposing fighters. Kaneko clenched her fists and, despite being at queen level, declared that she was effectively at ultimate king level. Issei decided to take the other opponent himself, told Mitlet to handle the pawns, and activated the dividing gear. They all charged toward their rivals. Elsewhere, a group of pawns advanced, eager to promote themselves to queens. They walked into an illusion and were confronted by a lance and a sword. One of the pawns angrily realized it was a trick, and the swordswoman Yuka explained that anyone who wanted to reach the other side would have to get past her and her companion. The maid-clad defender urged them to attack. Back in the gym, Kaneko danced around incoming kicks with ease, taunting her opponent. The other girl expressed frustration at Kaneko's sudden improvement, and Kaneko explained that Issei had taught her many things and that she was fighting for his daughters. Issei, modest about the outcome, noted that the original would have fallen several times by now, while Mira challenged him to give it his best. Issei said he did not need the dividing gear to stop her, and with a single strike he sent the girl flying. Mitlet teased the opponents and eagerly tested her strength, tossing one combatant aside and handling another in the same way. When their brief clash ended, Mitlet announced that the girls had not been able to withstand her blows and suggested they leave. Issei and Kaneko followed her out, and Mira mocked them as cowards. Outside, a dramatic thunderclap, a ball of fire, and a powerful destructive blast struck with anime-style spectacle and brought down the gym in a flashy explosion. The maid reported that 3 pawns and a rook from Riser's side had retreated. Issei praised the effectiveness of those attacks and urged everyone to continue toward the courts. Kaneko was nearly struck by a pink burst, but Issei intervened in time and weakened the effect. He found something small and important, smiled, and tossed it to Aquino, saying he knew they needed it more than he did. Issei suggested that with the 3 women on their side they would have a good chance to win. Aquino accepted the gift with a smile and indicated they should move forward. Yubaluna expressed confidence that their opponents would regret facing them. Lala, calling someone a traitor, flew in to confront them. Grafia stepped forward and declared that they would fight for Issei, preparing to defend him. Issei looked on and then handed the item to Aquino, who acknowledged his support. Lala charged toward them. In another building, Issei waited for Yuka and Calawarner to join before pressing on. The maid announced that 3 of Riser's pawns had withdrawn. Yuka arrived with her blue-haired companion, and Issei led his group toward the courts while Rias moved to the new building. On the courts, Issei warned the opposing pair that when they came out, he would make them pay for the sake of his daughters. He braced himself as the next phase of the match began. The other girls arrived, and each announced herself in turn. Ravel responded with a grin and fierce determination. Carlemagne introduced herself as Carlemagne, Knight of Riser, standing proudly while she drew her sword. Yuka Hyodo introduced herself as Yuka Hyodo, Knight of Rias, smiled, drew her sword and charged at Carlemagne. Isabella declared herself as Isabella, Rook of Riser, and taunted their opponents. Issei declared that he would not hold back and charged toward Isabella. Kaneko cheerfully noted that the others would be her rivals. Calawarner stood beside Middlet with a calm smile. Rias arrived and sighed that she was ready. Riser said he had been waiting for her with a smile. Rias grew serious and Riser, surprised, proposed they begin. On the training field, Yuka landed precise moves. Her training had clearly paid off. Carlemagne reacted in astonishment at Yuka's strength, noting she seemed to be at an ultimate demon level. Yuka gave credit to Hyodo for making her more powerful, smiling as she did. Carlemagne reacted in frustration. Isabella, exhausted, could not believe what she was seeing. Issei, determined, announced that he would not let things end badly and unleashed a dragon shot. Isabella vanished from the field as a result, and the maid reported that one of Riser's rooks had withdrawn. Ravel called out in concern. Among the queens, Aquino rose with the others and remarked approvingly on the power on display. Lala emerged from the rubble in disbelief at how someone could reach an ultimate level. Yubaluna reassured her calmly, while Grafia produced a vial of phoenix tears for all to see. Yubaluna warned not to underestimate her little brother, smiling, and Lala seethed at the thought of him. Rias blocked an attack and feared she might lose. Riser urged her to surrender, confident he would win, and launched another strike that drew everyone's attention. Issei realized she was in danger and called on dividing for more power. Rip, the dragon, roared and responded, and a surge of teal-green energy descended. Ravel looked on in confusion as Issei's gauntlet manifested just as it had in the original story's 11th chapter. Issei smiled and met the eyes of his allies and Calawarner. Issei called for Yuka and Calawarner. Yuka obeyed Hyodo's command and moved the woman into position, and Calawarner likewise confirmed readiness. Issei ordered them to release their power, declaring that they would never give up. Together, Yuka and Calawarner unleashed radiant spear-like blades of light that channeled a torrent of power toward Issei. He absorbed the energy, dedicating it to protecting his daughters and the women he cared for. Rip transferred the power, and thousands of multicolored sword constructs filled the arena, striking down all opposing pieces except for Ravel. The maid reported that all of Riser's pieces except the bishop and queen had withdrawn. Kaneko praised Issei, and they watched as a pink-haired figure fell and disappeared. The maid then confirmed that Riser's queen had withdrawn. On the rooftop, Riser, shocked, threatened Issei, but Issei vowed that Riser would pay for what he had threatened to do to his daughters. They prepared to strike, but Issei channeled his energy into a single decisive punch with the gauntlet. He landed a blow intended for Rin, striking Riser in the stomach and leaving the blondes stunned and reeling. Riser could not comprehend the source of Issei's sudden power. Issei explained that he had trained for 5 long years to protect his family and to prevent harm from coming to them, and he followed with a final punch that knocked Riser unconscious. The maid declared that Riser could not continue and announced Rias Gremory as the winner of the raiding game. Outside the dimensional arena, Riser's parents apologized for their actions, and Issei accepted their contrition. Ravel was obliged to apologize for what had occurred at her home. Ria sat alone afterward, lost in thought. She quietly wondered why she was beginning to have feelings for Issei. The calm did not last, however, because envoys from the church were soon due to arrive. The next morning in the household, the maid prepared breakfast for everyone and went to wake her master, Hyodo Issei. Not finding him in his room, she went to the baby's room and found him asleep while holding his daughters. She smiled and gently woke him. Graphia informed Issei that it was daytime and that classes awaited, reminding him that it was Monday and he needed to study with the children. Issei, still sleepy, agreed and went to change into his uniform. On the way to Ku Academy, the group ate at a leisurely pace before heading out. As they approached the school, Issei noticed two figures wearing white cloaks. He asked who they were. One of the cloaked women said they were looking for Sona Citri or Rias Gremory and asked if he knew them. Issei confirmed he knew both and suggested they could discuss the matter later since classes were beginning in the afternoon. The cloaked pair agreed and departed. Yubaluna wondered what might be happening. Issei said the situation looked troubling and suggested they inform Kashu, then they entered the academy. During the school day, Issei told his mistress about the mysterious visitors. Sona considered the possibility that the matter could be serious and asked that they be brought to the council in the afternoon. Issei excused himself to fetch them and told Middle to watch over his daughters. Aki remarked that Issei seemed strange in how much he worried over them, and Sona observed that he was very protective of his team. After classes, Issei returned with the cloaked envoys and brought them before the student council. Sona addressed them directly, asking what had brought them here. One of the envoys identified herself as Zenobia Korda and the other as Irina Shido, and both explained that they had been sent by the church. Sona then asked what purpose had led the church to dispatch them. Irina reported that 3 of the 7 fragments of Excalibur had been stolen. Issei responded that he understood. He suspected they were being accused of collaborating with the fallen, and he soothed his daughters gently as he spoke. Zenobia explained that she wielded Excalibur Destructor and Irina had Excalibur Mimic as she described the disappearance of the swords. Sona asked with a serious expression and a small smile what they wanted from them. Irina answered that they should not interfere in their search or they would not be treated kindly. Issei noted that this was exactly what the accusers wanted, and that neither he nor his teammates would stand for it, though they disliked the sacred swords that made people suspect them. Zenobia pointed out that the fallen were likely involved as well, which angered Sona. Issei warned in a measured voice that he would not forgive anyone who harmed his mistress. Sona, smiling and proud, replied that as the heir of the Citri house she would not humiliate Satan. Zenobia expressed relief at that and said they had to leave now, thanking them for their time as they rose to go. Irina, looking at Issei, asked if he was truly Issei. He confirmed that he was and embraced her warmly. Irina noticed the 2 babies he carried and asked if those were his daughters. Issei explained that he had found the babies abandoned and decided to adopt them because he did not want to be cruel. Irina understood but said that this might be the last time they saw each other. When Issei asked why, the clan and their allies fell silent, unwilling to say more for fear of upsetting him. Irina answered plainly that they had been sent to recover the swords, and that obtaining them would likely mean dying for them. Issei asked why this was the case. Irina said simply that it was their duty as exorcists, then bid him farewell with the hope that he would find a woman who would love him. Issei turned and knelt before Sona, begging her not to let Irina go with the exorcists because she was his only childhood friend. Sona replied sadly that she could not allow it. Issei rose calmly, entrusted his daughters to Middle and Kalawarner, and again begged Sona, saying that Irina was the only person he had left besides his mother and his daughters. His plea was cut short by a sharp slap from his mistress. Sona, angry and tearful, declared that this was a conflict between the fallen and those of heaven and that she could not permit him to interfere. Issei motioned for his allies to depart and followed behind them. From the doorway, Sona warned that if he left she would consider him an enemy. Without turning, Issei held the door and explained that he valued his teammates, but that if Sona truly wanted to protect him she needed to accept his choice. He revealed his real name as Sergio Martinez and said he would nonetheless continue to be Hyodo Issei, the wielder of the dividing gear, and apologized to Kashu while calling Irina his only childhood friend from both this world and his old one. Then he left and closed the door. Tsubaki started to speak but was stopped by her king. Sona, overwhelmed with anger and tears, raged about what could happen when one had friends and urged that Issei be allowed to pay the price for defending what he held dear. Later, Issei walked home with no intention of turning back. He stopped to speak with his allies and said that, perhaps selfishly, Rin and Run would stay with his mother and that he would tell her everything. They planned to stop Kokubile once and for all. If any of them wanted to stay behind they could, but none did. They went together toward the house. Middled, smiling, said that even though they were ultimate class, she had enjoyed living longer with them. Ryanair said she finally hoped to put an end to so much killing. Calawarner said she felt calm and might find peace this way. Yubaluna agreed she too would go with a calm heart. At the Hyodo home, the team waited for Issei's mother to arrive, knowing that this might be the last time they would see her and his precious daughters. When Izumi arrived and greeted them, she embraced her son. He returned the hug and then confessed that he was a user of the sacred gear dividing gear. He activated it briefly to prove it and told her that his granddaughters were daughters of the Chaos Dragon Tiamat. He said he was going to stop a Grigori card before it destroyed the city, expressed his love, and asked her to take care of his daughters. Izumi, stunned, asked if this would be the last time she would see him. He confirmed it and repeated his farewell. He and the team departed, leaving Izumi watching over Rin and Run as they slept. The team headed toward the Grigori card. As they drew near, they found something that did not fit. Irina and the other girl were badly wounded and unconscious. Issei reacted with alarm, telling Grafia to take them home to be healed and for Izumi to care for them, while he remained to pursue the threat. He suggested that Yuka might be searching for the swords as well, and said he had a plan to persuade 2 renegade exorcists to join their side. Ryanair asked if he really intended to bring them over to their cause. Issei prepared 2 syringes and decided to try injecting his blood into the first person he encountered to gain an advantage for his team. He told the others that they should head to Ku Academy, and they set off together. At the Hyodo residence, the maid took the 2 injured exorcists away while Izumi immediately tended to them. Sona waited outside. Izumi told Sona to leave and trust her to care for the others because the city was at risk. Grafia departed, leaving the brown-haired woman with Izumi. Izumi checked on Irina, and when a knock sounded at the door she opened it to find the student council president standing there, asking after Issei. Nearby, Issei and his team ran into Fried. Fried grinned and announced that the wayward souls before him would be finished, but his attack was blocked by Yuka, who stepped forward to prevent him from remaking Excalibur. Issei told Yuka not to interfere because he needed the opportunity, then rushed toward Fried. In a brief distraction, Issei injected his blood into Fried. Fried immediately changed demeanor and knelt before Issei, identifying him as his leader. Calawarner reported that 1 enemy had been taken, 1 more remained to be controlled. Issei said they still needed to deal with the other renegade but wanted to speak with Yuka. Yuka began to object, but Issei reached out and placed a gentle, non-romantic kiss on her forehead and spoke to her softly about how her drive for vengeance had almost made her forget the love of those close to her. She suddenly realized what she had lost and the place of her feelings. Issei apologized for the abruptness and admitted his own uncertainty about whether someone like him could be accepted, but his sincerity helped Yuka remember what mattered. Issei then handed Fried a syringe and instructed him to inject their former ally. Fried complied, and they continued toward Ku Academy. Back at the Hyodo residence, Izumi told Sona that her son had gone to stop a Karda. Sona was surprised to hear Izumi already knew, and Izumi, carrying the girls, explained that her son had told her everything before leaving and that he was convinced he was doing the right thing because he cared deeply for his childhood friend. When Sona asked where he was now, Izumi said he had gone to the shopping district. Sona reacted and left in a hurry. Irina, waking and disoriented, asked where she was, and Izumi told her she was safe in Izumi's home. At Ku Academy, Kokubile faced Rias Gremory with a mocking tone while Valpat worked in the background attempting to fuse Excaliburs. Issei and his team knew their chance would be brief and resolved to assault Kokubile with a barrage of strikes to prevent him from acting. Kokubile taunted Rias about calling her brother, but Rias declared she would stop him herself. Kokubile summoned a gigantic spear and prepared to strike, but Issei intercepted him and their teammates followed with relentless physical attacks designed to keep Kokubile off balance and unable to respond. The assault was driven by the anger of those who had been forced to hurt innocents. Each blow expressed that rage and regret. Middle seized Kokubile's giant spear and hurled it, striking Kokubile and creating a deep impact in the ground that left him stunned and weakened. Kokubile staggered, furious and wounded, demanding to know who had attacked him. Issei activated the dividing gear gauntlet and explained that they had all taken part in the attack. Kokubile charged, but Issei used the gauntlet to further weaken him and then called for Rias. A focused sphere of power struck Kokubile, and several of his wings were torn away in an intense, anime-style display that left him greatly weakened. Fried injected Issei's blood into one of the instruments and helped bring a finished blade into the fray, cutting through more of Kokubile's remaining wings. Yuka's emotion and the evolution of her sword forged it into a sacred demonic blade that struck as well, reducing Kokubile's wings until only a few remained. Exhausted from the combined assault, Kokubile fell and could no longer maintain his position. Yuka stepped forward and declared that no one would be allowed to harm Issei. Issei asked whether they would continue to stand by and watch. Valeria, speaking through her armor, commented on the clever efforts of her rival. Abian, in the white armor, clarified that it would be more accurate to call her an ally and teased that she seemed fond of them. Rip added that Yuka would be safer if she let herself be guided by genuine feeling rather than revenge. Abian agreed and instructed the others to take the nearly defeated Kokubile with them, since he had been stripped of almost all his power. Valeria addressed Issei as her destined one and departed. Issei sighed, acknowledging that the immediate threat was over but that they still had much to explain. Sona arrived and scolded Issei, grabbing his ear as she admonished him. Issei cried out for mercy and pleaded about his ear, which made Sona pull the other ear in exasperated relief. As she dragged him away, Sona insisted the matter would be settled at the council, though she was secretly relieved to see him safe. Valpat then asked what would happen next with the leader they had defeated. It had been a few days since Kokubile's defeat. After Issei explained Fried and Valpat to his lady, he returned home to an even more awkward situation than the one Sona Citri had put him through, but otherwise life had settled. The recent turmoil had led to some changes. Irina was taking care of the babies, and Zenobia helped as she could. Things were calmer now. Issei woke up heavy and disoriented. He pushed the covers aside and realized two women were asleep beside him. He recognized Irina immediately and greeted her with a sleepy, embarrassed tone. Irina opened her eyes and returned the greeting warmly, calling him Issei as she always had. Grafia also stirred and offered her formal good morning, addressing him with respectful courtesy. Issei blushed and reminded them that he had told them not to sleep in his room, insisting he was not the same Issei they once knew. Irina answered that, no matter what, he was still her Issei. Grafia asked innocently if she could sleep next to her boyfriend. Issei, calmer now, asked who was watching the babies. At that moment Calawarner entered and explained that Zenobia was taking care of them. He added that the babies would receive proper childcare and upbringing, and that he would assist as needed. After a distressing lesson earlier that week, Issei felt more unsettled than ever. He worried about more complications, but he also thought about forming a team or clan that could protect their people. He considered asking Valpat to replicate something Ajuka did, using Issei's power to create pieces for that protective force. Valpat arrived with a report for Issei. Issei took the documents and asked where Fried was. Valpat said Fried was feeding the children and asked if Issei needed anything else. Issei requested that Valpat create a chess set capable of challenging gods, something to make their clan feared. Valpat explained he would need a sample of Issei's blood infused with Rip's power to create the pieces. Issei produced a syringe and handed over his blood, also imbuing it with Rip's power. Valpat promised that in a few hours he would have a finished piece for Issei to evaluate and then left. Fried returned with Issei's daughters and handed them over. Issei smiled in gratitude and said he would prepare lunch. He instructed Fried to ask his lady to make some time for the pool later, since the team planned to spend a pleasant afternoon there before heading to Ku Academy. Fried acknowledged the orders and left. Grafia commented that she had a strange premonition about trouble, and Zenobia suggested it would be safer to stay close. Issei walked to the mall pushing a stroller with the girls. He moved quietly until he ran into Yuka Yuto, a Gremory knight. Yuka greeted him with a blush. Issei recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Yuka replied that she was buying dinner for Rias and her friends and had brought Rin along. Issei invited her to join the afternoon plans at the pool and the academy, saying they should enjoy some time together. Yuka agreed with a shy smile, and they continued with their shopping. Back at the park, Issei rested on a bench watching his daughters with a smile. A short distance away, Valeria Lucifer, the current Hakuryuku, observed him. She revealed her identity and asked why he cared for the children of another dragon, speaking with a hint of jealousy. Issei explained that the girls had been abandoned and that he had chosen to care for them, placing one sleeping child gently beside the other. Valeria stepped closer behind him in a casual, composed manner and said she would like to go on a date with him sometime. Issei agreed politely and offered her a friendly kiss on the cheek. Valeria excused herself, saying she needed to return home, and then she departed. Issei paused, then noticed a young woman standing in front of him who looked remarkably like him. She introduced herself as Hyodo Isami and explained she had just returned from the academy after taking a different route home. She said she had seen him walking toward her and realized they were counterparts. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei. Isami smiled and mentioned that, seeing his resemblance, she would head home, but she lingered and whispered something brief that made Issei uneasy. He handed Run to Isami and they continued talking as they walked back together. Isami asked if he was a father, and Issei confirmed that he cared for the girls. A quiet, ordinary afternoon settled over them as plans for the pool and the academy were made, and the small group prepared to spend time together and look after one another. As they walked home, Issei admitted that it was complicated but promised to explain why he was no longer the same as before. He thought it had been strange how a female version of himself had appeared, yet it seemed possible, and now they only needed to enjoy their day off. Back at the house, the two boys still had to decide whether they would go to the pool. Issei worried that saying no would leave no time to train Isami to keep up with him. When they arrived, Grafia greeted them and asked who the girl was, her initial jealousy softening into astonishment. Issei pointed out the resemblance and explained that a portal from an alley had brought her here, and that she would live with them. He then asked where Valpat was, and Valpat appeared carrying 3 red boxes. Valpat presented what he had prepared and explained that he had managed to create 3 powerful pieces. He produced a red pawn to demonstrate. Issei reacted with awe at the pawn's almost divine power. Isami humbly noted that she was just a girl who had entered the supernatural, and that Draig sensed it. Rip asked Draig if he was sure he wanted to be an ally of his wielder. Draig replied calmly that he was certain, since they had been trapped and she intended to tame him, especially as they were going to be parents of those little girls. Then he asked who those girls were. Rip warned that it was better not to know, adding that the original Draig would have been completely overwhelmed. Isami asked Rip whether he knew who the girls belonged to, and Issei said that they were daughters of Tiamat, a revelation that drained the color from Rip and Draig. Issei told Valpat it was time to integrate them and make the clan official. He opened the 3 boxes and revealed 3 kings, signaling the formation of the Hyodo clan. Issei became the new leader of the Hyodo clan, no longer Sona's pawn. Yubaluna, Grafia, and Izumi were assigned as queens. Issei's mother accepted the role of serving her son. The pawns became Middlet, Calawarner, Valpat, and Ryanair. The knights were Fried, Irina, and Zenobia, with Isami as a rook. The bishops and the remaining pieces were assigned accordingly. When the arrangements were complete, Fried informed Issei that they could go to the pool in about 7 days. Issei planned something else. He intended to take Isami, Izumi, and Grafia to train for 5 years in a separate dimension where 5 days in the human world equaled 5 years there. Valpat warned that accelerating the development of the babies would speed their growth so that they would no longer be infants but 5-year-old girls. Issei agreed, believing it would allow them to play with other children when they reached that age. Valpat expressed his concern, and Issei confirmed his decision. They opened the same portal as before and stepped through with the children. Free told them they would wait 5 days for their return. Issei hoped this would give the children a true childhood, and then they entered the portal, which closed behind them. 5 days later, the clan waited for their return. When the portal reopened, Isami emerged first, having developed a physique reminiscent of Rias. Izumi followed with a resemblance to Venelana Gremory, then Graphia appeared. Finally, Issei stepped out, holding hands with 2 teal-haired girls. Issei announced their return, and Carla Warner said it was remarkable that the babies they had met days ago were now beautiful young girls. Issei lowered his head in apology for the sudden change, but added that the girls had gained strength that could rival even powerful foes. Ryanair misheard and asked whether the girls could defeat someone like Kokabile. Issei clarified that they were so powerful they could sweep aside most opponents if provoked, a statement that left the clan speechless. Izumi observed that the girls were now as formidable as many of them and then asked when they would go to the pool. Issei turned to Valpat for an answer. Valpat explained that when Sona learned Issei was no longer her pawn, she had denied the Hyodo clan access to the academy pool. Issei decided that if Sona refused them the pool, they would go to a public bath instead. They began preparing their swimwear and other equipment. At Ku Academy's pool, Sona had learned that Issei had stopped being her pawn and had refused entrance to the Hyodo clan, arranging instead for Rias and her group to enjoy the facilities. Sona reclined in a lounge chair and said she felt content, smiling. Rias agreed that it looked pleasant. Sona asked why Rias's knight had not come. Rias answered that her knight had refused to attend because Sona had not invited Hyodo-kun. Sona took that badly and demanded to know why Rias was upset and what they owed him. Sona reflected to Rias that she had been wrong and had behaved poorly toward her former pawn. She acknowledged that he had cared for everyone and even risked his life to stop a formidable enemy, and she should not have treated him that way. Rias answered, saddened, that he was probably angry and they had only caused him trouble when all he wanted was some peace. Sona worried about how he would speak to her again. Rias said it was up to Sona to find out and that she owed many apologies, then rose to change. Sona stayed standing and, with a gaze full of regret, wondered aloud how she should apologize to Hyodo. It seemed things were ending that way for her. She knew she had only caused Issei trouble, and now that she understood her mistake, she wondered if he could forgive her. Sona went to her former pawn's house to apologize. On the way she saw the Hyodo team preparing for the beach. Everyone, including the 2 young girls, seemed ready. Isami called to Issei and reminded him they had to go to the public baths. Issei appeared with his daughters and, seeing Sona, became annoyed and told Isami to take the girls ahead. Isami agreed and they drove off. Sona approached Issei and asked to speak with him. Issei opened the door and invited her inside, saying he had much to discuss. They sat facing each other on the sofas. Issei asked why she had come. Sona apologized for everything that had happened. Issei lowered his head in disappointment and told her that he was very disappointed. He did not expect her to apologize now that she understood. He said she should think more carefully, that he did not have time to waste, and that she should leave his house and apologize to his teammates as well. Then he vanished in a magic circle, leaving Sona alone. She left too, troubled and unable to forget him. At the Ko-baths, Issei arrived at the outdoor public baths and saw a truck pulling up. Isami stepped out and approached him. Issei was glad they had arrived and offered to pay the entrance fees, sending them on to the pool. At the ticket counter he bumped into Yuka. He steadied her things and smiled, telling her not to be frightened and to go in first. They entered together. At the hotel, the Hyodo team was surrounded by excited demonic guests asking for autographs and attention. The hotel manager soon assigned clan rooms, and after settling in they waited calmly in the reception area. The receptionist recognized the heroes of Ku and, seeing Sona appear in a citri circle, greeted her warmly and asked why she had come. Sona said she had come to check on the hotel's condition. The receptionist, thrilled that the heroes were staying there, pointed toward the clan rooms. Sona, growing angrier, said she would take care of some problems and left. In the clan room, Issei had just finished bathing while the rest of the clan relaxed. Suddenly the door burst open as Sona stormed in. Grafia warned that if Sona said more than she already knew there would be trouble. Isami muttered something about needing to power up. Izumi threatened to use her abilities to erase her from existence. Rin expressed a desire to fight playfully, and Rung suggested dimensional combat with a mischievous smile. Issei, furious, listed everything he had put up with: the staged death of Yura, Sona's refusal to help Irina, and preventing them from going to the pool. He demanded to know what else she wanted. The Citri influence seized Issei and they rose into the sky together, their powers clashing above the hotel. Yura lamented that they had arrived too late. Tsubaki observed that Sona had been controlled by someone since losing Riser, and the Citri clan confirmed the change. Grafia called to Issei to report that Sona was under control. In the sky, Issei realized the situation and, after a moment of thought, concluded that the only way to break the control was to reach the true Sona inside. He spoke to her, challenging the facade and reminding her of who she truly was. Then he stepped closer and held her firmly, offering a heartfelt gesture meant to remind her of their bond. A red light flared around Sona and the controlling influence vanished. She blinked, returned to herself, and smiled shakily as she called him her hero. They shared a short, emotional moment of connection that confirmed she was back to herself. Issei smiled, relieved that the real Sona had returned. He took her hand and they descended together where the Hyodo and Citri clans waited. Sona then warned that they should be careful and urged them to move quickly. Issei noted the three members who were close behind him and prepared to face whatever came next. The boys agreed. One of them invoked his mother's phrase "to hell with it" and ran off like a bullet, followed by Grafia, Issei and Irina. Tsubaki expressed that she was glad Kashur had returned, and Queen Citri smiled. Yubaluna noted that their feelings had helped, but she worried aloud about what would happen if Ravel was being controlled. Velpat answered that they would not know until someone was sent to investigate what was happening at the Phoenix Castle. A few days had passed since the incident involving the Citri heiress. Rias had called Hyodo about her mother's disappearance, and news of Lady Phoenix's vanishing also reached them. Rias resolved to find out why Ravel, Sona and Yubaluna had been acting strangely. She discovered a vital clue: the three women had been controlled. She summoned Yubaluna and Grafia to investigate. Issei had called them to learn what really happened the day they nearly killed his daughters and why Grafia had been rendered unconscious. Yubaluna replied that she could not remember clearly. She had only seen that someone was about to harm them and had failed to stop it. Grafia explained that she had been knocked out before she could act, and that during the raiding game all the women of that clan had appeared with red eyes. Issei concluded that all of them were being controlled, including Sona, and decided they needed to examine the Phoenix Castle. The three of them departed. Castle Phoenix, Underworld. They arrived before the Great Phoenix Castle but went straight to its dungeons. Yubaluna touched her head and said she remembered something. She had seen more people locked up before Lady Phoenix disappeared. Issei stepped closer and placed his hand on her forehead, drawing out the memory. After he absorbed the information, he closed and opened his eyes. Grafia asked whether he had discovered anything. Issei confirmed that there was more than it appeared and urged them to hurry to the cave. Dungeon Cave. Inside the dungeon they found 22 maids, 3 young girls, 2 women who were heavily piarnini, several household members of the Phoenix estate, Lady Phoenix herself, Gremory and Ravel, who lay severely injured. Katomi cried that her daughter was dying. Issei, composed and decisive, instructed Grafia to tend to the piardinity women and the mothers with daughters, and he told Yubaluna to help the rest of the maids and escort them home. They moved quickly to assist the 22 maids who had been imprisoned. Issei prepared several of his game pieces, explaining that there was a way to help the maids and to stabilize Ravel. Shuela, tearful and remorseful, asked if Issei truly wanted them to join his group after what had almost happened to his daughters. Issei said that they had not known what was happening and that he would forgive them if they accepted. One by one the former phonex maids took the pieces offered to them. Some chose to leave the old household for a chance at a new life, others expressed desires for freedom or vengeance, and by accepting Issei's pieces they severed their ties to the phonex name and joined the Hyodo clan as dragon hybrids. When it was Ravel's turn, Issei placed a piece upon her and invoked a binding of revival. He commanded that Ravel be returned to life and restored among them. The piece sank and Ravel's condition stabilized enough that she was no longer in immediate danger. Issei lifted Ravel and they vanished in a magic circle. Hyodo residence. Back at the Hyodo estate, Issei ordered Valpat and Fried to assess the condition of the women rescued from the dungeon. He laid Ravel on a comfortable bed and went to check on the maids. Valpat reported that their physical health was weakened but expected to return to normal with time and care. Fried informed Issei that their emotional states varied between fragile and distressed, but that they had been rescued. He added that some of the victims had been mistreated while imprisoned. Issei clenched his fists at the news and vowed retribution. Valpat then told Issei that he had accessed the archives and discovered alarming information. Riser Phonex was already wanted for multiple offenses, and the authorities sought him alive or dead. Issei said that he would soon go after Riser and that once that was done the remaining members of his team would be dealt with. Venelana asked if it was truly best for Ravel to remain at the Hyodo residence. Issei replied that it was. He suspected her husband and other Phonex figures had been responsible and he would handle what remained. He added that Rias's daughter had been crying for help, which had driven him to act, and he directed Venelana to the room where Rias and her team were waiting. Venelana thanked him and went as instructed. Katomi, voice shaking, asked how Ravel was. Issei reassured her that Ravel would likely awaken in a few hours and offered a comforting hug. The immediate crisis had been contained, but questions remained about the future of the Phonex and Gremory clans. Several days later, Issei had his new servants train alongside his other retainers. After preparations were complete, he began planning the campaign against the Phonex and Gremory territories. He organized his forces and assigned roles for the operation. When he gathered his team to brief them, he asked each of them to state their objectives, ready to proceed with the plan he had put in motion. The young leader of the clan asked for assignments. Ubeluna announced that she was tasked with killing Lord Gremory. Grafia declared that she would assassinate her former master, Shirex Lucifer. Valpat reported that he and Fried were assigned to deal with Lord Phonex. Fried fell silent while considering the plan. Issei suggested they could interrogate their targets to obtain information. Irina explained that she and Zenobia would accompany the team to confront Phonex. Issei said they still needed someone to locate the target and called for Ravel Phonex. Ravel answered that she was ready to help. Issei ordered everyone to prepare to leave in 3 hours. He sighed, sat in a chair, picked up a framed photo, and reflected that more than 3 months had passed since Asia's death. A sudden blinding flash filled the room, revealing Michael, the overlord of heaven. Michael introduced himself and explained that he had come to show Issei someone who had missed him, offering his appearance as a sign of gratitude for stopping Kokabile. Issei admitted he had not seen the overlord before and felt uncertain. Michael said the person had once been a friend to Issei and invited Asia to come forward. Asia entered wearing her nun's habit. The black-haired Issei stared, overwhelmed by disbelief and joy at seeing his old friend alive. He and Asia ran toward each other and embraced, both crying with relief and tenderness. Michael announced that it was time for him to depart, wished them luck, and then vanished as suddenly as he had arrived. Isami arrived carrying the dinner and stormed in, furious. Issei attempted to explain, but Isami refused to listen and demanded that he answer for his actions, insisting his responsibilities mattered to their household. Grafia stepped forward and greeted Asia warmly, easing some of Isami's jealousy. Grafia revealed that Asia had been Issei's first friend before his death. Issei blushed and expressed his feelings about the reunion. Isami apologized for being overly possessive. Issei gathered everyone and recounted Asia's story, explaining that Asia had become the second bishop before meeting them. The group felt sorrow at what Asia had endured, but that sorrow turned into resolve. They resolved to press on and pursue the patriarchal heir and Lucifer. Issei announced that it was time to leave. He noted that Rin and Run would want to play with their target, causing a nervous reaction among those present. Irina commented that their target would not have an easy time of it. The Hyodo team moved into Gremory territory in the underworld. They were preparing their first strikes against Lord Gremory and Shyrex Lucifer. Issei instructed Grafia and Ubaluna to begin operations while the others proceeded to Castle Phoenix. Grafia admitted she had been waiting a long time for this, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. Ubaluna observed that, as ultimate supreme class fighters, the task should be manageable. They entered the castle. At Castle Phoenix, Issei burst through the door with dramatic force. Lord Phoenix confronted them, alarmed by the intrusion. Issei stated that the confrontation was personal between Phoenix and his daughters, and that they intended to settle the matter. Riser taunted the intruders, but the girls vanished and then swarmed him, delivering a swift and overwhelming beating. To the girls it was a fierce game, to Riser it was crushing humiliation. Zenobia drew Durandal and prepared for battle. Irina summoned her Excalibur and joined the fray. Issei ordered that non-combatants' children, the elderly, and Prgenity women be spared, and he vowed to ensure Phoenix's and himself. The assault that followed was intense and stylized, like an action sequence from an animated clash. Rapid exchanges of blows, flashing techniques, and defenders being overwhelmed without graphic detail. Freed delivered the final strike that felled Lord Phoenix, and the remaining attackers pressed their advantage against the castle's defenders while the surviving blonde endured their wrath. Riser collapsed, battered and stunned, unable to comprehend how those young fighters had defeated him. Issei approached the wounded man, who was spitting blood, and stared at him with hatred. Issei reminded him that he had been warned not to stand in his way, that resistance would cost him everything: his father, his allies, all of his pieces except for the new pieces who had accepted him. He activated his dividing gear glove and seized the blonde man with a cold efficiency. Issei ordered Valpat to take the others and make it look like they were destroying plastic, then declared that the moment had come to settle accounts. He told the man that this was payment for his crimes and that he would see him in hell. Issei drove his armored fist into the man's chest in a burst of furious energy. When the blow ended, the enemy's life immediately slipped away. Issei laughed in a frenzied, hollow way, recalling the torments the man had inflicted: the attempts on Ravel's life, the imprisonment of so many pieces, the suffering of the matriarchs of both clans. He tossed the body into the air and finished it with a dragon shot that dissolved it into motes of light. Issei turned and departed with his team as the castle began to collapse around them. Later, Issei arrived at what was left of Lucifer's throne room in Castle Gremory. The territory had been ravaged by the conflict between two queens. Walking among torn demonic forms and shattered halls, Issei and his group found Lucifer bound and wounded. Issei mocked the ruined scene, calling it a fine view. The captive, identified as Shikers, spat an insult in reply. Without hesitation, Issei made a swift, brutal move that disarmed Shikers and left him helpless. He told Irina to take the captives away, pleased at the scene, and then asked what had happened to Lord Gremory. Zenobia revealed Lord Gremory, appearing to have been rescued from the wreckage, and she wore a disturbing smile. Issei teased that he had thought she was cold and accused her of enjoying cruelty. Zenobia reacted with embarrassment. Wishing to avoid distractions, Issei announced that it was time to finish their mission. He executed the final action with the same determination his allies had shown, and then the group vanished into the burning, collapsing territory. Back in the human world at the Hyodo residence, Issei and his team returned to a peaceful scene. Several figures: Valeria, Lucifer, Kuroka, Kaneko Taju, Yuka, Yura, Momo, and Akino stood waiting with warm smiles. Sona, the Citri heir, explained that the girls standing in front of Issei wished to be at his side and asked him to accept them. Issei asked if they were sure. They affirmed. Valeria teased that Issei still owed her a date and made it clear the girls already knew about it. Issei remembered and then noticed a bus nearby. Sona said that Yasaka wanted to meet them in person once Issei had organized his pieces properly. Issei climbed aboard the ADO-marked bus, telling Grafia that she would drive. The group waved goodbye and the bus departed, leaving Ku behind as it passed through a tunnel. On the highway between Mexico City and Oaxaca, the bus emerged from the tunnel and Issei sensed something amiss. He had Grafia stop the bus and stepped out, shocked by what he saw. A voice asked if he wanted to know why. A priestess appeared, Raimu Uribus, introducing herself as the dragon goddess of the infinite. Aquino noted that this version of Uribus seemed different, more expressive and feeling than they expected. Raimu explained that she considered herself a counterpart and had come to deliver grave news. Raimu revealed that the reason they had been pulled into that universe was because Uribus had destroyed it. Issei refused to believe it and demanded to know if she was joking. He gripped Raimu by the shoulders, desperate for an answer, and the others were stunned into silence. The realization hit them hard. Sona, Tsubaki, and others had perished. The group fell to their knees, embracing and grieving the terrible losses. Issei understood that although he had fought and tried to save them, they had not survived. Raimu spoke with quiet wisdom, acknowledging the suddenness of the revelation but insisting that their loved ones' fates had been sealed and that they had departed with smiles. She urged them to live peaceful lives in their memory. As she began to collapse from exhaustion, Issei caught her. Raimu told him that her time had come and that she had to reveal certain secrets before departing. Issei pleaded, asking if there was any way she could stay. Raimu admitted that she had never been a servant of anyone and had long existed within dimensional gaps, uncertain about staying. Issei was resolute. He used one of his remaining pieces to act an act that rekindled Raimu's strength. She recovered and steadied herself, and the group found calm again. Night fell in the Edo state of Mexico at Issei's house. After Raimu's revival, things quieted and the group returned to the old home that had once belonged to his former mother, Veronica, which sat beside the Hyodo clan's residence. Issei stepped into the yard and gazed up at the stars, reflecting on his past world. Inside, Veronica called out, wondering what he meant by, "my old world," and Irina looked on, curious about Issei's thoughts. The brown-haired girl with pigtails asked quietly and the woman listened, surprised. Issei remembered things from before he had this body and transformed into his previous appearance, leaving the woman in shock. Issei explained that he had not always been a strong, clever young man. He had been different before he was sent to DXD. He returned to his usual form, then approached Irina and embraced her in a gentle, comforting way. Irina observed that he looked good as he had before and smiled, noting that she was not his only partner in a light, teasing tone. Issei replied affectionately that even though he carried memories of his original self, it did not matter so long as she loved him, he would be all right. Their daughters, Rin and Run, called for their father and said that their grandmother wanted everyone to come inside with Irina. Irina took the girls by the hands and told them to go play with their uncles, then questioned Issei about whether he still thought of the reincarnation of Seraphal Leviathan. Issei admitted that he did. On their way home, Raimu had suggested that his original mother might be the Seraphal who betrayed him in the underworld, and Issei admitted he had been haunted by that possibility. Irina said she would go see what the woman wanted and went into the house. Fried burst out the window in a panic, begging Isami not to be angry. Issei calmly asked what Fried had done. Fried stammered that he had dropped some food and stumbled into an awkward situation, then retreated to his room. Issei warned him in a cold voice never to come near his daughters again. Fried hurried inside, silenced by the warning. The next morning, the Hyodo clan awoke sluggishly. Issei prepared his daughters for the nearby primary school and kept a magical shield active over the neighborhood to protect his old home. Izumi asked if Soshir would attend school and remarked wryly about their abilities. Issei explained that he wanted the girls to learn to bring order to their surroundings and hoped they could enter the academy young, while the adults could take on roles as instructors. Isami hugged Issei from behind and asked if he would take the girls to school. Issei offered that she could if she wished, and Isami smiled and said she would like to, so they left for the school together. Grafia announced that breakfast was ready and everyone ate. Ravel asked Issei what they would do that day. Issei suggested they be lazy and relax, but Aquino tugged him along, pulling him into the day. Several days passed since their arrival. There had been attempts at theft around the neighborhood, but each time the intruders had been stopped and removed, and calm returned. After that quiet PRD, it was time for Issei and Valeria to have their planned outing. Issei, neatly dressed, asked Grafia for the schedule for the evening. Grafia confirmed she had everything noted. Valeria came down the stairs and apologized for being late, asking anxiously about her appearance. Issei looked at her admiringly and took her hand, telling her she was perfect for him. Grafia gave an approving thumbs up before heading to the market to pick up provisions. Valeria expressed a wish to visit the fair, and Issei smiled and agreed. They walked off together toward their date. Veronica watched them and murmured to herself that the two seemed to be a couple and wondered about past events involving Tomoya, then continued on her way. At the market, Grafia pushed a cart overflowing with groceries, drawing astonished looks from passers-by at the sheer volume. Veronica, watching, wondered how many people lived in that household. Grafia felt a sudden, immense power stirring nearby and wondered where it came from and whether there was a traitor connected to DXD related to Tomoya. Grafia approached Veronica and asked if she happened to know someone named Sanoa Tomoya. The maid questioned the raven-haired woman. Veronica feigned ignorance and responded pedantically that she had no idea what the maid was talking about. Grafia pretended to be confused as well, issued a false apology, and then left for home. Later at the Hyodo house the mood was serious. After their meeting, Grafia recounted what had happened at the market and everyone felt a chill that warned them something was very wrong. They all asked themselves who among DXD had truly betrayed Tomoya. Issei observed that his former mother was the same reincarnation as Seraphal Leviathan, but that this incarnation had not been a benevolent figure like Sona Kashu. He stated with gravity that she had behaved like a tyrant. Raimu explained that she would tell them what had happened. She said that everything since the day Tomoya was born had been orchestrated by Seraphal. Seraphal had killed his parents, had eliminated Nero and Akita, had conspired against him in the underworld and labeled him a traitor, casting him as the most dangerous enemy to fit her plans. Even after being betrayed, Tomoya had risked his life against the Cow's Brigade. Raimu admitted she had nearly given her life so he could have a normal life and that she had sent him back to DXD so he might reclaim who he once was. Rip had watched over him since his birth, and Raimu warned that Seraphal's plans might still be in motion. Valpat said they did not know exactly what Tomoya's former mother was hiding, but Grafia had sensed a power darker than coal, worse than Trihexa, something that could be an evil dragon. Valeria explained that the Citri were a clan descended from apophatic beasts and ice dragons. One of the original dragons might have acquired that power, and if it were unleashed again it could threaten the universe itself. Raimo reminded them that after Tomoya's sacrifice back then, his entire world had been destroyed. But because he was the reincarnation of Tomoya, only he, with the help of Isami and Valeria, could stop Seraphal. Her words gave them hope. At Veronica's house the woman smiled. Her plan was unfolding exactly as she wanted. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was time to awaken the power of the Leviathan. She acknowledged that, although the boy had once been hers, he was now the reincarnation of Sanoa Tomoya. Seeing the bond Issei had formed, she noted that he had 4 devoted companions and then transformed into Seraphal. The real Veronica, bound and helpless, cried out that they could not kill him because he was still her son. The Dark Leviathan answered that she would not spare him either and that he would pay for everything, adding that she did not care if his companions were harmed because her plans had to be finished. Veronica, despite the pain it caused her, told Issei that he would be the one to end this if necessary. The evil Seraphal smiled and released a surge of dark energy, surrounding herself with a menacing aura. Back at the Hyodo house, Issei sensed the awakening and became grave. Akino felt overwhelmed and frightened by the sheer force. Raimu shouted for everyone to get out of the house just as a powerful blast struck them. Calawarner fell to his knees as a defensive barrier cracked, calling out hoarsely and clearly exhausted but still alive. Issei accused Seraphal angrily of having planned everything. The dark Seraphal sneered, taunting him by calling him by old names and declaring that she would finish him. Issei, furious over the deaths of his past parents and of Akita and Nero and over the betrayals in the underworld, unleashed his balance breaker. Isami and Valeria followed, activating their own balance breakers. Serafal noted, with a cruel smile, that before her were 3 celestial dragons and that 2 of his 4 closest companions stood among them. She dared them to give everything they had. Issei, Isami, and Valeria dove toward her and combined their power into a massive dragon shot that struck the Leviathan. In the midst of the clash, Grafia stepped forward and spoke with quiet resolve. She confessed that she loved Issei and that she had wanted a family with him. She said she had given her life so he could have a chance to succeed, then fell still. Issei cradled Grafia and reacted in heartbreak and disbelief. The dark Serafal watched coldly and declared that only a few opponents remained. Issei, hair falling over his eyes and fury burning inside him, prepared to strike back with a devastating technique he had kept for moments like this. The 3 charged at the evil Serafal and unleashed a dragon shot that struck her squarely. Isami wondered if they had killed her. Issei replied that she was not dead and that this was only the beginning. Valeria began to insist they had to stop her but was cut off when Serafal struck and sent her flying. Isami cried out as Valeria was thrown into a crater near Veronica. Issei launched himself forward in anger but a powerful blow flung him away. Below, Kuroka pleaded to help, but Valpat blocked her and said it was impossible to go there. Valpat explained with grave seriousness that the gap in their powers was on a celestial level. Aquino agreed and noted the difference in strength. Asia admitted she could not face Serafal even in her seraph form. Ryanair said they would simply have to see how this ended as the battle continued. Issei climbed out of the crater, furious. He charged at Serafal, and she answered with hateful words and a brutal strike aimed to kill. In an instant, Grafia stepped between them to protect Issei. She took the blow meant for him and collapsed, unconscious and motionless. Issei reacted with horror and cradled her carefully. Grafia managed to whisper that she loved him and that she had wanted a family, that she had given everything so he could win, and then she fell silent. Issei, shaken and distraught, mourned as he lowered her gently. Serafal coldly counted off her remaining threats, thinking victory was near. Issei, hair obscuring his eyes, vowed vengeance and a fierce power stirred within him that others could not yet see. Elsewhere the others watched in alarm. Isabella demanded what was happening. Kaneko reported feeling an overwhelming power. Raimu said it was unlike anything she had imagined. Izumi realized Issei was in the Juggernaut Drive state combined with Balance Break, a new fused power. Zenobia asked if this was the wrath of a dragon. Yubaluna and Ravel worried aloud about Isami and Valeria's whereabouts. Isami, getting to her feet, inspected the bound woman nearby. Draig, the green gem, explained that the fused Juggernaut Drive and Balance Break could be used without risking its user and urged caution. Veronica, once untied, said she was the mother of Issei, an identity that only deepened everyone's concern. Isami acknowledged this and hurried to help, noting Grafia was still breathing but unconscious, her condition stabilized in part by a peculiar blood trait explained by Drake. Isami suggested leaving the 2 wounded with Valpat, and they brought them to safety. Back with the clan, Irina called to Isami. Isami reported that Grafia still lived. Valpat told everyone to leave Grafia in his care while he attended to the others. Veronica looked on, alarmed, as Raimu stepped forward to help. Valeria crawled from her crater and marveled at how hard Serafal had struck them. Abian, another gem, remarked that the technique was designed so the user would not be endangered, making the fusion plausible. Valeria asked if they could apply the same method, and Abian warned they did not yet know what aftereffects it might produce. The glow around Issei subsided, revealing him in the Juggernaut Drive state fused with Balance Break. He exhaled steam and surveyed the ruined battlefield. He admitted inwardly that this power was new to him. Serafal recoiled in shock at the sight, but then launched another devastating punch that sent her flying into the ground. She rose and formed a massive sphere of destructive energy, an attack that escalated the danger to the entire planet. Isami, Raimu, and Valeria watched in horror as the ball of energy hurtled downward. Issei realized that if it struck the surface, everything would be destroyed. He resolved to push the sphere out into space. Calling upon the dragon's power, he asked for more strength. Drake granted the request to stop Serafall. With that power, Issei intercepted the sphere and redirected it back toward space. The orb passed by Serafall and detonated harmlessly far away, leaving the planet intact. Issei prepared to end the battle. Serafall taunted him and claimed he should already have been destroyed by previous events, but Issei raised his own dragon weapon and fired. The blast struck Serafall and sent her hurtling toward the sun, where she perished in flames. Issei's transformation subsided, and he collapsed, exhausted and relieved, thinking he had avenged Grafia. Shortly afterward, back at the house, the fight was over. Evil Serafall had been defeated. Issei rested after exhausting himself with Juggernaut Break. Grafia, in another room, had regained consciousness. In the living room, the rest of the clan watched anxiously. Veronica, who had claimed to be Issei's mother, and others were caring for him when he opened his eyes. Issei sat up, bewildered, and asked what had happened. Ravel greeted him with a smile and said he had woken. Issei lowered his eyes and, believing Grafia's life to have been forfeit, asked why she had done it. Grafia told him softly that she loved him and appreciated him for who he was. Issei turned to her and embraced her tightly, overwhelmed. He warned her never to put herself in such danger again, expressing how worried and shaken her sacrifice had made him feel. Grafia apologized that she knew and was sorry for worrying him so much. She did not want to lose him because he was the one she loved. Issei responded that he held some of the blame as well and that he only wanted his beloved girlfriend to be happy. They embraced, and things settled for the moment. The attack by Kokobile would wait for another day. 3 weeks passed since the incident with evil Serafall. Issei spent his time reading a book while the rest of the clan kept themselves occupied to avoid boredom. Veronica, watching her former ward read calmly, decided to speak with him. Veronica asked if she could speak to him. Issei, without putting down his book, asked what she wanted to talk about. Grafia entered and handed Issei a cup of tea. Issei thanked her and asked again what Veronica wished to discuss. Veronica asked how long he had been like this. Issei explained that it had been more than 30 years. He had been in a pocket dimension, and though it seemed like days, 30 years had passed. He added that half of his team had reached the ultimate supreme level, hoping to clarify the situation. Raimu burst into the room with seriousness and urgency, dressed as a shrine maiden, saying they had to leave immediately. Issei admitted he had hoped for a little more peace. Grafia brightened, reminding everyone they had the same tactic as before. Middled added that they would strike before their opponent had time to react. Issei sighed but said he liked the tactic and that it was time to go. The girls and the 2 boys prepared to leave. Isami joked about getting ready to fight. Valeria said she had wanted to go somewhere else before this, sounding wistful. Veronica asked where they were going. Izumi replied that they were heading to the Ko Academy to stop Barakil. Issei acknowledged it. Was work and said goodbye to Veronica, but Veronica reached for his hand and held him back. She told him she wanted to go with them. Issei asked if she was sure, warning that there would be no turning back. Veronica answered more determined than ever. Issei produced a pawn as a symbol of acceptance and welcomed her into the Hyodo clan. The pawn embedded itself in her, marking the initiation. Then they left for DXD. Outside, everyone gathered as Raimu arrived in a bus. She smiled and explained that the bus was also a ship. With a snap, the vehicle changed shape. Issei directed everyone to board. They had to go to the DXD universe and put an end to the senseless war. The group boarded and set out. In the parallel DXD universe, Barakil stood before Remilia and Aya, taunting them for being the only members left of the demon faction. Remilia Gremory and Aya Citri felt frustrated at their inability to stop the destruction since the Cows Brigade and Ophis had already ravaged the underworld, leaving the Fallen and the Archangels scattered and defeated. Barakil declared that they could not stand against him. Remilia refused to surrender even if it cost her life, and Aya likewise vowed to resist with all she had. At that moment, Issei and his team arrived. Barakil activated a massive spear of light. Issei ordered his team to attack. As before, Barakil was overwhelmed by the speed and coordination of the Hyodo servants. In an instant, his offensive was halted by their combined efforts. The defenders then formed large spears of their own to press the advantage against the man with 15 dark wings. Barakiel staggered, clearly wounded, and shouted angrily, asking who they were. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei, bearer of the dividing gear, and presented his team as they launched themselves forward. Grafia called the pawns into action and signaled promotions for the rook and bishop. Remilia and Aya watched in astonishment. Issei then ordered Fried and Zenobia to finish the engagement, and they quickly subdued the fallen foe. Aquino reacted with shock, wondering if the fallen had been her father in this reality. Issei remarked that he had not expected the roles to be different in this universe. He turned to the two heirs and asked if Rias and Sono were all right, explaining that someone in this world reminded him of friends from another reality. Aya corrected him and gave her own name as Aya Citri. Remilia introduced herself as Remilia Gremory and explained that they were the last of the demon faction. Issei and his team were stunned. No one knew what had happened in this universe. Remilia and Aya invited them to the student council chamber to explain further. Issei and his team followed the heirs down familiar corridors. The boys recalled memories of their time at the academy, and Issei lingered at the cherry tree, a reminder of another world, before they entered the council room. Raima demanded to know how Remilia and Aya could be the only members left of the demon faction. Remilia explained that they had been elsewhere when the Cow's Brigade and Ophis attacked and destroyed the underworld. The devastation had been sudden and complete. Aya added that after annihilating the demons and previous Lucifers, the attackers had destroyed the gateway to the underworld, making it impossible for them to return. Valpat commented gravely that the situation was worse than they had imagined. Issei suggested that a meeting might be possible, but warned that Revisen could launch an attack. Zenobia asked whether he might be able to free Trihexa. A woman asked a question, and Calawarner responded that it was unknown but that it was true, glancing toward the heiresses Remilia and Aya. Shuela angrily pointed out that this was exactly what Revisen wanted. Mira suggested that Revisen might take advantage of the reunion between the Fallen and the Archangels to kill the two faction leaders. Asia asked seriously what they should do. Kuroka bluntly answered that they should destroy them. Issei stated that it was the only way to stop Revisen and the Cow's Brigade with Ophis. The situation in their new world seemed worse than before. The question hung in the air: could Issei and his team defeat Revisen and Ophis? 3 weeks had passed since the defeat of Barakiel and the consequences the underworld had paid, leaving only the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri clans to represent their houses. They were the ones who could foresee what would happen at the reunion scheduled in a few days. Issei, close to Irina, teased her about not wanting dragon companions, speaking in a playful tone. Valeria called Issei cruel. Grafia made an incredulous exclamation, and the moment passed. Issei explained that he was doing an impression of Aya and showed a script as part of the joke. Irina, annoyed by the delays, said it felt like the 5,000th take and excused herself, winking as she left. Issei approached the two women and asked them to close their eyes. They obeyed and soon drifted into unconsciousness. Yura commented calmly that the two reminded her of what people had been like before and that things were better here now. Issei acknowledged Yura's point and reminded everyone that they were no longer in their original universe and that they needed to eliminate the Cow's Brigade, Ophis, and Revisen. Yura understood and went to her room. Issei decided to rest in Valeria's chamber until the reunion. On the day of the reunion, the heiresses and the Hyodo clan awaited the arrival of the Overlady of Heaven, Gabriel, and the fallen leader Kokabeel. Remilia and Aya joined Issei's side, arranged as the two pawns of the second game in a vast strategic formation. Towers, bishops, and a full set of pawns were in place, with half the knights and nearly a third of the remaining pawns ready. After a short wait, the two leaders arrived. Gabriel apologized for the delay. Kokabeel explained that he had to secure Barakiel among some small enclosures. Remilia declared that the alliance of the factions could now begin. Aya reminded everyone to acknowledge the participation of the Hyodo clan, which left the two leaders visibly surprised. Kokabeel admitted he had thought the Cow's Brigade had killed Hyodo Issei. Issei clarified that he was not the same Issei as before and urged that the reunion proceed, even as time briefly seemed to freeze around them except for them and the leaders. Aquino smiled and noted that the event had begun. Gabriel asked Issei if they were certain. Issei affirmed that they were the Hyodo Hakurudai clan, and they stepped forward together. Outside, revisen stood with his army, accompanied by the original Lucifers and Ophis, smiling arrogantly as he envisioned the Archangel and fallen armies falling like flies. Revisen proclaimed that with the Cow's Brigade and Ophis he would bring a new order to the world. Issei answered that Revisen's army was already falling. Revisen raged that Issei should have been dead. Ophis, expressionless, suggested Issei might die by her hand. Raimu vowed that she would not allow Revisen to reach the Hakurudai and declared she would stop him. Kateria teleported in front of Issei and launched a sudden, precise strike, immediately engaging the enemies. Issei ordered Kateria to attack everyone, and she obeyed. Revisen, enraged, cursed Issei and attempted to retaliate, but the young fighters confronted him. Ophis blocked an attack from Raimu but was quickly countered by an opponent who forced her backward, briefly winded. The Hyodo clan and their allies swept into battle, overwhelming the Cow's Brigade's forces with decisive, coordinated strikes. Kateria confronted the three original Lucifers and dispatched them swiftly and dramatically. Revisen found himself overwhelmed by the young fighters around Issei. Remilia and Graphia unleashed their devastating power of destruction in controlled, overwhelming bursts. Ravel, Ubeluna, and the former members of the Phoenix House activated their fiery abilities. Aya, Isami, and Valeria routed hundreds of enemy allies, while Issei, alongside Izumi and Veronica, struck through the enemy lines in their armor. As the clash continued, the Cow's Brigade's forces were annihilated, leaving Revisen standing alone, still resisting as Ophis and Raimu continued to duel. Raimu smiled and taunted that Revisen had endured, but she affirmed her superiority in the fight. Ophis declared that she still had Revisen under her control, but the daughters of Issei continued to batter him. Revisen collapsed to the ground in frustration and pain, with Issei standing over him, gauntlet in hand and flanked by Isami and Valeria. Valeria taunted Revisen, asserting that his fate was to fall and that having a demon queen allied with them made their force formidable. Isami stated that it was time to end his destructive ambitions and that he would not be able to unleash Trihexa. Revisen protested that they did not understand and insisted they would make a better place, but Issei answered that he would not allow Revisen to continue. Issei then signaled his team, and together the group launched a powerful combined attack called Dragon Bazooka. They erupted in cheers as Revisen was driven off. Raimu threw Ophis aside and indicated that only the Urubus remained. Ophis vowed to kill them, but the dividing performed by Issei and Valeria resonated across the area and Ophis's energy was drawn away. Issei decided that Valeria knew best how to finish the threat and transferred his power to the celestial dragon Hakuyu. Valeria immediately returned the power to Isami, who accepted the full force. Isami declared that it was time to end it and unleashed a concentrated, overwhelming strike at the Urubus. Ophis cursed Seiai, Hakurudai and Hakuyu before her existence was erased. Isami collapsed to his knees, smiling, and the Hyodo clan leaders celebrated their victory. A short time later the reunion took place as it should. After some hours of festivity, Issei watched his new companions Remilia, Aya and Kateria living together in calm. Kuroka approached and greeted the eldest Tuju warmly. Issei asked about Kaneko, and Kuroka replied that they were well and that peace would continue for now. Issei stroked Kuroka's hair and remarked that they should enjoy themselves. After all, they were the hope of DXD. Kaneko asked what they were doing, and Issei replied that nothing was wrong, but a greater battle was approaching. Raimu entered, and the goddess reported that Loki would soon be freed from the imprisonment Odin had used. Issei said it would be a pleasure to face and defeat Loki. Isami added that they should try to seal him for even longer. Veronica asked whether Loki was the former brother of Thor, and Issei suggested they enjoy the present peace while preparing for the coming conflict. The clan would attempt to confront Loki with their Ragnarok, but a new challenge awaited. A day after the destruction of Ophis and Revisen, Issei sat reading a book while Veronica considered the prospect of fighting an Asgardian god. Most members of the megaclan read or relaxed. Beneath the calm, feelings were beginning to stir. Issei, Remilia, Graphia, Isami and Irina found themselves growing closer to Issei in their own ways. Fried and Valpat trained alongside Irina, Zenobia improved with Yuka, Aquino handled her duties as strategist with confidence, and the rooks honed their combat skills. Issei, absorbed in his novel, thought the story surpassed others he had read. Ravel called to him, and Issei looked up to learn her concern. When would Loki be freed? He explained that Raimu knew the timing, and that their strategy was to stay out of range of Loki's power long enough for Issei to seal him within a special dimension he had devised. Asia asked if the children of Loki would be dangerous, worried about their attacks. Issei warned that bites from those children could be fatal to hybrids. Those who were half demon or phonex were at particular risk, so everyone should avoid being bitten. Aquino raised a question that prompted attention. Valpat asked what Aquino meant, and Graphia indicated she understood. Kuroka suggested capturing one of Loki's children and attempting to integrate it into their group. Issei approved the plan and announced that they would take Hattie as his familiar. Valpat continued refining the dimension where Loki would be contained. Izumi asked why Issei had requested modifications to the training dimension. Issei explained that he wanted 5 hours inside to equate to 15 years outside, giving their training a time advantage to prepare for Loki. Izumi agreed to finish the alterations. Irina then brought a red box that Valpat had given her to deliver to Issei. Issei opened the box and discovered fused pieces inside, surprised and curious about when they had been made. Irina stood fascinated and admitted she did not know what to say, but the 4 fused pieces were incredible: a bishop queen, a bishop rook, a bishop knight, and especially a bishop pawn. Only Issei seemed pleased. He would have to form a new team of fused pieces. Raimu then spoke to him and indicated that he had to go with some of them to rescue his 2 new pawns. Issei agreed and indicated that Veronica, Valeria, and Cat Area would accompany them. Raimu and the named companions then vanished. Forests of California, USA. The mystery cabin. Mabel and Wendy were trapped in the basement of the mystery cabin as flames spread. A struggle between Riper and an old man had ended in failure. The brown-haired man had not survived and the old man could not be reached. The fire consumed the cabin and the 2 of them could only hope for a miracle. For women and a man suddenly appeared. Issei complained to Raimu that she should have warned them the cabin was burning. Raimu apologized and explained that these were the people they had been looking for, pointing to the priestess Urubus. Wendy asked who they were. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei and named Veronica, Raimu, Cat Area, and Valeria as members of the Hyodo clan. Mabel asked if they had come to rescue them. Issei confirmed they had, but said they would have needed dragons to help against whoever had caused the situation. Wendy decided she preferred to leave if that was all they wanted. Mabel agreed. Issei produced 2 pawns and welcomed them into the Hyodo clan, allowing the pieces to merge into them. Raimu said they had to go because the cabin was about to collapse, and the group vanished as the burning cabin fell in on itself. Ku City, Japan. Hyodo residence, main hall. After Issei added the 2 new pawns, everyone relaxed briefly and fed them as Graphia requested. Then Issei addressed the household and explained that Raimu had asked him to bring the new members, Wendy and Mabel, pawns from the 2nd and 1st pawn sets. He said that once the dimensional modification was ready he would tell them what their roles would be. Veronica raised a hand and asked what he planned for the dimensional modification, noting that she and the new members were inexperienced with the supernatural and the 72 clans. Issei explained that it was simple in concept. In a limited time they needed to be beyond Loki's power. Raimu would inform them when and where Loki would be freed. Izumi then announced that the modification was complete. Issei was honest and told everyone, including his daughters, that they would have to undergo a trial. Those who already understood what he meant nodded. Isami said it might sound cruel, but she did not hate him, because it was the only way to ensure they would not show mercy to their enemies and rivals. Issei said they would wait for Raimu's call and the household returned to their tasks. Night dinner. As the household carried on with their evening, a holographic Raimu appeared and announced the day Loki would be freed. 7 days from now, at the edge of Odin's seal in the Baja California desert near the Mexico border. Raimu said they must begin training immediately and that she would come to train with them. Wendy asked how long the training would last. Issei replied that with 7 days remaining they would train for 4 days that would equate to 600 years of experience. Everyone acknowledged the intensity and Grafia said they should wait for Raimu and begin. 4 days later, 600 years of training in experience. A portal opened at the Hyodo residence and the trainees emerged one by one, serious but composed. Those who had not yet taken Issei's trial now had, and the group had leveled up beyond an imperial clan. They were prepared for the upcoming battle with Loki in 3 days. Issei told them to rest for the remaining 3 days. Irina commented that now she understood what his trial had been. Issei explained that, as Isami had said, it was necessary to ensure they would not hesitate against enemies and rivals. Mabel questioned whether it had been truly necessary. Issei blamed Sona for the idea. Grafia observed that it had been that or experiment elsewhere, and Wendy agreed. The group then dispersed to their routines as they awaited the day of the battle Baja California desert, near the Mexico border. The Hyodo megaclan assembled inside a protective dome, accompanied by a Valkyrie Odin had sent. They waited for Odin's seal to break so they could strike at Loki, just as they had confronted Kokabeel and Barakiel before. Issei announced that it was almost time and that the pawns had permission to promote. The pawns called for promotion to queen. Irina suggested they split into groups, and everyone positioned themselves where Loki's children might appear. The seal broke and Loki was free. He observed the assembled forces with a sly remark about hybrids among them. Shinku warned that challenging the Hyodo clan and Odin would be met with severe consequences. The battlefield tightened as both sides prepared to engage in a decisive, fast-paced confrontation. The Valkyrie shouted in alarm. Loki told everyone not to mention that fool and glared at the Valkyrie. Issei noted with seriousness that Loki would not be able to fight them, even if he called his children. Loki replied that they would see, summoning his children including Hati, and announced confidently that he would unleash the Ragnarok. Issei warned him not to be so sure, revealing that he too had children whose father was Tiamat, the dragon of chaos, which surprised the god. Loki dismissed it with a smile, and the battle began. The group attacked Loki and his children together. The Asgardian god found himself surprised by their strength. They exceeded his expectations. His children were subdued one by one in fast, anime-style clashes, and when Issei took Hati into his care as part of his group, Loki grew furious. Issei's daughters then rushed in and struck at Loki until he could no longer defend himself. Exhausted, Loki fell, and Issei used his pocket dimension so Loki could never leave again. Loki cursed them along with his captured children, all except Hati. The priestess Raimu assured them that his curse would not work because they were protected. Loki insulted Hyodo, but Wendy intervened with a kick and warned him that if he spoke that way again he would suffer the consequences. When he tried to continue, the women forced him into a swift, decisive beating that left him humbled. Mabel stepped forward and reinforced that he would not speak to them that way again. Veronica cracked her knuckles and declared that they would teach him a lesson for insulting them. Issei reminded Loki that they could not be defeated, especially not by an enraged group of women, and Remilia joined in the effort. All the women of the large clan and Issei's partners pressed the attack in determined, non-graphic combat, and Loki's children lowered their heads in shame. The result was a thorough, non-graphic thrashing that left Loki incapacitated and bruised. Issei instructed Izumi to open the pocket dimension. Izumi cheerfully complied. Issei explained that the dimension allowed them to enter and exit freely, but anyone placed inside without authorization would be trapped forever. He sent Loki and his captured children into the pocket dimension and closed the portal, telling Loki that it would take him millions of years to escape. The portal shattered and sealed permanently. Valpat sighed with relief that it was finally over. Issei, cradling Hati, mentioned they had won a prize. Mabel agreed but said she still sensed more battles ahead. Issei acknowledged that Raimu was the only one who could tell them who the next enemy would be. With that, they withdrew from the battlefield to rest, knowing another fight would come. A month passed since Loki's confinement. Issei woke up surrounded by 8 girlfriends who shared the household. They slept in the same house together. A neutral remark was added to reflect that the family arrangements were complicated but accepted. After a calm night, Issei awoke with a smile and greeted his partners. The group prepared breakfast in the main hall while the 2 maternal figures conversed happily. Veronica wondered aloud if Issei was truly hers from another dimension. Izumi answered that she had not known that at first. He had come downstairs one day calm and happy with black hair, and she had never regretted what had been done. Veronica admitted that she sometimes wondered what would have happened if things had been different, but she did not dwell on it. The twins Rin and Run embraced the women, and each exchanged warm greetings with their respective guardians. Run asked where their father was, and Veronica assured them he would come down and they should not worry. Izumi noted that the children bore their son's attitude, and Veronica agreed they also resembled him physically. Issei descended the stairs with his team and greeted everyone. Izumi informed him that breakfast would be ready soon. Valpat and Fried chatted about the recent events, laughing over how epic everything had been. Ibluna sighed and the others teased the men lightly as they settled in. Conversation continued jovially as they prepared to begin the day. Later, Issei and his partners spent time in the park. Meanwhile, a young woman named Star arrived from space, exhausted and injured from her escape. She had fled her home after her friends had sacrificed themselves so she could get away. During her escape she had been gravely hurt but managed to cross a wormhole and land in one of the multiverses. She stumbled to the ground and walked toward where Issei and the others were gathered. Issei sensed that her vital energy was weakening as she approached, and the group expressed concern about her condition, curious about who she might be. A redhead asked about the situation. Remilia observed that it was better to see how she was, and they moved toward her. Star fell to the floor and touched her wound. She indicated that it seemed to be over, that at least she had escaped because of the sacrifice of Marco and her friends, but that she was severely weakened and drifting to sleep. She tried to ask for help but said she no longer had the energy and her vision was blurring. Issei reacted with alarm and urged that they tend to her quickly as Graphia moved to help the girl. Valeria suggested returning home so they could properly heal her. They then vanished inside a magic circle of the clan. Hyodo residence, later that night. Issei and his medical team Valpat, Fried, Graphia, Asia, and Izumi assessed Star's condition. Valpat reported that her condition was grave and she would not survive the night without intervention. Issei considered which piece would be suitable for her, taking out several devices and the remaining parts they had. Fried examined the staff and estimated that her speed might fit a bishop knight. Configuration. Issei asked Valpat to try to create 2 more similar units like a rain knight before integrating the piece. Valpat agreed and estimated it would take about 2 months to create another quartet of such pieces. They prepared the new piece for their new member. When it was placed, it merged into her. Raimu then raised the alarm about a greater threat. Raimu explained that Trihexa was the enemy they would have to face and that they had only 6 days before its seal weakened. Issei looked toward his daughters Rin and Run, as if a memory had stirred. He asked the twins if something was wrong. Run brushed it off and hugged her father with a bright demeanor. Graphia informed Issei that Star was resting in a private room. Wendy asked Issei how he knew the names of Star and most of the others. Issei produced his phone and showed them the story he had been writing, explaining that the events they were experiencing matched the narrative he had recorded. He said that although he had spent more than 1,000 years in this world, the events had only unfolded over the past year from their perspective. Irina added that Issei's awareness made sense given his background as an Imperial-class demon. Issei acknowledged that Raimu had told the broader history to most of them, but he planned to explain more to the newer members during training once their new companion awoke. Early morning. After several hours of rest, Star opened her eyes to find herself in a room that felt regal. She sat up and saw that it was 4 a.m. Graphia and Rionair entered the room. Graphia introduced herself as Graphia Lucifugus, queen and a senior of the Hyodo clan. Rionair said she would inform Issei. Star asked who her leader was. Graphia explained that Issei Hyodo was their king and leader of the Mega clan and that in the morning Issei would explain Star's situation. Grafia reassured Star that everyone would treat her well and that she would be assigned to 2 teams. Then the door closed. Morning. The day arrived and everyone ate breakfast calmly. Star descended the stairs while others greeted her, still puzzled by their apparent peace in the face of impending danger. An orb called Rip reminded her that she was in another universe and that the threat she had faced here would take millions of years to become a danger in this place. Star wondered aloud how Rip had that knowledge. Issei explained that they were in one of many universes in the multiverse and that they were supernatural beings, like Star, inhabitants of the multiverse of DXD. Wendy added that, in other words, Star would be safe here. Star asked what the point of all this was. Issei revealed that he was a user of a sacred gear and showed his gauntlet briefly. He then told everyone to finish breakfast because they were about to begin training for 300 years, a PRD that would feel like 2 days in the human world, to prepare for the confrontation with Trihexa. Later that day, a few hours later, everyone prepared for the training that would last 300 years within the training dimension. Issei called for readiness. The group confirmed they were ready. Middle expressed excitement for a fight, and Kira said she could not wait to battle. Issei warned the group that the training would be harsh and merciless toward enemies and rivals, and he asked for their seriousness and focus. Star acknowledged and entered the dimension with the others. 2 days later, 300 years within the dimension. 300 years of internal time had passed, which equated to 2 days outside. The training dimension opened and the group emerged. Issei and Star walked out together and spoke quietly. Star thanked him for the lessons and said she now understood. Issei then suddenly collapsed to the floor. Star rushed forward and asked what had happened. A brief moment of concern followed as they tended to him and prepared the next steps. Grafia explained that after training so often they would automatically collapse from exhaustion. After a few minutes everyone would fall the same way, and it would take about 2 days for them to wake. As she explained, the others dropped to the floor in different manners. Star, with her eyes wide, immediately fell asleep. Grafia had been about to say something else, but she collapsed asleep as well. The day of Trihexa's liberation at the mountain center in Mexico arrived. Several days had passed since the sealing, and they were preparing to free Trihexa. Issei announced that little remained and that they had permission to promote. The pawns responded with a tower promotion signal, and holographic towers appeared on them. Raimu warned everyone to stay alert, and when the ground trembled they became serious and ready. Trihexa, now released from the Supreme Seal, smiled and spoke of being free at last. Issei reacted with concern and ordered caution. Trihexa explained that she had freed herself to travel the infinite and to search for her daughters. The question of who her daughters were came from Mabel, the freckled brunette. Trihexa then transformed, and a blinding light revealed a young woman with blue-green hair. The team recognized the resemblance immediately. Issei noted that they looked just like Rin and Run. Trihexa introduced her human name as Hatsune Miku and recounted how she had been sealed without understanding why. She had only tried to stop those who threatened the world, and in the process she had been sealed, leaving her daughters hidden and alone in an alley of Universe 1234 of DXD. She had trusted that someone would find and care for them, and now that she was free she intended to find them. The twin girls, who were identical to Miku, asked if she was their mother, and Miku turned and smiled when she confirmed that she could hardly believe she had finally found her little ones. She said that now they could travel the infinity together. Rin said they needed to say goodbye to the clan, indicating the Hyodo mega clan. Miku expressed her gratitude to the Hyodo clan and invited them to say their farewells. The twins looked sadly at their father. Issei approached them and asked with a gentle smile if it was time. Run thanked him and said that to them he was like a father. The twins expressed their thanks and affection for the care he had given them and for the happy childhood they had lived with him. A gentle, sorrowful song about an immortal love seemed to hang in the air, reflecting their bittersweet farewell. The lyrics spoke of tears, a tender song, and an immortal love that the world would one day find again. They remembered the pain of parting and how the memory of love remained. Issei told them he was proud of them for fighting by his side and that he had supported them. He remembered the day he found them. The twins said they remembered that day too and thanked him for never abandoning them, calling him father. Miku thanked the Hyodo clan once more, told her daughters to come, and invited everyone to take care. The twins flew up with their mother and departed, leaving the clan behind. Issei took out a pendant with a photo of his daughters and wished Rin and Run good luck. He smiled through his sadness, stepped into a magic circle, and vanished. 1 week later, after Rin and Run had left the city and the universe with their mother Trihexa, Issei watched the pawn soldiers training while holding the photo of his daughters. He commented that he could see how the promotions were being managed and smiled. Star greeted him warmly, and Issei admitted that he was still getting used to their absence and that it was hard to forget what they had been to him. Grafia served tea, expressing that she would never forget those girls because they had taken on Issei's spirit. A tear escaped her despite her composure. Irina recalled how the twins had called everyone uncle and how adorable they had been. Issei smiled and said that what he had loved most about them was their cheerful nature and positivity. Izumi and Veronica both called the twins their granddaughters with fondness. Issei said that he wished they were still here, helping and playing with everyone as before, but he acknowledged that the decision belonged to the twins and their mother and that they must respect it. The twins had said that family should always stay united and that leaving the family felt like a betrayal, a sentiment that made everyone look at them. Issei then asked about their mother. Run knew that being separated from them would hurt. They were a family. The twins ran forward and hugged him tenderly. Rin, crying, said that above all she wanted to be with their father. Issei, also in tears, said that he wanted to be with his daughters, his beloved children. The team wept at that beautiful reunion, most shed tears at the tender scene. Father and daughters felt closer than ever, but they did not know that someone they believed dead would return from death to come after Issei. In an unknown region of Universe DxD. 1489, a voice vowed that soon the fools would die and could not even regenerate. The speaker smiled and held one of the bossed gears from that universe, declaring that with it Hyodo Issei would be finished, and laughed in a crazed way. A month passed since those events. They stayed in the human world to recover. Issei and his daughters played cheerfully in the yard, but the fiancés and the two mothers sensed a great danger and decided to speak with their king about it. Izumi called to Soshir. He turned. Izumi said they needed to discuss something seriously. Issei said he knew what she meant and they went inside. Veronica suggested they move indoors since it was serious. In the living room the clan gathered to talk about the matter. Star noticed the jar that contained the sacred gear that had belonged to Asia and asked about it. Issei explained that it was the twilight that had belonged to Asia and that he had been keeping it for a future member of their family. He added that although many of them had strong potential, the jar's power would not be suitable for the sacred twilight gear. Issei then raised the most important topic and asked if everyone knew who had resurfaced. Wendy asked whether it was someone he knew. Issei asked how that person could be alive after he had sent her straight into the sun and wondered how she had survived. Izumi said it was unclear, but they felt the presence of another person with her, and the most alarming detail was that she carried a sacred gear from that universe. The dragons Rip, Draig, and Abian reacted in unison, saying that it could not be, that the newcomer carried a bossed gear from that universe and that they could sense such a presence from 5 universes away. It was approaching very quickly. Mabel asked whether that meant the returned woman was now more powerful. Issei confirmed that she still intended to kill him and asked his orb how long it would take for her and her ally, who had a bossed gear, to arrive. Rip answered that they would arrive in 8 days and that their strength was unknown, advising that if they came it would be better to go to another DxD universe to confront them. Raima suggested they travel to Universe DxD 1798 to face them there, since it was empty and posed no immediate danger. Issei ordered everyone to prepare for departure at once. 3 days later, in Universe 1798, they continued training in the vast empty space. The Rook and Knight teams trained Star with great energy, unaware that their adversaries were only minutes away. When their training ended, Issei gathered everyone together. Valeria suggested they should take a short break. Fried agreed and was about to suggest relaxing when he noticed something in the sky. Issei turned with his team and saw to their astonishment evil Serafal accompanied by evil Cat Area. More alarming was that Serafal carried a corrupted bossed gear. Dreyeg noted that it was a corrupted Bast gear and that they did not know what her plan was. Evil Serafal appeared to taunt them, asking whether they had forgotten her. Evil Kateria identified herself as the one from Universe 1947 where she had been the traitor. She stated that she had killed the bearer of red, Hyodo Issei of Universe 1947, and explained that the Bast gear she carried was corrupted but could be restored if it were removed, if they were able to do so. Issei demanded to know how she had survived. Evil Serafal answered that she had somehow lived and that her desire to kill him had not ended. She said she would rest until the time came to finish him. Issei said that he had better control of Juggernaut Break now and that killing him would cost them more. Evil Serafal then activated the corrupted Bast gear, and a dark glow enveloped her armor as she warned that they would pay. Issei activated the dividing gear and Juggernaut Break. His allies followed suit. Isami activated her own Bast gear and Juggernaut Break, and Valeria matched their moves. Kateria smiled and prepared to confront the traitor. Evil Kateria insisted that the Cows Brigade would prevail. Evil Serafal declared that none would meddle with her. The two sides readied themselves, the air charged like an intense scene from an anime, as blades and powers flared without any graphic harm described. The clash was imminent and all prepared to fight. The armored woman shouted, and the three dragons Issei, Isami, and Valeria responded gravely that they would deal with the traitor. A new battle began against the betrayer, and the question hung in the air: who would prevail? The armored woman, the three dragons, and the two queens launched into combat to determine a victor. They traded blows in a whirlwind of motion, but the team aligned with Issei stood out the most. Evil Kateria did not hold back either and fought fiercely against her own righteous counterpart. Kateria smirked and proudly reminded Evil Kateria that she bore the blood of the beloved King Hyodo Issei. Evil Kateria scoffed and insulted her, but Kateria struck back quickly, sending the darker version flying. Kateria then noted calmly that she was not the only one on the side of good and moved in to engage. Issei smiled inwardly as his team pushed the traitor back into the depths of the earth. He told the group that they needed to stop her and extract the corrupted boosted gear. Valeria acknowledged the plan but warned that the traitor was very powerful with her balance break. They needed to remove the corrupted boosted gear. Rip, the Gale Dragon, offered a risky solution. Rip explained that he could cloak Issei in an immortal balance that would make his presence undetectable to their enemies, but only for a short time. Isami asked for details while she readied her Juggernaut Break. Rip clarified that the immortal balance would last 5 minutes in balance break form and 3 minutes in Juggernaut Break form. Issei worried aloud about how long he could stay in that state and whether the traitor would return from where they had sent her. Rip reassured him that there was little time and asked whom Issei intended to entrust with the gear once it was taken. Issei answered that he planned to give it to Wendy. Rin and Run rose into the sky with their twin power and assured Issei that they could hold the line for a little longer, though they admitted the enemy remained very strong. Issei affirmed that he only needed 5 minutes and the others agreed. Evil Serafal reappeared with part of her armor and tried to roar defiance, but Rin and Run struck first, closing in with Valeria. Isami urged Issei that the time was right to act, and Yubaluna expressed trust in her brother as she joined the fray. Down below, the clan watched as the two celestial dragonesses and Issei's daughters fought. Issei alone remained still, concentrating. Veronica, the most anxious, wanted to help and spread her draconic wings, but Wendy placed a hand on her arm and stopped her. Wendy asked their mother where she was going. Veronica replied that she wanted to help and could not bear to watch. Remilia warned that if Veronica went where the daughters and daughters-in-law were fighting, she could be incinerated, because Serafal's power had reached celestial levels. Irina explained that only Rin and Run could reach that zone safely due to their lineage, while Valeria and Isami fought as celestial dragons alongside Issei. Freed and the others agreed that they could only observe. Approaching would be impossible without them being overwhelmed. Veronica prayed quietly that her son would be able to win. Issei remained focused, trusting his companions while his women, sister, and daughters kept Evil Serafal occupied. They were tiring as they contained the corrupted boosted gear long enough for Issei to use the immortal balance. He worried about how much longer they could hold out. Rip confirmed that it was almost time and asked again about Issei's plan for the gear. Issei repeated that Wendy would be the one to receive it. The women continued to push themselves to contain the malicious woman, but their exhaustion was showing and they feared they could not hold on much longer. Isami, wearing half her armor, cursed under her breath at how powerful Serafal had become. Valeria, with a bitter laugh, pointed out that even as a descendant of the original Lucifer she was being outmatched. Eubeluna urged them to persevere. Issei needed those minutes, and this mattered to him. Rin and Run declared that they had to keep fighting so their father could succeed. Evil Serafal re-emerged and struck at the fighters. She grabbed Valeria by the throat with a fierce motion, then sent her flying with a focused strike. Isami lunged after Serafal, but the traitor vanished and reappeared behind her, delivering a forceful blow that sent Isami sprawling. Evil Serafal moved quickly and attacked Eubeluna, who was knocked to the ground by a heavy impact that cracked the ground beneath her. The twins surged to intervene, but Serafal stopped their punches with a display of dark power and swept one twin aside. The other twin managed to land a counterattack that threw the traitor into a nearby building and created a shockwave, but the defenders were clearly reaching their limits. Issei called out urgently to Rip, asking if it was time. Rip confirmed and instructed Issei to repeat the activation phrase. Issei and Rip spoke together and the immortal balance activated. For a brief moment Issei became hidden from Serafal's senses. Serafal shouted in fury, unable to sense him. Rip told Issei that the immortal balance lasted only 5 minutes. Issei raced toward the traitor and, as if by stealth, he took the corrupted gauntlet and withdrew. Serafal's armor crumpled around her in shock as she realized the gauntlet was gone, and she demanded to know who had taken it. Issei reappeared beside Wendy, announcing his presence with a confident stance. Serafal, enraged at Hyodo Issei for taking the gauntlet, vowed to kill him, but her threat was cut short when evil Cat Area dropped onto her, interfering with the attack. Cat Area declared that it was time to end this. Issei turned to Wendy and entrusted the gauntlet to her, telling her firmly that she was the one suited to bear a sacred gear like the corrupted boosted gear. He offered his trust and support, explaining that she should call upon it as Isami did with Balance Break. Wendy hesitated, asking if he was sure and whether he believed she could use it. Issei confirmed that he trusted her and that this was not over, then extended his wings and flew toward Cat Area. Wendy activated her Bast Gear Gauntlet, and a dark light enveloped her. When the light faded, Wendy stood clad in a black armor identical in design to Isami's, with green gems and red accents reminiscent of Isami's Bast Gear. Wendy was amazed and smiled, feeling that she could now stand on equal footing with them. Red introduced himself to the new wielder as the former Red Emperor, now corrupted, and indicated the dragon as he urged them to defeat their enemy. Issei checked on everyone, asking whether the girls, his sister, and their allies were all right as he stood beside Cat Area and Wendy. Valeria arrived with her companions, acknowledging their success and pointing to the Hakuryuku, saying that a new corrupted celestial dragon had appeared and it was time to use the dragon bazooka. Serafal's evil counterpart, nearby with Kateria's evil twin, reacted in alarm and declared that they were finished. The evil Cat Area attempted to call their final method, fusion, but a sudden bolt of light struck her. She cried out and demanded who had attacked her. Veronica stepped forward, mimicking a gun with her hand, and said that she had been the one to strike. She warned that the evils would soon lose consciousness and that it was time to end the conflict. She vanished and reappeared among the evil Serafal and evil Cat Area, invoking Caden, Diamantine and seizing the two. Veronica urged Issei and the others to act immediately. Issei told Veronica to stay out of it, insisting that this was a personal matter for him and his companions. Veronica then revealed her true form as Azumi. She confessed that she had felt jealousy toward him and regretted her betrayals, but as Serafal's mother and Kateria's sister she believed the confrontation had to end. Azumi explained that she had made mistakes in the past, that she had blamed him for misfortune, and that she had died and been reborn in Lin. She admitted deep regret for her actions and said that Issei reminded her of someone she had once known. As Azumi, she asked him to finish what was necessary and urged him to be strong. Issei, remembering Azumi's face, refused. He insisted that she had been like a mother to him and that he could not harm her. Azumi acknowledged how difficult the request was but appealed to him as a proud mother asking her child to act for the greater good. She held the two corrupted women firmly as she made the plea. Issei, crying, said he was proud to have a mother like her and asked for forgiveness for what might happen, then signaled the others to act. Evil Serafal demanded why Azumi had interfered, furious at the interruption. Evil Cat Area mocked Azumi's attachment and accepted that she could not escape the outcome, even smiling as she embraced Evil Serafal in defiance. Evil Serafal cursed in frustration, while Evil Cat Area acknowledged Issei Hyodo as one of the greatest she had faced. The combined power of Issei and his allies struck the three foes. The energies collided in a blinding, anime-style burst that left no graphic aftermath. When the light subsided, only a few relics of Azumi remained. Among them lay a necklace from another age and a single hand. Issei approached, seeing that little else remained. Issei picked up the necklace and opened it. In that quiet moment he understood why, before his time in this world and during his travels, he had always been protected from danger. His mother had watched over him from the shadows. He smiled and placed the necklace around his neck. Valpat observed that it seemed to be over and asked what would happen next. Issei answered that no one knew for sure and that peace rarely lasted long. Wendy suggested they return home and noted that they could at least keep the hand as a token. Freed asked whether anything could still be done to help. Valpat requested permission from Issei to attempt to reconstruct Veronica's body, explaining that her soul seemed tied to the preserved hand. Issei gave his consent and ordered Valpat to proceed. Valpat saluted and accepted the task. Izumi said they should go home so everyone could rest, and Issei agreed. The group departed together through a magic circle. The rivalry between Serafal and Cat Area had finally come to an end, but many arcs still lay ahead. It would be important for Issei to bring into his clan two people that Raimu would trust. She knew this already. 7 days passed since the definitive defeat of Evil Serafal and Evil Cat Area. Valpat began work on reconstructing Veronica's body, while the others took the time to rest and prepare contingency plans in case they were drawn into another original arc that had once involved Issei. For now, they took it easy. Issei smiled as he looked through photographs, remembering good times, and carefully placed the necklace inside his shirt. Star, watching the pawn team, appeared thoughtful. Issei explained that pawns had the right and the duty to train hard to master their promotions and develop their roles. Wendy in particular needed to train her balance break and juggernaut break to reach parity, and she also had to learn her position as a pawn. Star understood his point but still wondered whether anything more was needed before the clan could be considered complete. The blonde asked for clarification. Issei told Star to follow him and explained that he would show her that a limb does not truly die until the whole body is destroyed. He answered her question about how much time remained and then led her to Valpat's laboratory. They arrived at the back of the house in Remilia and Aya's dimension, where the team had come after hitting rock bottom. Issei knocked at the door. Valpat opened it, greeted them warmly, and asked what brought them to the laboratory. Issei calmly explained that he wanted Star to see how a limb could persist until the body was completely destroyed. Valpat invited them inside, saying they would witness the experiments and mentioning that he had completed about a quarter of the reconstruction of Veronica. Issei asked which parts had been found. Valpat answered that he had recovered a leg, an arm, and a head, and admitted that finding them had been deeply disturbing. Issei asked to see the photo. Valpat warned that it could give nightmares but produced the image. Both Issei and Star reacted with visible shock. Valpat then guided his master and companion to the reconstruction area. As he had described, they saw the head, an arm, and a leg arranged for repair without any graphic detail. Valpat called to Veronica, announcing that her son had come to see her. The head spoke the single word, asking about a son. Issei awkwardly greeted his mother. Veronica, in terms she could manage, confirmed she was aware and noted that being a part of a body was not pleasant, adding that she was only 25% complete. Issei asked seriously whether she could endure the time required, since much work remained. Veronica said that, because Valpat sedated her, she could likely be kept comfortable for a long PRD. Valpat told Issei he would go look for more body parts to continue the reconstruction and produced a sedative syringe. Veronica said goodbye, wished her son luck, and Valpat gently put her back to sleep. Issei signaled that it was time to leave, and they exited the laboratory. Outside, Issei and Star met Raimu, who approached with a serious expression. Raimu asked where they had been and insisted they needed to move immediately. Issei told her to calm down and asked who they had to save. Raimu explained that it had to do with Issei's previous life, not about his current organization, and involved 2 children, similar to him and Isami. Issei acknowledged this and readied himself to depart. Raimu announced they would travel to the Loud House multiverse and instructed Issei to prepare 2 of his attendants. Issei confirmed that Isami and Wendy would go and requested that Star accompany them so she could learn more about her dragon powers and her role. Raimu said she would wait outside and then left. Issei told Star they should collect the 2 companions and the group moved toward them. In training, Isami helped Wendy work on her balance break technique. When they finished sparring, they sat on the floor and shared a bottle of water. Isami praised Wendy for her handling of the gauntlet and her balance, saying that in a few days she would be on par with them. Wendy thanked her and then noticed Issei arriving with Star, asking if something was wrong. Isami explained that it was a rescue mission. Issei confirmed they had to go to the Loud House to bring 2 children from that universe and remarked grimly that he should have expected this. Isami said she felt angry and serious just hearing the name, mirroring Issei's expression. Star, curious, asked why they had reacted so strongly. Issei revealed that he was a reincarnation originating from that universe and suggested that Isami might also be a reincarnation. Wendy asked who they were talking about. Issei and Isami answered that the children were Lincoln and Linka, both naming them with suppressed anger. Raimu led the group through the dimensional rift and they traveled until they reached the entrance to the Loud House multiverse. Raimu confirmed their arrival and suggested they act quickly, planning to retrieve Linka first and then Lincoln. They passed through the portal. Once outside the rift, Issei said they should descend nearby since he knew how to reach her. The 5 of them walked together through the night. They came upon a house whose lights had gone dark and noticed a girl inside crying bitterly, alone and unable to do anything for herself. Before approaching, Issei reminded Raimu to bring the bottle containing the Twilight Gear. Raimu showed that she had it, and they moved forward. The girl cried out in both sorrow and anger, clutching her blanket and mattress. Issei urged her not to give in and told her she still had to fight for herself. She turned and saw the 4 young people who had come for her. With fear in her eyes, she asked if they would hurt her. Issei smiled reassuringly alongside his companions and told her they would not. He explained that he needed someone to take an artifact and then produced a small glowing orb that had once belonged to a friend. The girl felt the orb was warm and beautiful and asked what it was. Issei explained that, in terms she could understand, it was a sacred gear, an artifact akin to a divine gift that sometimes bonds with people at birth. He said it had once belonged to a close friend and that it had reacted to her, marking her as a worthy bearer. He described the artifact's power simply. It granted the ability to heal living beings. The girl asked why she had been chosen, saying she had lost everything and had no one. Issei told her she should not feel worthless. He said that although others had failed to value her, she had the determination to move forward. He offered her a new opportunity, a new life, a home where she would feel welcome, and training to become strong and to fight alongside those she cared about. He urged her to accept this new reality. The girl asked if he was someone who protected his loved ones. Wendy responded cheerfully that he was more than a leader, their friend and a wonderful boyfriend. Isami said tenderly that he gave himself for everyone and cared deeply for them. Star declared proudly that he was above all a savior who had rescued her and Wendy and many others, forming a great team. Raimu asked seriously whether he still had time to live a life full of adventures and to save those who might otherwise be lost. Linka, crying, said she wanted to stop suffering and could no longer call this place home, and she hugged Issei. Issei, stroking the albino's sword, asked if she would accept to go with them and live a life of battles and peace. Linka agreed. Issei handed her the pawn piece and the sacred gear that had belonged to Asia and welcomed her to the Hyodo clan. 6 white wings sprouted from Linka as the crepuscule gear activated and she became a new member. When Linka, now brighter, asked what came next, Issei said they would go rescue another child from that universe. They took hands, rose, and flew through the breach. The team arrived at the breach again as the Erebus grew serious and the danger approached. Raimu urged haste, warning that any delay would lead to disaster. Issei agreed and led them through the gap. Outside, they saw a child being dragged away. Issei could not bear it and descended angrily in front of the stunned parents. Linka and her new companions rushed to help the child. Issei rebuked the parents sharply, his wings a clear warning. He used devifing to weaken the captors. The sisters who tried to interfere were pushed back by Issei's team. Wendy threatened to activate the corrupt gear if anyone came closer. Isami warned she would use the Bast gear to prevent any further steps. Star tightened her grip on her staff and ordered them to stay back. Rita, frightened, clung to her husband. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei, leader of the Mega Hyodo clan, and said they had come to take the child to a better life. Lin began to protest, but Linka silenced her with a quick, decisive strike and then healed Lincoln with her sacred gear. Asked his teammates if they were ready, they affirmed, and together they lifted the child and flew back through the breach. Later at the Hyodo residence, Issei explained everything to Lincoln. After hearing the situation, Lincoln accepted and agreed to become a new pawn. A few hours later, Issei stood on the roof watching the sunset, reflecting on how much remained to be done. Linka arrived with Lincoln and Isami. Isami admitted, embarrassed, that they had known who was who. Issei crouched and smiled at them, unsure what to say. Lincoln hugged him in gratitude and promised to help. Linka noted that Lincoln had the same serious manner as Isami and that in many ways they were versions of each other years apart. Issei understood where Isami's mannerisms had come from. They all watched the sunset in shared quiet. For a few days there would be peace. Lincoln took Isami's hand, and Linka held Issei's. Thus another day ended at the Hyodo residence. The Mega Clan remained strong and continued to welcome more allies. What would come next remained uncertain. Bored from settling Lincoln and Linka in, Issei decided to visit his mother at the laboratory to check on her reconstruction. He knocked and Valpat welcomed him, saying the work was 50% complete and inviting him in. Valpat explained that Veronica was not asleep but meditating and training mentally. He called out to announce Issei's arrival. Veronica greeted him with part of an arm attached to her torso. Issei noted the progress and offered encouragement. Veronica admitted it was still uncomfortable to move her head and arm but said she wanted to be able to fight. She would rest some more. Valpat said finding the remaining parts remained difficult and that he would continue the search. He also said he would go fetch the food Grafia had insisted on. They left the laboratory and walked into the lounge, where Raimu was reading a book. They shared a quiet, comfortable moment before moving on to their next tasks. Issei asked nervously and blushed beside the goddess of infinity dressed as a priestess. Raimu teased with a playful smile and told him that they would leave in 20 minutes and called him her little dragon. Issei began to protest about the short notice but fell silent when Raimu leaned in and pressed a brief, affectionate kiss that stopped his words. Half an hour later, on the way to the MLP dimension, the two boys arrived at that universe's academy. After confirming the girls could handle themselves, they had to leave Dash behind. They had tried to help, but they could not arrive in time and she was left gravely wounded. Issei and the others approached the girl who watched them calmly. Issei admitted that he had not expected them to abandon her. Dash replied with a serious tone that the others did not know what it felt like to fade away slowly. Issei replied that he understood the feeling, but he offered her a chance to live as an ally, asking if she still wanted to live. Her hand. Issei placed the fused piece into her palm. It sank in and she felt her energy return. Dash asked what it was, amazed to feel herself revived. Issei explained that he had revived her as a member of their clan and that she was now an ally. Dash thanked them and said she wanted to leave that place. Raimu pointed toward the empty universe and indicated the woman they were looking for. Issei agreed and promised Dash that when they returned home he would show her a place to settle. They then traveled to the empty DXD universe. In that empty universe, Nitori sat in a library. The inventor of devices had been forced out of her former town because one of her inventions had almost killed Remilia, one of the city's leaders. She felt betrayed and was waiting for the arrival of her new leader and the Uribus. Nitori muttered angrily about those who had turned on her and mused that she had wanted to leave her hometown for some time. Now it was time to wait for her new allies. Raimu arrived with Issei and Dash and apologized for being late. She introduced Issei as the leader of the Hyodo megaclan. Nitori greeted him politely and offered her assistance, hoping to be useful. Issei explained that Nitori would become an ally and take his final pawn from his second game, asking her if she accepted a new life as part of his team. Nitori agreed and smiled. When Issei gave her the piece, she expressed relief at finally being an ally and embraced him briefly in gratitude. Dash told Issei that it was time to return home. Issei told Raimu they should head back, and the four of them departed for the realm of Remilia and Aya. 1 week later, with the help of Valpat, Nitori had worked to finish Veronica's body, allowing Veronica to rejoin the team. Raimu had summoned everyone because she and Issei had a purpose in mind. Raimu quieted the room and announced that they were going to another DxD universe, where a faction meeting would begin in a few hours. Her plan was simple: travel to that universe, assist in watching over the meeting, and stop Revisen, who had previously attacked the meeting location at Ku Academy. Their objectives were to halt that attack and to gain another ally. Issei stated that they would stop the Cow's brigade or, if necessary, take the sacred gears from that universe. He already knew who would be suited to wield those sacred gears. He called for Remilia, Aya, Mabel, Kaneko, and Dash to come forward and stand in a line. He explained that they were the ones chosen to use the sacred gears. He then told everyone to prepare their powers, warning that a fierce battle was approaching. The Hyodo clan waited for Raimu's final instructions as the faction meeting in the second DxD arc was about to begin. Raimu asked if anyone had any questions. Lincoln raised his hand and asked what his doubt was. Issei responded calmly that Lincoln could speak. Lincoln asked whether it was true that there were several DxD arcs and why they had to go to this one. Valeria acknowledged that they already planned to steal the sacred gears and asked why they should interfere in a second arc, offering the suggestion on behalf of the Hakuryuka faction. Issei explained that, as Raimu had mentioned, the current Lucifer of that arc was Nero Lucifer Gremory, who had dreamed that the 5 users from their respective clans would cause a true apocalypse. Because of that, Nero had asked for their help. Raimu reminded everyone that they had to secure those sacred gears and asked Issei to repeat who would take which sacred gear, noting that they had 20 minutes left. Issei listed the assignments. He said that Remilia, the alternate version of Rias, would use the boosted gear of that arc. Remilia acknowledged this with a smile. Kaneko would have the dividing gear of Valley Lucifer, and Kaneko confirmed she could be counted on. Aya would take Virion of Sanji, and Aya responded with a cheerful smile. Mabel would take Fabium, which Azazel currently held. Mabel smiled warmly and agreed. Finally, Dash Rydum would obtain the crepuscule gear belonging to Asia in that arc. Dash affirmed the order. Linka expressed some embarrassment, questioning why another sacred gear of that type would not count for her. Issei pointed out that they needed the specific sacred gears necessary to prevent wars in other arcs or to defeat enemies their counterparts could not handle. Raimu added that they also needed Gasper, who was present, and signaled that it was time to depart. The group prepared and disappeared from that universe. In the DxD universe's second arc, the meeting was about to begin. All the leaders waited for Nero Lucifer's signal. He only smiled with calm serenity. Rias grew impatient and demanded to know what was happening, but her brother Issei's version told her to calm down. Azazel asked who they were waiting for. Nero replied that it would not be long, and a glow began to appear. The vulture symbol flared and everyone went on alert. As the light dimmed, thousands of female figures and 4 male figures became visible. When the brilliance receded fully, Issei from another reality stood beside his clan. The Gremory faction and the other leaders were stunned to see them aligned with Rias's pawn. Rias, furious and confused, demanded the meaning of this and protested that he could not be the one to help. Nero introduced the visitors as the Hyodo clan from another reality. The black-haired Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei from another arc and identified himself as the bearer of the dividing gear, leaving the faction speechless. Issei's counterpart accused him of being an imposter and questioned how Irina had followed him. Irina growled at the insult and told the counterpart not to shout at her boyfriend. The other Irina, the Archangel, warned not to interfere with Issei-kun. Rias declared that he could not be allowed to act, activating her power of destruction. Remilia reacted with equal force to protect the newcomer, surprising Rias. Ajuka stepped in to calm everyone, asserting that the two Isseis were identical in appearance and that the differences were circumstantial. He proposed organizing the meeting and beginning. Nero suggested that Issei handle the arrangements. Issei agreed and offered a clue: someone wanted their sacred gears. He called to Nitori to set up a protective barrier. Nitori approached the desk and activated a light that rose like a shield into the sky, confirming that the barrier was in place. Issei ordered Kaneko and Kuroka to take positions, asked Graphia to stand watch, and told the others to observe the leaders. Everyone acknowledged his command. Azazel then declared the meeting open. Those present noticed the tension in the room, especially from the presence of the heavenly dragons. Kiba, Yuka, Zenobia, Irina, their counterparts, Freed, and others had their swords summoned, and an aura glowed around several blades. The Citri entourage, including Sona, appeared frozen in place, while the Hyodo clan remained unaffected. Nero turned to the most powerful among them and asked for opinions on the meeting's objective, specifically addressing the bearers of the Red Emperor Dragon, the Hakuryuku, and the Corruption Gear Bearer. Valley admitted that he wanted to fight strong opponents, causing Azazel to chuckle. Others voiced their preference for peace. Issei calmly stated that he desired peace. Isami and Wendy echoed that preference. Valeria said she would think the same, although she mentioned her partner. Issei's counterpart, Board, asked what they were saying. Azazel pressed the question: did they prefer war or peace? Issei's counterpart shrugged and said peace would save him trouble. In an instant, the room shifted to a purple hue. For some reason, Kiba, Yuka, Zenobia, the Irinas, Zenovia's counterpart, Freed, and others had their swords summoned, each blade emitting a colored aura. Everyone in the Citri retinue was immobilized except the Hyodo clan. Issei asked if time had been stopped. Azazel observed that they had not been affected by their immense power, and Valle added that his group had been protected by their dragons while the others were shielded by their sacred swords. Someone wondered aloud why the dark-haired man's gear seemed to move, looking at him as his equipment and sacred gear remained in perfect condition. Nero complimented Issei's equipment and admired it. Issei responded calmly that they had never stopped training for long, so it was impossible for this to affect them. Everyone except Valle moved to the window and saw a strange magic circle appear in the sky. Hooded mages emerged from the circle and began attacking the troops that each faction leader had brought for perimeter security. Michael noted that those troops were frozen and unable to defend themselves. The soldiers had become static targets suspended in midair over the academy. The group also realized they could not leave because the academy was enclosed by a dome-shaped barrier. Michael asked what had caused time to stop, peering out the window as if the answer might lie beyond the building. Azazel suggested seriously that someone had forced the half-vampire's ability into Balance Breaker. Issei asked who this half-vampire was, admitting he had never heard of him. Nero explained that very few people had the ability to stop time and that it was most likely the half-vampire had fallen into the enemy's hands. Rias fumed that there was nothing more insulting than terrorists using a member of her retinue as a weapon, and Remilia rolled her eyes at her anger. Issei teased Rias with a smile. Nero warned gravely that they could not stay idle. If Gasper's power grew stronger, even they might be frozen. The dark-haired one felt both amused and irritated. He could nullify the servant's power, but doing so would reveal that he could perceive the enemy's plan in time and expose some of his combat tricks. Azazel insisted that they had to deal with the half-vampire, as fighting with those powers unleashed would be too dangerous, watching as their soldiers fell incapacitated. Valle offered brusquely to kill the terrorists and the half-vampire and asked if they wanted him to do it. Issei agreed with Valle's blunt solution, smiling in a way that irked the blue-green-haired leader, while Issei objected with displeasure. Azazel stated that killing was not a feasible option, reminding everyone that they were trying to negotiate peace. Vale declared he could not remain idle and wanted to go out. Azazel suggested provocatively that Vale go play with their friends outside, certain they would enjoy having the Hakuryuku as a companion for such games. Vale complied and manifested 4 sets of blue energy dragon wings. Issei warned against it, then used a freezing technique through Nitori to immobilize everyone. Nero pretended ignorance and asked what Hakuryuki was doing, while Issei announced that the Hyodo clan would stop this and ordered the women to act. They all departed and called for Kuroka. Outside, the others searched for a way to reverse time. They worked to return mobility to the frozen soldiers while freezing the remaining enemy mages and managed to dispel the magic circle that had been their gateway into the academy. After they achieved that, Gasper wavered and nearly fell backward, but Kuroka caught him in time. The Hyodo retinue engaged the attackers, and Akino directed lightning at the lingering magic sigil. The sigil reacted with cascades of electricity that swept through the enemy ranks in an anime-style flurry of light and power, neutralizing many mages who could not defend themselves. Vale asked what Azazel planned. Azazel took the chance to question Vale about recent developments. He said that Shemhaza, his vice-governor, had noticed the rebels of the 3 major factions uniting under the name Cow's Brigade. Cat Area expressed concern, noting that not many could control a group like that. Vale announced that their leader was none other than Uroboro's dragon, Ophis, and then freed himself and transformed into the White Emperor. Raimu reacted angrily, unable to believe it. Issei, still frozen in thought, asked aloud whether Ophis was a dragon. Vale explained that Ophis was the infinite dragon goddess, feared even by gods and the strongest of dragons. He added that although he was working with Ophis, neither of them sought to dominate the world. Some fools had come seeking power. Azazel observed that this explained a few things, such as Vale getting along too well with Cat Area, and then resumed a composed stance. Seraphal asked about the term Mao, confused. Cat Area asked what Azazel meant, serious and attentive. Vale introduced himself as Vale Lucifer and stated that he carried the blood of the original Lucifer. He explained that the grandson of the former demon king Lucifer was his father, who had married a human woman, making Vale a half-demon. Nero acknowledged this with a measured remark that he had not suspected it. Azazel added that although Vale carried the demon king's blood, his human side had allowed him to become the host of the vanishing dragon, and it was hard to believe someone like him existed. Vale proclaimed that the word miracle seemed made for him, and 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged on his back. Star reacted in shock at the sight of Vale's wings, and Michael expressed awe. Azazel declared that among all hosts of the vanishing dragon past, present, and future Vale was the strongest, though the Hyodo clan still wore confident smiles. Issei repeated that Vale was the strongest and countered by stating that he, Hakuryuki Isami, and Sekyuryuki were formidable. The idea of a duel between the 2 strongest hosts of the heavenly dragons was tempting. Vale called out to Issei Hyodo, remarking that destiny was a cruel matter. Issei asked what Vale meant, genuinely curious. Vale declared that with the power of a demon king and a dragon combined, he considered himself the most powerful of all. An opponent taunted that the other was merely a demon with the dividing gear, saying he was nothing, pitiful, and even a little laughable. The voice insisted that their sacred gears were fatal nemeses and that their abilities were as far apart as heaven and hell. The dark-haired man was visibly furious. Issei, avoiding the taunt, explained that now that the Cow's Brigade had been taken care of, he would reveal his intentions for this arc. Vale, distracted, asked what he meant. Issei, joined by Isami, Valeria, and Wendy, declared that they were the only heavenly dragons and revealed that they controlled the Juggernaut break. They rose toward the sky, and everyone fell silent, even Vale. Vale cursed and sprang at them, but Lincoln warned him not to be distracted and struck in a way that diverted his attention with a smile. At that moment, the others began to press their attack on the 2 leaders, Revisen, who Linka had cornered, and Ophis, who Raimu had restrained. Everyone stood in awe of the battle while Issei set his plan in motion and moved toward his counterpart, Issei activated immortal balance, removed the boosted gear from his person, and tossed it to Remilia. Remilia accepted the boosted gear, activated the gauntlet, and then used balance break to stabilize her power. Vale tried to protest, but the pawns kept striking and prevented him from speaking. Issei announced that he was coming for Vale, smiled, and activated immortal balance to vanish from sight. In the confusion, Issei managed to strip the dividing gear from Vale, ending his Hakuryuku state. Vale angrily accused the Hyodos, but Linka's purple dagger struck him, and he could only exclaim in disbelief at what had happened. Issei tossed an orb to Kaneko and told her it was time. Kaneko caught it, smiled, and activated Juggernaut Break. Issei instructed everyone to stop Vale, and the albino twins joined in to subdue him. Vale, stunned and humiliated, demanded how they could have taken his sacred gear. Issei watched the ongoing fights Raimu against Ophis, revisen contending with the bishops, and then told the non-combatant girls to bring the prisoners, including Gasper. They complied and brought everyone over. Issei explained that he had detained them all because he had been waiting for the Cows Brigade to act. The plan was to seize their sacred gears. They had already obtained 2 and needed 3 more. He intended to take Sanji's next. Azazel, still immobilized by Notori's device, accused Issei of madness and demanded to know what he planned to do with the captured fighters. Issei said they would bring a future of peace and called the current timeline corrupted. He claimed the sacred gears rightfully belonged to his followers. With a calm smile and another activation of immortal balance, he removed Sanji's orb and handed it to Aya, who took it and, as a former heir of the Citri house, declared the sacred gear hers and activated the Virian gear. Issei then moved to take Azazel's gear. Azazel denounced him as a traitor, but Issei handed the next orb to Mabel. Mabel activated the Fabium gear and used balance break to call forth protective armor around herself. Issei accused the others of corrupting the timeline and insisted that they were not traitors but agents of peace. He said he would retrieve the last sacred gear and leave with Gasper. With revisen and Ophis still locked in battle, Issei approached the version of Asia present, took the crepuscule gear, and gave it to Dash. After Dash absorbed it, Issei turned his attention back to Vale. Issei addressed Vale Lucifer, grandson of the original Lucifer, declaring that Vale had lost and that it was time for this to end. Vale raged at the Hyodos, but Issei delivered a decisive strike with his gauntlet hand. A dragon shot erupted, hitting Vale and shattering his form. The attack incapacitated him and neutralized his threat. Asserted that they would only stop those who disturbed the peace. Nitori and the others secured revisen and Ophis once more. Issei ordered all dragon users to recharge. He explained they would use Longitudmasha. The dragons gathered their power, chanting together as they formed the ultimate attack. Issei launched the supreme power toward Asia, the Eurybus and revisen. Ophis and revisen cursed them, denouncing Sekiryai, Hakuryuku, Fabium, and Virian and lamenting their fate as the onslaught unfolded. Their existence would be erased. Issei turned and looked at them with seriousness and declared that they were only a nuisance in the true and alternate arcs and that they would die. He called for Nitori, his inventor pawn. Nitori replied that the universe would end, produced a chrono device, smiled, and activated a shield that protected the Hyodo clan from Arc 1. Those who had been frozen understood that no one would save them, that universe was destroyed and they returned home. Remilia and Aya universe, Hyodo residents. After the battle everyone was exhausted. Gasper had taken the role of the bishopric and, with their new rewards, they were becoming ever more powerful. In a short time they would be renowned everywhere. Issei smiled and noted that the plan had ended as intended and that it was time to rest on the beach in his human world. Veronica called her son to eat. Issei helped Raimu to her feet and led her with a smile. The group breathed easier. It seemed that everything had ended again and they were closer than ever to being the best across the DXD universes. Now they only had to avoid the next threat. The Hyodo clan spent a peaceful day on the Mexican beach they had purchased, an area 3 kilometers on each side. Nitori had installed a prototype shield so they could be safe from simple enemies and the rain. Issei watched the young women play and told them he loved that he could travel dimension to dimension with Raimu. He embraced her. Raimu said she only wanted to see him happy like the others and gently kissed his cheek. Linka remarked that at least here they could cause some harmless trouble since it was their beach. Star said she enjoyed being in an environment full of peace. Out in space. In outer space, a massive ship hovered, as imposing as the alien armadas from old invasion films. The invaders had been thwarted the last time they attacked this planet by a simple computer virus, so they knew better than to act without caution. In the mothership, in a command chamber where alien soldiers operated the controls, the Queen of the Martians sat on her throne and asked how things were going. An alien soldier reported that a prototype shield had been detected over Mexico and showed the image of Nitori's barrier. The Queen asked about the shield's strength and learned that the shield's levels were very high, higher than their own. The Queen ordered ships sent to that location. They could not allow the shielded group to interfere with the conquest of Earth. They must be stopped. The fleet moved toward the Hyodo clan and the Queen laughed, certain it was time to invade Earth. The Hyodo clan enjoyed their day, but Issei, Raimu, and Nitori sensed danger above. Issei ordered Nitori to activate the level 2 shield for added protection, and she confirmed it was active. Raimu advised that no one else should get involved and that they should summon the pawns to coordinate the incoming arrival. Issei alerted the others that alien ships were approaching and asked Nitori to run a satellite scan to identify them. Nitori completed the scan and displayed the profile of the incoming vessels. Issei admitted he had seen something like this in a movie and had not expected it to happen for real. Ryanair asked for a suggestion. Issei said this was their first time facing such a force and it might be a counterattack, so he authorized everyone to promote to any piece they needed. Gasper declared that it was time for the Hyodo clan to defeat the Martians. Issei ordered no mercy and asked them to leave one captured ship for Nitori. Remilia said it was time to enter with her boosted gear and activated her gauntlet. Issei activated his dividing gear gauntlet. Others followed. Isami activated a gear, Wendy activated her corrupt gear, Mabel activated her Fabium gear, Aya primed her Virian gear, Dash engaged the Crepuscule gear, Linka matched that power, Valeria and Kaneko activated their dividing gear gauntlets. Holographic promotions for queens and the bishop queen emerged from the pawns. The promoted pieces prepared for battle and the queens smiled with determination. Issei ordered the attack. The servants, promoted pawns, and Issei launched themselves at the enemy ships that had entered Nitori's shield. Battle. The battle began in fast, cinematic bursts. The Hyodo forces struck with coordinated dragon shots, specialized powers, and Gasper's freezing abilities. Alien shields held for a moment, but the combined assault pushed through in sweeping, anime-style strikes. Enemy ships were disabled and destroyed without graphic detail. One enemy vessel was boarded and captured. In short order, the Hyodo clan had seized several ships. They reconfigured those vessels, marking them with their symbol, and set course for the mothership. Mothership's space. On the mothership, an officer reported that the humans had commandeered their ships and that the captured vessels were incoming. The Queen could not believe that humans were winning. Before she could react, the command room's door flew inward from an impact. Issei and his companions entered with their dragons and healers. Issei asked who led the fleet. The Queen identified herself as the ruler of the ship from the planet Klepper 398d and declared they had come to destroy Earth. Issei replied that would not happen, reminding her that the invaders had once been defeated by a computer virus but that this time the Hyodo clan would end their threat. The Queen mocked them skeptically, but the sounds of her own fleet being taken by the captured ships answered her. She raged that the humans could not be winning. Issei raised his gauntlet and proclaimed that they were the Hyodo clan. Wendy activated a supreme protocol called Balance Corrosion and announced that the alien queen of Klepper 398d was finished under their assault. The clash continued as the Hyodo forces pressed their advantage with precise, energetic strikes and strategic control of the commandeered fleet. The red-haired queen funneled her power into the ship and cursed her enemies. She watched as Dash and Linka unleashed a combined counterattack that shifted from healing to offensive force. Linka warned that no one should move or they would be in danger. Dash complained that the invaders had ruined their fun at the beach in Cancun and vowed this time they would finish the threat, calling on the dragon users to join the assault. While the queen struggled against a corrosive energy spreading through space, the wielders of the sacred dragon gear closed in to end her campaign. Issei observed that this was the end for the Martian queen. The queen sighed that they had lost to this planet again. The dragons prepared a coordinated final strike. Their combined supreme attack overwhelmed the queen and several of her ships were destroyed. The queen shouted her hatred for the Hyodo clan as her forces collapsed. Issei ordered the team to continue, and together they disabled the mothership. After sweeping away the remaining vessels, they returned home with the recovered ships. Hyodo residence, Chamizal District, State of Mexico, human world later. After the victory over the invasion, Nidori carried the captured ships to her workshop to study them and modify them for multiple uses. Issei praised the team and suggested they get some rest. Raimu, however, insisted that they needed to go fetch a powerful ally. Issei grumbled but then bolted off at full speed. Raimu scolded him and hurried after her king. Meru wondered aloud who their new ally would be. Fried declared that if the newcomer was powerful, she should join their cause, flashing his usual manic smile. Ryanair noted Fried's ever-present nervous grin. Ravel reminded everyone that, after all, they were family. Calawarner agreed as they all turned to watch Issei sprint away from a very angry Raimu. Veronica and Izumi exchanged amused looks. Issei, called back by his mother, asked what it was about and found himself the target of a playful pastry ambush. Lincoln blamed Dash, who protested and pointed out that others, including Mabel, Gasper, and Aya, had helped. Aya and Mabel voiced their displeasure in turn. Gasper apologized for his oversight. Issei, exasperated, teased them that they were nothing but a bunch of kids and produced more pastries with Valeria and Remilia. Valeria and Remilia playfully declared they would make him pay and charged off toward the group. Laughter and a comedic chase followed as Issei and his partners sought light-hearted revenge. 3 months passed. Raima had checked on the Naruto multiverse during the 4th Great Ninja War arc. Everything was progressing as expected across both the normal and alternate storylines. They had made their home in the human city of Cowd 3 months ago and had spent that time training and settling in. After all the preparation, the multiversal team gathered to move forward. Issei admired the sandwich he had prepared, smiling at his small masterpiece. Raimu greeted him sweetly and called him her little dragon, and he returned the affection, calling her his infinite dragon. Raimu hugged her boyfriend. Issei then described what everyone else was up to. Nidori and Valpat were busy in their workshops and offices, the twins were still squabbling, the girls were gossiping about their recent looks, the knights continued practicing moves, Gasper was playing his usual role, and their mothers were sharing neighborhood news. Raimu reminded Issei that in 2 days they would enter a Naruto multiverse arc to bring Kaguya into their alliance. Issei replied that he knew and that she did not need to remind him every few hours. He admitted he was losing sleep over it. Raimu accepted that and left to attend to preparations. 2 days later, the team was ready to travel. Raimu told Issei, Star, and Nidori that they would arrive at the beginning of the fight between Naruto and Sasuke against Kaguya. Nidori asked whether they would fight alongside them or try to stop the battle. The blue-haired girl asked while carrying her usual large green backpack if they should act before the Tsukuyumi Infinite worsened. Issei remembered the chapter where the two of them had fought, said it happened before going to DxD, smiled, and the group began to disappear. In the Naruto universe, at the start of the battle, Kaguya floated in the air while Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke watched the moon goddess. Raimu and the others appeared out of her senses, standing far from the white-skinned woman. Sensun told the long-haired woman that she was mistaken. Those were Naruto and Sasuke, reincarnations of her sons, and now they were her enemies. Kaguya acknowledged the report and wondered what she should do next. Naruto wondered aloud who the newcomers were. Sasuke observed that their chakra levels were very high and questioned their identities. Sensun, alarmed, demanded to know who the powerful strangers were. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei, leader of the Hyodo clan, and identified Raimu, Star, and Nidori as his servants. Kaguya sensed a power greater than the reincarnations of her sons and noted that these powers were beyond her own. Nitori urgently told the four to stay back and activated a holographic tower, but it disappeared almost immediately. Issei explained that it was over and activated his dividing gear gauntlet. Star switched to a horse-like mode and vanished from sight. Raimu began forming powerful tailed beast bomb. Sensuen exclaimed that it was impossible and that they were immensely powerful, then warned the mother to be careful, but the warning was futile as the team attacked rapidly from all directions. Kagaya admitted she could not track them, they were faster than she expected. Naruto noted that they were skilled and giving Kagaya a fierce challenge. Sakura admired that their strength exceeded hers. Sasuke found it impressive and wondered how they had obtained such powers. Kakashi suggested that their speed could be the reason they had come for Kagaya. Issei used his dividing ability to weaken the woman and then activated Balance Immortelle, which forced Sensuen out of her. Sensen cursed them as the woman fell slowly to the ground, and Raimu supported her as she slipped into unconsciousness. Issei explained that he had used a balance technique allowing him to be effectively immortal for a few minutes, smiled, and fired a dragon shot at Sensuen. The entity vanished. Naruto praised the display and asked how they had learned such techniques. Nitori explained that they had trained in a special dimension. Issei greeted the others politely. Kakashi remarked on Issei's power and the impression that he could control a bijou. Issei affirmed his abilities and said it was time to leave with their prize. Sasuke asked what they intended to do with her. Issei declared that they would become the most powerful clan of all, and then the group vanished from that reality. Back in the human world at the Hyodo residence, a few hours had passed since their return. Raimu had used a power to make Kagaya appear more normal. She remained asleep, and Issei placed the alfilrina piece beside her. He watched her rest and felt the afternoon slip into boredom. A knock came at the door, and when he opened it, Linka stood there. Linka, embarrassed, said she had something to tell him. Issei asked what she wanted. Kagaya woke and asked what had happened, noticing the two practicing nearby. Issei greeted Kagaya warmly and expressed relief that she had awakened. Linka introduced herself as a servant of her master. Issei introduced himself as Issei, Lord and King of the Hyodo clan. Kagaya returned the greeting, saying her name and offering to tell her story to them. Issei invited everyone to listen, helped Kagaya to her feet, and they went to the living room together. That evening closed like any other day in the house, with the group settling in to learn what the future would bring. A week passed. Raimu, Nitori, Star, and Issei had brought Kagaya a new body to help her appear normal as the new alfilrina. She had learned much and gone through the customary trials that everyone endured. Even Linka had completed hers. Now the group prepared to recruit another ally and to interfere with Azazel's plans by traveling to the Marvel multiverse to seek out Tony Starr as a potential ally and knight. Issei read from a book and asked if they would go for him, and the others displayed an image of Iron Man. Raimu said that this was a universe where he was good and honorable, one of the few who fit that description. Linka asked if she would accompany their master. Issei replied that Linka, Kagaya, Star, Remilia, Kaneko, Raimu, and Wendy would go. Star confirmed the plan and reminded the group that they also had to stop Azazel. Raimu encouraged them to move forward together, and they smiled in agreement. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man fought Red Skull and seemed close to defeat. Red Skull declared Iron Man lost, but a purple dagger interrupted him. The weapon surprised him as Linka appeared wearing her crepuscule gear gauntlet, and the rest of the group arrived soon after. Kaneko used her gauntlet to weaken Red Skull and expressed relief that they had not lost him. Albedo cautioned her not to become overconfident. Red Skull, battered and exhausted, demanded to know who they were. Issei stepped forward, declared himself Hyodo Issei, and announced that they represented the most powerful clan in the multiverse. Linka healed Tony and checked that he was all right. Tony thanked them for their help and that of their friends. Star switched to Bishop mode and briefly vanished, returning to strike Red Skull with swift coordinated attacks. Kagaya activated Queen mode and synchronized with Star to deliver a combined assault. Tony watched in amazement as they worked together. After leaving Red Skull incapacitated, Issei approached Tony and offered him a place in their clan, praising his demonstrated potential and courage and inviting him to fight with the Hyodo clan. Tony considered their offer and wondered whether such powers would make them more than a powerful clan. Issei asked whether Tony wanted recognition here or only back where they came from, and then seriously removed the knight piece from the board. Tony accepted eagerly, saying he wanted more of those luxuries and admiring the gauntlets. Issei placed the piece in Tony's hand and welcomed him to the Hyodo clan, and the piece fitted itself into Tony's arc reactor. Issei then motioned that they were leaving and told Tony they needed to hurry to stop a cardea of Grigori. Tony shifted back into his unarmored form. Back in the DXD universe, in the Remilia and Aya dimension, Issei returned with Iron Man and explained the function of the piece. Raimu then gathered them all and insisted they go together to stop Azazel. Tony asked if he could deliver the opening strike, and Issei agreed that Tony would start the attack. They disappeared to confront the threat. Azazel attacked Ku Academy. Rias Gremory and Sona Citri rallied their clans and moved to stop him. In this universe there were no versions of Issei, Vale, or Sanji, so Rias and Sona waited for reinforcements, though Azazel's wild expression unnerved them. Rias demanded whether Azazel planned to call his brothers, and she stated firmly that just because he was strong did not mean he could win easily. Sona declared that they would be the ones to defeat him. Then a blue bolt struck Azazel directly, and dozens of girls and a few boys rushed forward to attack. Nidori urged everyone not to let Azazel strike the heirs of Citri and Gremory. Remilia said she would not allow her version to be killed and activated her Bast gear. Aya declared that she would protect her clan and activated Virian gear. Issei ordered everyone not to let Azazel get away. They had to stop him. Tsubaki, amazed, pointed out that a massive coalition clan was attacking the cardea of Grigori and that what surprised her most was the number of fighters identical to them, including renegades. Rias asked who led such a clan. Isami activated Bast gear and shifted into the Juggernaut break mode. Sona observed that some sacred gears once belonged to others and were now in different hands. Rias noted with awe that some of the moves came with coordinated formations and promotions. Azazel, though battered, could not understand how a single clan could hold him back. Wendy activated her balance ability, corrosion, and struck Azazel, causing him to cry out in pain. Kuroka stepped forward and delivered a swift, decisive finishing move that ended the threat. She then reflected aloud on the strange satisfaction of defeating a powerful enemy, and the fight came to a close. Issei announced another victory for the Hyodo clan, and the young men embraced in celebration. Rias thanked Hyodo for stopping the madman and noted the enormous team he had brought. Issei shrugged and apologized, explaining that he could not do more. These versions matched those from his origin universe, and he feared many of them might not survive much longer, though he hoped they could live a little longer. Rias lowered her gaze and admitted that not every universe was more powerful, but Issei had managed to bring one of their versions to their side. Sona, standing with her entourage, acknowledged that although they were similar to the versions from his original world, they were still different. She affirmed that they had to accept the fate laid before them and fight to the end, a determination that reminded her of her former mistress from a lost world. Issei agreed, but he questioned whether they could manage on their own. The Hyodo leader asked again. Rias responded that they did not know for sure, but it was possible they would not return, and they wanted something settled before anyone left. Sona requested that Tsubaki and Asia from that universe be cared for. Issei agreed that the request was fair and added that Asia should be called Lori to avoid confusion. Rias turned to her bishop and quietly told Asia that it was time to keep living. Without his help she would not be with them now. Rias declared that Asia would henceforth be called Lori and would join the new clan as a pawn in the third game. Lori acknowledged the decision and promised the boss that she would do her best for the team. Sona then looked to her queen and named Tsubaki as her loyal sovereign, but warned that, as had been said, Tsubaki might die when the factions met. To protect her, Sona assigned Tsubaki to the Hyodo clan so Issei could train her and make her powerful. Tsubaki accepted the transfer with honor and pride, seeing it as a new beginning in her life as a servant of the large clan. Issei announced that it was time to depart and said goodbye to the heirs of the Citri and Gremory houses as they began to disappear from that universe. Ria stated that they must prepare for the final challenge, and Sona agreed that at least those new allies should remain standing. They returned home. In the DXD universe, in Remilia and Aya's dimension, the group arrived home exhausted. Some conversed while others slept. Tony and Nitori decided to ally to refine their technology. Star recalled that her former friends had prevented the invasion of the Butterfly Castle and felt it was time to repay the debt for being saved. Star asked Issei if they could go to her universe to stop the invasion of Butterfly Castle and prevent her parents from being harmed. Issei agreed immediately and promised to travel there. Star requested that it happen within a week, since the outcome was uncertain. Issei accepted the timeline and, in a reassuring tone, told her not to worry about her parents. Star expressed gratitude and tried to calm herself for the coming day. Issei then said they should rest after the hard-fought battle and called Tony, Tsubaki, and Lori to undergo their trial. Their companions reacted with a mix of encouragement and playful dread. Tony wondered aloud how bad the trial could be. Lori felt a strange sense of déjà vu but tried not to assume the worst. Tsubaki hoped it would not harden them into cold, serious people. Half a week later, the 3 new members had completed their trial. They had become formidable and intimidating to their enemies while remaining gentle toward their comrades and kind to innocent people. With only 2 days left until they would travel to Star's universe to stop the Butterfly Castle invasion, preparations continued. Lori playfully tugged Issei's cheeks, prompting him to complain that she need not be so rough and to blame Sona for the situation. Tony observed that he now understood why the others had been so serious during the attack on the Red Skull. Tsubaki rebuked Issei for his cruelty. Nitori defended Issei by noting that the situation involving Asia had been worse, so he had been lenient. With 2 days remaining until the conflict between their clan and the beings began, Issei, momentarily interrupted by Linka, reminded everyone to prepare. Lincoln mischievously suggested provoking Issei, and Rainhair reminded the group of the last time they had made him angry. Kira admitted they had underestimated him and preferred to avoid repeating that mistake. Megu asked if there was anything else they could do besides anger Issei. Rin and Run admitted they had no plans. Kalawarner asked what they should do. Remilia proposed a game of breaking armor with their balance, and several others showed excitement at the idea. Grayfia warned everyone to run for their lives, and some prepared themselves. Issei counted to 3 and the group launched into their rough-and-tumble game, teasing and playfully trying to break one another's armor. 2 days later, the day to travel to Star's universe and prevent the fall of Butterfly Castle arrived. Raima declared that they were idiots and the preparations continued. The Eurobus exclaimed that they would have to diminish their powers. Nearly half of the universal multiverse felt the effects of their games. The bishops scolded them, and a woman indicated that it was better to prepare. Issei, with several bumps on his head, rubbed his head and indicated that it was time to go. Wendy noted that the woman could be rash if angered. Remilia suggested they be quiet and travel to Star's universe, and everyone agreed. Raimu warned them to brace themselves because the journey would be murky, and they all vanished. In Butterfly Castle, in the Star universe, Star's parents sat grieving. They had believed their daughter dead after she tried to escape. Her friends had sacrificed themselves to prevent the beings of Muni from attacking the castle. As they mourned, a strange symbol appeared and several figures materialized, mostly women of different ages and a few men. When the glow subsided, they were shocked to see their daughter alive. Star ran forward to embrace them, overcome with relief. Star expressed to her parents how relieved she was that the dragons were safe. Star's mothers replied that they had thought she was dead and asked who these newcomers were, noting that their magic levels were very high. Star guided her parents toward her savior and introduced them to the leader of the clan. Issei observed that the Butterfly Castle resembled the Gremory and Phoenix castles, and he noticed the likeness between his servant and Star as he approached. He introduced himself to the royal couple as Hyodo Issei, leader of the Hyodo clan, and greeted them calmly. Star's mother thanked him for saving their daughter and asked what they truly were. Issei explained that they were dragons in a sense, but also hybrids, some part demon and dragon and human, and even archangel or fallen angel among them. Star's father asked what relationship existed between Issei and the women and boys at his side. Issei explained that they were his servants, each aligned with a chess piece. His role was the king. The other pieces each had their functions, and some pieces could be fused, as in Star's case, allowing her to serve as bishop or knight. When Star's mother asked why they had come from so far away, Issei said that Star wanted to repay the debt of being saved from the invasion of her castle and kingdom. Star's father worried about whether these allies could stand against an enormous army. Star insisted that they could destroy their enemies without hesitation and that they would show ruthless determination on the battlefield. She asked her parents to allow them to prevent the fall of Butterfly Castle and the kingdom of Muni. Star's mother expressed concern that Star could not fight alongside such warriors. Star replied that she could hold her own. She had trained for more than 1,000 years with them. Her parents were stunned. When her father asked how she remained young after so long, Star explained that her royal and dragon blood kept her youthful. Seeing that this was the only help available in Muni, Star's mother said they had no choice but to accept the clan's aid, and she gave permission for Star to join the battle, adding that after the war Star would have to return home. Star refused to promise to stay, explaining that she belonged to the Mega Hyodo clan and considered it a second family. She said she could not separate from a clan dedicated to saving the entire multiverse. Star's father then declared that if she would not stay afterward, she would not participate in the war. Star activated her bishop mode, rendered both parents unconscious to prevent further interference, and made it clear that they would not be allowed to stop her from fighting. Issei acknowledged that her action had been drastic but emphasized that they needed to prepare. Everyone went about their preparations. Later in the castle, only the Hyodo clan could fully rely on their powers and sacred gears. Nitori and Tony had joined technologies to erect a massive shield around Butterfly Castle, and Star led the bishop's watch so they were ready for another assault from beings determined to see the castle fall. Issei reviewed the documents and confirmed that preparations were in order. Ryanair stood by waiting to report. Issei, serious with his queens at his side, asked what she had to report. Ryanair informed him that the evil army was approaching the southwest of Muni and asked what to do. Issei ordered a reassessment of all cardinal points, suspecting a feint. Ryanair acknowledged the order and departed. Issei's mother, Izumi, asked aloud whether the forces were indeed heading for the southwest of the castle, and Veronica asked what Issei planned to do. Issei replied that he had no fixed plan. He believed it was an enemy strategy. Relying on patterns he called the gamer rating, he suspected the southwest threat might be a diversion and that the true army would strike from the north. Grafia reacted with surprise at the possibility that they had been looking at an invisible army the whole time. Issei reminded everyone that he had ordered a close watch and that, if they failed, Tony would have to find them. Veronica, the mother, admitted that his strategy was not bad. Tony entered and reported that he had found the army. They were coming from the north of Muni and everything was ready. Issei asked how long they would take to reach the castle. Tony, in his Iron Man armor, estimated about 3 days and urged them to remain on alert. Issei ordered that everyone be notified of the approaching army. Tony acknowledged and left. Issei said they had to prepare, and the others agreed. In the royal chambers, Star stood over her parents as they rested. She had not intended to seriously harm them, only to prove she could be strong, but a scuffle had left them waking and rubbing the spot where they'd been struck. Her mother asked what had happened while rubbing her jaw. Star answered coldly that she had struck them both. Her father, serious and troubled by her anger, asked why she could not fight at their level. Star explained that the castle was ready but that no parent could stop a dragon defending its territory. Her mother warned that they might be unable to face such a large army. Star, fierce and resolute, reminded them that dragons protected their young and partners and were especially protective of their territory, and she asked whether they would rather return and let the castle fall or stand and fight. Her mother sighed and agreed that Star would fight beside her clan, though she worried about what would come after. Star thanked her mother and instructed them to stay inside because the war was near. They heard a knock at the door. Tony called from outside to inform Star that the army of beings would arrive in 3 days. Star acknowledged the report and asked whether dinner was ready. Tony suggested he go to the main hall to make sure arrangements were in order and then left. Her father asked if they could eat now. Star softened and agreed, and they left the room for the meal. In the main hall the entire clan had gathered. Star's parents sat at a separate table, accompanied by Star. Issei sat close to his partners while others played with a relaxed energy. The clan noted that Issei was favored by several of his companions. 6 of his 12 partners, especially those who bore the dragon gauntlets, stayed close to him. Star's father asked why they clung so close to him. Star explained that Issei was a dragon and naturally attracted many, regardless of race. Dragon partners tended to cluster near the dragon male, and males were often protective of their partners and young. Her mother remained skeptical. To demonstrate, Star pointed out how the group bickered playfully over a piece of chicken. The others argued and pushed each other in a light-hearted way until Tony intervened and took the food. Issei grinned, claiming victory as the quarrel dissolved into laughter. Issei then addressed everyone with a sober tone. He reminded them that in 3 days a vast army would approach the castle, and they must be resolute and unwavering in defense. He urged the Hyodo clan to give their all. The clan affirmed their readiness. On the day of the battle, the Hyodo clan waited patiently for the Dark Army to reach Butterfly Castle. High in the sky, Raimu watched their slow but steady approach. At the entrance of the protective shield, Issei took the lead. The defenders announced their formations and transformations. The pawns called for tower promotion and holographic towers rose, leaving Star's parents astonished. Kagaya assumed queen mode. Gasper took tower mode. Tsubaki shifted to queen promotion. Star took knight mode. Nidori manifested a dragon-like armor. Tony took his Iron Man armor. Issei activated his dividing gear. Isami, Remilia, Wendy, Valeria, Kaneko, Aya, Mabel, Dash, Linka, and Lori activated their respective gears and gauntlets in turn, each powering up with determination. Issei asked if they were ready. The clan answered that they had never been more prepared. Nearby, the massive dark army drew close and the enemy leader sneered at the sight of the modest allied force before Butterfly Castle. The enemy leader mocked that the castle had few allies and called it an easy target, then stepped forward to demand who would fight for the castle. Issei stepped forward and declared that they would protect Butterfly Castle. The enemy leader boasted that millions stood behind him and offered them a chance to surrender. Issei refused, asserting that although they were few, they would not yield and would keep the castle standing as Hyodo Issei. The enemy leader drew his weapon and ordered the attack. The battlefield erupted into a sweeping, fast-paced clash. The Hyodo clan met the assault with coordinated strikes and spinning maneuvers, their transformed gears and armors flaring in stylized, anime-like bursts of light. The defenders moved with precision and teamwork, countering the enemy's waves and holding the line to protect the castle. The clash continued, each side surging and retreating in a high-energy struggle that tested resolve and unity. Thus a war began between the malicious beings and the Hyodo clan. The foot soldiers used their powers and gave everything they had, driving back countless enemy troops. The dragon users unleashed their draconic gifts at full force, and the enemy ranks broke apart before them. The opposing leader stood in stunned disbelief as his forces fell back under the assault of a group of young warriors. The Hyodo clan fought to keep Butterfly Castle standing, and the parents who watched could only observe as Star's clan pushed the battle toward victory. Akino summoned thunder and struck down multiple foes in a flash of light. Graphia and the queens Izumi and Yubaluna fought with coordinated precision. The swordsmen moved like a single blade, forcing the malignant creatures into retreat. Pawns and bishops held the lines, while the rooks and their allies launched reinforcements. Ships salvaged from the conflict with the Martian queen swept into the fray and overwhelmed the enemy. Issei and his familiar fought at the forefront, and soon only a few enemies remained, waving white flags to signal the end of the conflict. After the beings were defeated, they were surrounded by the Hyodo clan. The enemy leader surrendered, surrounded by the clan's boys and girls. Approached with his gauntlet, standing with the dragon users before the defeated leader. Issei declared that the leader of the evil beings had been broken and asked if he had any final words. The leader spat a curse and promised retribution, but Issei announced that they were ready to activate Masha's length. The dragon users chanted in unison, and a tremendous, radiant strike washed over the leader and his remaining soldiers, ending their threat without graphic detail. The leader yelled that they would all pay, then vanished before the Hyodo clan. Issei proclaimed another victory for the Hyodo clan, and everyone began to celebrate. Fireworks rose above Butterfly Castle to mark the triumph. Soon the kingdom of Muni filled with people celebrating the fall of the malignant army. Issei and his companions were honored by the realm for their role in defeating the invaders, and a fragile peace settled over the land. In Butterfly Castle, Star's parents celebrated their daughter's success. The heavy door opened to reveal Star, who embraced her mother and father. Star told them they had won the war and that she had known they could prevail. Her mother admitted she regretted doubting them and praised their strength. Her father asked when they might return home. Star said a return in about 2 weeks was likely and mentioned she was thinking of a way for the castle's people to live safely in their universe. The victory brought a sense of reassurance, though the clan knew further challenges would come. A week passed since the battle. Raima felt a deep concern about alternate, darker versions of herself, her master, and her companions. From a magic circle she saw the devastation those dark versions had wrought, and she called them dark. She summoned those who would stand against them. Raimu told the gathered group that they had to stop their dark counterparts from the DXD universe, because those versions were destroying that world. They needed to remove the sacred gear the dark versions possessed, and Raimu planned to go with them. Izumi asked if those dark versions were the reason the universe harbored hatred. Remilia said that the situation could not be good. Aya noted that they had nothing to lose. Lori insisted there was no other option. Raimu warned that entering the other universe would expose them to attack from the dark version's mercenaries. Issei responded that if it was necessary to stop them, they had to act. With the group assembled, Raimu led their departure, and they slipped out of that reality. In the DXD universe, the heroes appeared before terrified humans who felt brief relief at their arrival. The visitors were met by the people of Ku, who explained that their dark, crazed versions had nearly destroyed the world. Issei offered an apology for the harm that had occurred, and a local citizen expressed hope and support for the defenders. Raimu activated a protective yin-yang shield as they prepared for confrontation. Then the dark versions. Dark Issei's wild figure appeared with a twisted grin, Dark Izumi mocked them, and Dark Rias declared that they would not be able to defeat her. The dark versions radiated a threatening energy and activated destructive powers in an intense, anime-style clash. Aya questioned whether this was truly what the dark versions desired. Both sides steadied themselves as the fight began, their abilities flaring in spectacular bursts of light and motion rather than graphic harm. The battle that followed resembled an epic animated skirmish, full of dramatic maneuvers and powerful exchanges, as the defenders sought to stop the dark copies and restore peace to the shattered world. They smiled and activated their gauntlets, and the battle between them and their dark versions began. It was unclear who would be the definitive winners, but Issei and his servants held a clear advantage. Just as the clash seemed to be ending, Dark Issei snarled that they were lucky to have their sacred gear and promised they would meet again, then vanished from sight. Asia, still regaining composure, noted that it was certain they would have to fight again soon, a calm concern showing the Archangel's worry. Raimu observed that they should have brought Nitori to create a shield. Issei replied that he had brought one and activated Nitori's shield to protect the group. Lori praised Issei for the quick thinking. Izumi, Issei's mother, said she feared things were getting ugly and that they could not predict what their dark counterparts might be planning. Raimu agreed that nothing could be taken lightly and urged vigilance. Issei was suddenly pulled by a rope and cursed as he was yanked away from where his clan stood. Aya smiled and decided it was time to confront the dark versions. She led her team forward to face them. Dark Sona taunted that they had decided to fight and activated spheres of water. Dark Rias grinned and activated her power of destruction. Asia, composed, indicated it was time to begin, her hands glowing with a purple light. Lori readied her crepuscule gear gauntlet. Dark Ophis mocked that Issei's copy would be the one to face them. Raimu observed that although the copies were real, the dark versions also possessed the sacred gear of their former servants, So conventional tactics might not work, she prepared explosive seals. Remilia activated her Bast gear gauntlet and, with a confident smile, prepared to finish the confrontation. Aya, seeing the dark Remilia as a mere existence in the multiverse, had no intention of holding back and activated a black gauntlet of her own. The dark forces charged, and the girls responded in kind, each committing to the fight. While the skirmishes erupted across the grounds, Issei found himself alone in a patio of what had once been Ku Academy. He faced the crazed dark version of himself, who stood with a Bast gear of his own. Issei realized he would need to use his juggernaut break to overcome this fanatic. Issei accused Dark Issei of planning to separate him from his friends in order to fight one-on-one. Dark Issei confirmed the plan, gloating about the power he would gain by taking Issei's sacred gear. Issei resolved that if he defeated this version, he would put the sacred gear to good use in one of his servants. It suited Tony or Nitori, he thought. Issei then activated his dividing gear, preparing himself for a decisive clash. Back on the battlefield, the girls fought fiercely. Izumi and her dark counterpart locked eyes, each filled with a challenging intensity. Izumi believed she had found the key to defeating her dark version. Without warning, dark Izumi lunged, but Izumi dodged and separated them with a single deft move. Smiling, Izumi told her rival that she had discovered something interesting. Dark Izumi scoffed and asked what it was, jeering that she had no time for games. Izumi explained that the dividing gear made it possible to grant power in a specific way. If the other wanted power, she could give it to her. Dark Izumi reacted like a madwoman, craving power. Izumi activated Crimson Queen and pushed a controlled surge of her force toward the dark version. Dark Izumi absorbed the energy, but it overloaded her. She swelled with unstable power until she ruptured into a burst of bright energy and vanished, leaving no gore, only a shimmering dispersal of light. Izumi smiled, declaring that this dark version was finished. The other girls, watching the phenomenon, exchanged relieved looks. Raima called to her master that they now knew how to stop the dark copies and urged him to secure the sacred gear. She then switched her own form to a darker mode for the confrontation and aimed a concentrated strike at Dark Ophis. Dark Ophis had also lusted for power and began to overcharge as she absorbed the attack. The energy proved too much. She swelled and burst in a non-graphic, spectacular release of light and vanished. Raimu noted that one more threat had been neutralized and congratulated Izumi with a fist bump. Izumi commented that the danger of madness was the desire for more power than one could handle. Lori activated her twilight armor and unleashed her own power at her dark counterpart. The impact overloaded that copy in a disturbing but non-graphic way. She collapsed and dissolved into a cascade of harmless light. Lori breathed a sigh and admitted she might have overdone it. Aya deployed orbs of power toward Dark Sona. The dark version seized the orbs and attempted to absorb them, becoming saturated and then bursting into a bloom of energy that dissipated without injury. Aya then turned her attention to Remilia's counterpart and announced that only one dark remained in their area. Remilia stepped forward to use her power of destruction and targeted her dark self. The force struck the copy and began to consume it. The imitation could not sustain the transfer and collapsed in a brilliant, non-graphic explosion of light. Remilia said she could not bear the sight of another like her and suggested they wait for their master Issei to return. Meanwhile, Issei and Dark Issei clashed in the courtyard. After hearing what Issei planned, his dark self swore to obtain power and insisted that the sacred gear would be his. Issei, steady and determined, vanished briefly with the effect of his balance immortale technique and emerged having seized the gauntlet from the dark version. Dark Issei cursed that he would claim power no matter what. The battlefield quieted as the dust settled and the remaining dark copies dissolved into residual energy. The group gathered around where Issei had returned, each breathing heavily but resolute, ready for whatever would come next. Issei erupted in anger as he faced the dark figure. He told Bast that enough was enough and that with this power it might explode just by absorbing it. He smiled, then disappeared and reappeared behind the dark figure, declaring a transfer of power. The dark being received the gift of energy, and a sudden surge wiped away the shadowy versions in a bright, non-graphic burst that scattered them like embers. Afterward, Issei announced that it was time to go to his companions and his mother, and he vanished. Back with his clan and the mercenaries, the blackened ally was received and presented as a prize, the boosted gear taken from that dark version. After a few moments of negotiation, it was time to return home. Issei instructed the mercenaries that it was time for them to go on their way and live their lives, while his retinue remained. One of the mercenaries asked that the clan take in the young girls and infants who had been orphaned by a devastating attack. Izumi agreed to bring them along, and the girls and babies stood beside the clan as arrangements were made. Raimu wished them well, and then the group disappeared from that universe. At Butterfly Castle, in the Star vs. the Forces of Evil universe, Issei and his comrades recounted the events from the varied DxD universe to the rest of the clan. The children of that realm played with the clan's younger members while the babies slept peacefully in cradles under the care of the maid Graphia. Issei breathed, relieved that the girls from that universe could now grow up safely at home. Star praised him, joking that he was the king who saved universes. Issei asked where Tony was, and Star answered that he was playing with the children. Issei said that once Tony finished, he could come, and Issei planned to grant a sacred gear from that universe called Irudii. Star accepted the gift with enthusiasm. The clan basked in a brief, proud moment, convinced they were among the most powerful in the multiverse. Despite the celebration, more allies were still needed. An alliance between a priestess and a capital sin seemed necessary to complete the horses and to fuse the new pieces. The group idly watched a soap opera to pass the time. Some found it ridiculous, while others tried to find amusement in simple distractions. The trivial conversation was interrupted when Raimu warned that they needed to travel to the Nanatsu no Taizai universe to recruit several allies. Raimu also sensed that the capital of the 7 deadly sins might betray them. Issei ordered preparations, and the group departed for Nanatsu no Taizai. In that universe, the 7 deadly sins had just defeated Henrison, celebrating with Elizabeth for the victory. Melodius turned toward Diana and Elizabeth in fury and accused Elizabeth of being responsible for a tragic death, threatening further violence. Diana immediately stepped between them, supported by her sisters and the loyal knight Veronica. Veronica declared she would not allow Elizabeth to be harmed. Diana reiterated that she would not permit any harm to come to Elizabeth. Melodius advanced to attack, but the strike was blocked by the flash of a sword Durandal. Zenobia stepped forward and declared herself Zenobia Quarta, knight of the Hyodo clan, and announced she had come to protect Elizabeth on behalf of Hyodo Issei. More members of the Hyodo contingent emerged, and Ryanair called on everyone to recognize Hyodo Issei as their king. The newcomers knelt in deference. Issei stated that by the orders of his bishop and himself, they would take custody of the 7 deadly sins and hold accountable the one who had betrayed them. Melodius protested, questioning whether they intended to stop him for disobeying an order, while the other 4 sins looked on. Raimu responded that the sins had already lost their claim and that it was now time for them to join the megaclan Hyodo. Issei approached King Baltra of Britannia to apologize for the betrayal inflicted by one of the sins. Baltra expressed understanding and recognition for Issei's efforts as a hero of the multiverse, granting permission for them to train the new allies and to have them fight alongside the clan to safeguard more universes. Margaret asked what this meant and why Baltra was involved. Baltra explained that he had once sensed such an event and that a Hyodo priestess had warned him. He had waited for the day they would arrive with permission, then they would travel to his world and learn more than they currently knew. Veronica asked if they were destined to remain with the Hyodo group. Baltra confirmed the arrangement and asked Diana to take special care of the new capital. Diana agreed in a solemn tone and stood tall to meet the responsibility. Issei said it was best to return for now and assured King Baltra that his daughters and loyal knight would be in good hands, promising that the knight would become one of the finest under his team. Elizabeth expressed her gratitude and asked where they would go next. They paused to plan their next move. Issei instructed everyone to gather so they could return to their world, and they all moved together. Raimu informed King Baltra that they were withdrawing, and then they and their companions vanished from that Nanatsu no Taizai universe. In the human world at Issei's house, After the 4 new servants were brought in and everything was explained, the newcomers were revealed to bear new fused pieces. Diana carried the last knight from Game 3, Veronica held the queen rook, Margaret held the pawn queen, Cryomin held the knight queen, and Elizabeth held the bishop queen. After the explanations, it was time to rest. On the roof of the house, Issei sighed. Veronica, Elizabeth's sister, entered with Cryomin to speak with him. Veronica knelt in greeting, and Issei told her to stop behaving so formally since they were at home and she was just a girl. He asked if Cryomin and the dragons were enjoying their new lives as servants, and Cryomin replied that the environment was modern but good, and that Issei had explained everything they needed to know. Issei said that in a few days they would stop Penyu in another DxD universe. The group responded with obedient seriousness that they would follow his orders. It seemed the Hyodo clan had already humiliated Grigory 4 times. At the Hyodo residence in Japan, the clan watched local programs. Issei slept with his head in Kuroka's lap while other members trained or played. The new members Diana, the personification of envy who was now of normal height, Veronica, the eldest of the 3 sisters including Margaret and Elizabeth, and Cryomin, their knight strolled alongside Graphia. There were 3 days left before they would travel to another DxD universe to stop another attempt at war by the fallen faction. For the moment they enjoyed calm and leisure. Kuroka observed that it was nice to see him so peaceful, and Linka agreed that they seldom saw that side of him. Veronica, joking about her name, asked where the brides were. Lincoln replied that it was better not to know, and Tony warned them they really did not want to see it. Nitori begged them not to go in, and Izumi asked what was happening at the door. Zenobia explained that it was a pillow fight. The situation escalated into chaotic commotion as members rushed around, shouted that something might explode, and fled in panic. Issei woke up in the middle of it, but before he could fully react the commotion culminated in an accidental blast that heavily damaged the house and sent everyone fleeing. 3 days later, after that incident, Raimu was furious. After some stern reprimands and a few scuffles to settle matters, it was time to depart for the new DxD universe to stop another war. Raimu scolded them for allowing the pillow fight to destroy nearly half of the fictional Narushi district and reminded them that they had been fortunate to restore the damage. She warned that their partners should restrain their powers. Elizabeth asked who would initiate the attack, and Issei decided that Diana should begin with a powerful strike called Mother Catastrophe aimed at Penyu. Diana accepted the order, and everyone prepared to depart. In the DxD universe where heirs clashed. With Penyu's forces, Penyu was overconfident while facing Sandra Gremory and Saya Citri. The heirs of both houses fought back, proving that the universes varied widely in strength. At that moment, Issei and his team arrived just as Penyu activated a giant spear of light. Penyu ordered the heirs to die, but a dragon shot from Issei's allies struck and dispersed the spear, leaving Penyu demanding to know who had hit her. Tony, in his armored form, revealed himself as the one who had struck. Sandra angrily protested the interference and called him out, while Saya pointed out that other opponents were arriving. Issei declared that Penyu, leader of the fallen faction, was under arrest for disrupting that universe. Remilia asked whether they would resolve the matter peacefully or by force. Sandra dismissed them as cheap copies and demanded they not interfere. Aya mocked them, suggesting she did not like the implication that another clan might be more powerful, and Saya expressed appreciation for a version of herself. Penyu charged toward Issei, ordering him to stay out of her affairs, but Diana activated balance, Mother Catastrophe. With a thunderous, anime-style strike, she raised a massive boulder that overwhelmed Penyu and rendered her unable to continue fighting. Veronica invoked the power of a sacred treasure to reinforce their action. Sandra responded by launching spheres of destructive energy, and Lincoln intercepted and blocked several of them to protect their leader. Linka joined in to prevent any reckless escalation, insisting that they had come to prevent war, not to start another. Meanwhile, Yuka and Zenobia had their swords pressed against Sandra's neck to restrain her movement, and Issei moved closer to make it clear they were there to help the Gremory side and that she could not win alone. Sandra, furious and defiant, declared war. The Gremory heiress addressed the Hyodo clan with a challenge. Issei warned that if they wanted war, they would have it, and that they would meet soon in the underworld. The Hyodo contingent then disappeared. Saya told Sandra that facing a clan of that caliber was madness and admitted that her version could wipe out the entire Gremory territory. She declined to get involved and withdrew. Sandra insisted that the others did not know what they were facing and then vanished as well. 5 days later, in the underworld within the Phoenix territory, 5 days had passed since the war between the Hyodo and Gremory clans began. In the Phoenix castle, Amanda Phoenix, a counterpart of Ravel, agreed to shelter them because Gremory lands were nearby. After a shared meal and light training, everyone prepared to depart, some in uniforms and others in their usual attire. Ravel thanked Amanda, surprised by her generosity, and Amanda responded that it was what the Phoenix did, adding that since they helped save universes she was confident the Gremory territory would be dealt with. Issei boasted that for the second time he could destroy the Gremory clan and territory. He then shook hands with Amanda. Amanda warned them to leave quickly because her servants had reported that the Gremory army was close, and they set out for the battlefield. On the plain at the border between the Phoenix, Gremory, and Scarlet territories, Sandra and her army prepared to strike, but a catastrophe unfolded. 1,000 Gremory soldiers had been trapped and neutralized, and Hattie led an ambush from the shadows. The Hyodo clan attacked with overwhelming coordination. Sandra realized it was an ambush and ordered her troops to stop them, but the Gremory soldiers reported that their opponents were too powerful. One of the attackers wielded a hammer and others displayed qualities like celestial dragons. Resistance proved futile. Many of Sandra's forces were routed and scattered, with some managing to flee only to meet grim fates later. Issei then appeared and launched a powerful strike that sent Sandra flying. He declared that this was war and demanded the fight. Sandra rose with torn clothing and attempted to speak, but Remilia stepped forward and dismissed her as one of the worst versions she had encountered, marking Sandra as the second such failure. Sandra called them a nuisance and was silenced by Diana's hammer strike. Diana scolded Sandra for testing everyone's patience and activated a balance technique, striking with a heavy hammer blow that knocked Sandra back. Wendy followed by activating her own skill, corrosive strike, which forced Sandra to stagger. Sandra rushed toward Issei to attack, but Issei intercepted her and restrained her with a firm combat hold. He accused her of causing the chaos and executed a decisive technique called the Dance of Death, a binding combat maneuver that immobilized her. Sandra struggled in fear and attempted to break free. The technique held, and she was ultimately defeated and collapsed, ending her threat without graphic consequence. Issei then ordered the destruction of the territory, instructing his forces to spare children, the elderly, and pregnant women. The forces carried out his command. Remilia approached Issei and acknowledged how sometimes such actions were the cost of their conflicts. She spoke with quiet sorrow. Issei urged her not to dwell and suggested finishing their task and returning home. They continued their work until the area was secured. 2 months passed since the war between Issei and Sandra. With no further anomalies reported across the multiverse by Raimu, the group had time to relax. Issei spent a quiet afternoon listening to music from his favorite idol, Hatsune Miku. Beside him was Diana, the sin of envy, who had just returned from a short vacation. Diana, who was still quite young, had been brought up to understand the changes and responsibilities in their world. She felt a little jealous of the other girls who clustered around Issei, but the mood at home remained warm and familial. Issei prepared a cake and, with playful affection appropriate for family, offered a slice to Diana. He teased her gently and she blushed at the attention, then accepted the cake with a shy smile. Diana hugged him briefly in gratitude. Their moment was interrupted by another sister, Diana too, who had intended to ask for something but fell silent upon seeing the tender scene. Issei explained that he was spending time with his partner and then gave a friendly, family-appropriate greeting to the younger sister, who left with mixed feelings. At home, Berenice asked her younger daughter why she was upset. Diana too complained that Issei did not pay her enough attention, and Berenice explained that Issei had many duties now, including reports for his servants, and suggested that Diana too find a way to speak to him calmly and ask for what she wanted. Izumi arrived and encouraged Diana too to be understanding of Issei's responsibilities, reminding her of the challenges he had faced. Back in the kitchen, Issei decided to watch television and asked Raimu if anything required attention. The household settled into a quieter routine, each member carrying the lessons and losses of the recent conflict while trying to return to normal life. Raimu asked Issei to bring the diva into their clan. Issei asked if she meant the counterpart of trihexa. Raimu explained that in one multiverse the Vocaloid had ended up alone and she wanted the diva to have a new chance at life. Issei agreed and smiled as he prepared to go. Raimu added that he should take his daughters with him. Rin asked if someone had called, and Run replied that the message was for the twins. Issei, nervous but smiling, said it would be better to spend time together as a family. Raimu ordered the three of them to gather, and after Issei asked the others to look after the house, they departed. In the Vocaloid universe, Vocaloid City at the recording studio and radio station, Hatsune Miku, 16 years old, stood alone. She had been left behind after the deaths of the Kagami twins and the others had followed, leaving her the last remaining star. She had come to the studio one final time. Miku felt alone and began to sing a song she believed no one would hear. As the forgotten diva sang, Issei's team watched from afar and were reminded of painful days from darker times. The girls listened and remembered the day they had been separated. Their version of Miku, trihexa, understood how those separations had happened and how wrong it was to break the bonds that had protected the twins. Raimu had sacrificed much, almost giving her life so that the current Tomoya, that is Issei, could live a normal life. Serafall had disrupted those plans and Raimu had had to act again. She was not regretful, nor were Issei and the girls, because this was the life fate had given them and they still had many journeys ahead across the multiverse. After reflecting on those memories, they decided to offer the forgotten diva a better life with the greatest clan across the multiverse, the Hyodo clan. Mika said goodbye to everyone and smiled as she heard applause, surprised and a little happy because she had thought she was alone. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei, and presented Raimu Uribus as his partner and Rin and Run as his daughters. Miku wondered why they resembled her so much. Issei explained that in their world they were the daughters of her counterpart, the dragon goddess of the apocalypse, Trihexa. Miku reacted with stunned disbelief at the idea that she might be responsible for problems in some worlds. Issei reassured her and offered recruitment into their clan. He told her that Raimu had seen her alone and that she should not be left to face things by herself. He promised that if she joined, she would grow strong and that his world loved her music. Miku accepted gladly, saying it was better to leave Vocaloid City since her chapter there had ended. Issei presented her with a token and, by his authority, announced that Hatsune Miku would walk among them again as a new member of the Hyodo clan. Raimu led them away and they vanished. Back in the human universe at Issei's house, Issei and company returned. They told Miku that her initiation would occur in 2 days so she could have time to rest and find peace. The new ally listened as they played her songs, and she felt alive again. She was moved to learn that people loved and valued her here. Miku thanked them for their love and admitted she had trouble understanding it, because so many people had loved her before, and she felt happy. Star the Princess of Butterfly expressed how glad she was and reminded Miku that the heroes of the multiverse were a clan and a family who would never abandon any member. Tony told her they were family and she was part of it. Izumi added that they would support her in everything. Together they declared that they were the Hyodo Mega Clan and that they would never give up on living in peace. The day ended at Issei's house. There was still more to do, and their next task was to stop Loki for a second time. A month had passed since Miku joined the Hyodo clan and settled in her town. She had grown, and in some ways she resembled her counterpart, Trihexa. Peace had returned for the moment, but the multiverse alarm sounded again, this time signaling danger in the DxD universe. Everyone assembled. Raimu noted that they were all gathered. Issei told Diana she should leave, saying it was not her matter. Diana insisted she wanted to stay because it was her home. Veronice ordered Diana out of the room, saying this was a clan matter and Diana was not a member. Diana repeated firmly that it was not their house. Issei asked Linka to intervene. Linka apologized to the girl, then knocked her unconscious with a swift move. One of Tony's robots carried her to a room. Issei thanked them both. Issei explained that the alarm meant a DxD universe was in danger and that another Loki seemed about to trigger its Ragnarok. He signaled for the watch to show the battle. The team watched as the Eurobus displayed the conflict. Wendy observed that the battle seemed to be about halfway through and the mood grew serious. Raimu urged haste, warning that Issei of that universe could be bitten by his version of Hattie. The Eurobus gathered and vanished. In the DxD universe, a battle against Loki was underway. The Hyodo clan arrived on the scene. Issei said they had arrived in time. Kaneko noted they would have Hattie again to contend with. Yuka wondered if they would function like Vala's team. Issei said there was no time to wait. If they hesitated, Issei of that fight would be bitten. He watched as Hattie bit and Loki activated Ragnarok. Kaneko noticed someone activating a Crimson Queen power. Yuka declared it was time, and Kaguya readied her hands for action. Loki commanded Hattie to destroy what he hated most. Hattie moved toward Mjolnir but was halted by Kaguya's magical chains. Loki demanded to know who had intervened and unleashed power toward them, but Yuka deflected the attack. Yuka introduced herself as Yuka Hyodo, a knight of the Hyodo clan, sword raised. Kaneko greeted the Gremry and Citri clans, wearing a traditional robe similar to Kuroka's but white with red trim. Rias reacted with surprise at Kaneko's presence. The other Kaneko could not believe it either. Kaguya pointed out that many allies had arrived, not just them. Issei introduced himself as Hyodo Issei from another universe and said they had come to stop Loki and take Hattie. He activated his dividing gear, Juggernaut Break, shifting into a powerful stance. Loki mocked the idea that a Hyodo Issei could defeat him, but Issei replied that he did not plan to fight Loki himself and that Eurobus, Utuzuki, and Hatsune were the only ones on Loki's level. The three goddesses moved in and dealt with Loki in a dynamic, fast-paced clash. After the goddesses finished, Issei declared that they had put down another Loki. Issei's counterpart, recovered and excited, asked how he had used Juggernaut Drive in that way. Issei advised that the counterpart should treat it like balance break and that mastering that balance would take time, but encouraged him to try. Rias asked whether they would seal Loki. Issei confirmed that they would and explained that if Loki cursed them it would not work thanks to Raimu's seal. He took up Mjolnir. After the goddess's attack, Loki merely smiled at first, but Issei moved to encase him with Mjolnir empowered. Diana activated a balance mode in sealed form, accelerating the sealing. Loki cursed but the combined seals began to close around him. Raimu explained that Loki's curse would not work because she was an infinite dragon priestess and the seal continued until Loki was trapped. Sona thanked the Hyodo clan for their help. Aya's version announced that it was all over and time to leave. Issei called his counterpart over and gave him a small button. He leaned closer and quietly warned that Asia would be in danger soon. The counterpart could not handle it alone. Pressing the button would call Issei and his team to help. The counterpart agreed, and they separated to rejoin their clans. The Gremry and Citri clans exchanged farewells and departed. Issei said goodbye to the others and they vanished. After defeating Loki, they rested briefly, but the multiverse alarm sounded again. Issei asked why it was ringing. Raimu opened the universe feed and showed the team that another universe was devastated. It had roughly 3 hours of existence left. No one had anticipated this decay of space and time. Raimu asked who would go. Issei decided that Tsubaki, Kaneko, Ravel, Irina, and Middle would be the ones to enter the doomed DxD universe and that he alone would handle the final issue there. Raimu ordered them to prepare and sent them to the condemned DxD. They disappeared in a flash. 3 hours before the universe's end, the team arrived at Kuo Academy and waited for Raimu's instructions. Raimu urged them to hurry. Issei gave orders to his servants. Kaneko was to go to the Gremry territory and gather survivors. Ravel would do the same in her domain. Irina was to collect any survivors and rendezvous at the designated point. Tsubaki was assigned to the Citri territory and instructed to evacuate anyone who could be saved. The others moved out at once. Middle asked what she should do next. Issei told Raimu that she would come with him to where his former mistress was. And he answered seriously before they left for the academy courtyard. Raimu indicated that she would wait there and urged them to go with everything they had. They headed toward the student council. Halfway there, Issei looked at the tree where everything had begun. He remembered the day he had arrived and the last time he had touched its trunk. He admitted that it had not been long, but it had been a good day sitting under its shade, and he felt sorrow knowing the tree's fate was tied to the coming destruction. He motioned to move on toward the council. Middle pointed upward. Above them, fallen angels, demons, and archangels were descending. The group made their way toward the fires in the distance where tanks had been deployed to contain Trihexa and prevent it from escaping the world. Issei reflected that those forces were all condemned to their end, but they would not go quietly, they would fight until the final hour. He noted grimly that only 2 hours and 30 minutes remained. They entered the student council room. Middle thanked him through tears, telling him she was grateful for being allowed to live, otherwise she might be fighting to hold back the dragon of the apocalypse. Issei acknowledged her words and urged them to see what was happening inside. When they opened the door, everything appeared normal at first until Issei's eyes fell on Sona Citri, the former mistress from another universe. She sat at her desk, hair disheveled, glasses broken, uniform torn. She embodied emotional chaos. Issei called her name, and Sona turned to him, exhausted and beaten. Issei explained that he had come to bring her to his world because the DXD universe was doomed. He told her that all factions and humanity were fighting to prevent Trihexa from escaping. Sona answered that she did not care and accused Issei of being the cause of that world's downfall. A century seemed to have passed in the weight of the moment. The air felt like nostalgic, calm, red oceans. Issei admitted that he could not leave her behind. He told her that he considered her his savior and asked her, with sadness, to come to his world. He reminded her that they had fought before and said she did not deserve to die like that. He pleaded quietly that he did not want to be forced to take her by force. Sona refused to leave and insisted she would stay, declaring that she wanted things her way. The tension eased into a brief, emotional embrace between them before they stepped apart. Issei said he had no choice and requested Middle's help. Middle appeared behind Sona and apologized quietly. She then rendered Sona unconscious. There was a short, necessary pause while Middle gathered Sona and prepared to leave. Middle, crying, asked Issei to return safely as she carried Sona to where Office waited. Issei apologized to Middle as he prepared to go. He admitted that he did not mean to be cruel but believed this was something that had to be done. He took flight toward the site where Trihexa was contained. The battlefield around the apocalyptic beast was a ruined landscape. The fight to keep Trihexa contained continued. With 52 minutes remaining, Vale Lucifer, grandson of the original Lucifer, was among those doing everything he could to restrain Trihexa. Through coordinated effort, a powerful draconic shot struck true, stunning the apocalyptic dragon and buying precious time. Issei noted the situation to Vale, who replied that Issei ought not to be in that world. Issei explained that he had come to say something and that he would have welcomed a fight with Vale, even if it meant he might not come through unscathed. He added that they had managed, for now, to hold Trihexa just minutes away from the world's end. Vale acknowledged Issei's words and pointed out that others including Faye, Boku, Kuroka, the Cows Brigade, and the Heroes faction were giving everything to hold the threat. He wished them luck. Sergio echoed the sentiment and moved off toward the Ku Academy. Ku Academy, 15 minutes before the end, Raimu had gathered everyone together. Many had returned, but someone important was missing: her partner, the Hyodo clan king. Raimu asked Middle where Issei was. Middle replied that he had refused to leave and urged them to evacuate. Issei descended from the sky, announcing that he would not die there. Raimu ordered everyone to move quickly and disappear with them. In the human universe, the goddess of infinity appeared at the dark-haired man's house. They all watched the final moments of the DXD universe unfold on a screen. Issei observed that it was over as the area around them brightened. They watched the destruction and the loss of everything they had known. Memories of that version of their world were gone. Raimu noted that this was the end of one of many DXD universes. Issei instructed Tsubaki to take the recovered woman to a room to rest. Tsubaki complied. At least Issei had managed to bring Sona to safety, and most of their allies had fought to the end. After saving Sona, their alarms sounded again, signaling another disturbance. Reimu directed them to check it out. They found another universe to observe. Issei commented that this one resembled how he had been before becoming Issei, and that Sergio's counterpart was present as well. Veronica identified the timeline as the one just before Excalibur's attacks. Diana suggested they decide where to intervene. The group noted that versions of familiar figures Issei's alternate self and others were in this confrontation. In the DXD, another world universe, they watched the aftereffects of a battle and expected little surprise, but then the black-haired Citri heir appeared, furious with her pawn from another world. Sona declared that she had reached her limit, and everyone turned to see. Sergio was stunned by her arrival. Sona accused her pawn of disobedience and declared that it was time to take back what was hers. A sudden shout left everyone, including Sergio, stunned. Sergio tried to speak, but then cried out in pain. His grimace was a show to convince them he had been hurt. Asia said that Kashu-san would kill him, tears in her eyes as others arrived, surprised. Issei lowered his gaze with concern. Everyone watched the scene sadly except Tsubaki. They all glared at Sona Citri as the pawn pieces fell away from Sergio, and an expectant silence followed. Tsubaki asked why Kashu had done that, tears in her voice as the queen of her clan. Sona responded coldly that he had disobeyed and that she no longer needed him. Sergio protested that he was being expelled just for helping Yuka, shocking everyone. Issei asked in astonishment how Sergio had survived. Sergio explained that Rip had told him to pretend and that despite the risk he had managed, he smiled briefly and announced that he would stop Kokabile. He told Middlet and Ravel they would see each other later and then left, followed by the blondes. Sona demanded to know what Tsubaki was doing. Tsubaki said she was leaving too and that she would not let her junior go fight alone. Without turning back, she walked away. Issei asked what would happen next. Ria said that she did not know, but for now they had to go, and she turned and walked with her entourage. Sona warned that things would not change so easily, and then she departed with her clan. In the DXD universe, Remilia and Aya tidied their positions. Issei gathered Ravel, Middlet, Tsubaki, Asia, and Zenobia and, together with Reimu, disappeared. Arena said they only had to watch for now, and everyone agreed. Far away, in another world, night rose. Sergio paced, troubled but determined to stop the cardinal. This situation was more serious than it first appeared. Ravel apologized for his expulsion from the Citri clan and lowered her gaze, but Sergio reassured her that he could now unlock the dividing gear's potential and asked if they could help him stop Kokabile. Middlet pledged her support with a confident smile, and Ravel expressed her encouragement. Sergio asked about Irina, shocked at her condition. Tsubaki appeared with Asia and explained that Irina had been hurt. Sergio pleaded that he did not want Irina to be injured and wished for her to recover. Tsubaki said she had left the clan to help Irina and that Asia had not stayed behind. She tended to Irina's wounds. Sergio asked what had happened to Zenobia and Yuka. Irina, weak, said they had followed and escaped and warned that the person they faced must not be underestimated. Asia urged her not to speak and hoped she would be all right. Irina warned them to be careful and then lost consciousness. Sergio vowed that Kokabile would regret harming her. He instructed Ravel and Asia to stay behind and said that he, Tsubaki, and Middlet would go to stop the threat. Middlet urged everyone to rise and move out. Kokabile appeared, taunting them and calling them trash as he introduced himself as Kokabile, a cardinal of Grigori. Sergio asked if Kokabile could be stopped. Kokabile derided Sergio as a low-class demon and claimed a cardinal could not be defeated by him. Sergio activated the dividing gear gauntlet. Kokabile noted that the gauntlet was a dragon-type sacred gear and asked what bearer Sergio was. Sergio identified himself as the Hakyudai and the dividing wielder, and began to draw some of the cardinal's power. Kokabile cursed the name Hakyudai. Sergio activated his white and red armor and declared his determination to defeat Kokabile. Kokabile warned that Sergio could not reach him and then moved toward Ku Academy. Tsubaki reacted with surprise at Kokabile heading for the academy. Middle urged that Rias and Sona be informed and that they go to the academy immediately. Ravel said they would return home, wished Sergio, Shinra and Martinez good luck, and departed with Asia and the injured Irina. Sergio wondered why Kokabile would summon mages and what his ultimate goal was. Before he could pursue the thought, members of the Hyodo clan appeared. Issei announced that he would not allow this to happen. Sergio demanded to know who he was. Rip, through the Dragon's Council, advised that they should be allowed to act, warning that Sergio could not face them. Sergio started to protest but was interrupted by a powerful strike from Issei that knocked him unconscious. Tsubaki said it was time for them to rest, and the attackers were left incapacitated. Middle urged everyone to move, and they departed toward Kokabile. Kokabile arrived at Ku Academy and immediately confronted Rias and Sona. Rias accused him of being behind the attack. Kokabile observed the youngest daughters of the Gremory and Citri families and suggested they should call Lucifer and Leviathan. Sona demanded to know his purpose in coming here as a fallen angel cardinal. Kokabile declared that he intended to start a fourth war so the fallen would rule the earth, and that he needed more sacred gear to accomplish it. Issei accused Kokabile of being the reason he had been killed in this conflict. Kokabile admitted to stealing the Excaliburs and claimed they would be powerful weapons in his hands. Issei reacted angrily and activated his own gauntlet. Kokabile said that the balance between fallen angels, God, and demons was precarious, leaving everyone in shock. Suddenly a dragon shot struck fully, and Tsubaki delivered a decisive, non-lethal blow that incapacitated Valpat in a rapid, anime-style exchange. Kokabile demanded to know who had intervened. Issei accused Kokabile of planning to destroy the city of his other selves. Kokabile told him to stop interfering and formed a large spear of light that he hurled at Issei. Issei called out dividing and, using a rapid movement, disappeared and reappeared behind Kokabile. He struck with a powerful punch that sent the fallen angel cardinal reeling and downed him without gore. Observing the impact, Issei noted that Kokabile had been very powerful and reflected that the Hakuryuku did not fully understand how far Issei could go with Juggernaut Break. Valley appeared and recognized another powerful rival. Rip warned again that facing Kokabile directly was dangerous and advised caution. Abian acknowledged the situation and stated they would not interfere. In another voice, an alternate Issei asked where their friend was, searching for the next move in the chaos. The brown-haired Issei asked who was unconscious and then informed everyone that the knocked-out opponents were not a threat anymore. He announced that they were leaving and told Sona Citri that she was already in his world. The group took to the air and departed from that world, leaving the people of another world in peace and returning to their universe. In the DXD universe, Remilia and Aya. Issei and his companions arrived in their universe, in the one belonging to the versions of Rias and Sona, and then rested. Issei expressed happiness at having defeated the enemy again. Asia commented that she felt like in her earliest days in some way, calm and content. Middle smiled in agreement. The scene seemed to close like that, but questions lingered about what would come next. Hyodo residence, human world. At home, some of Issei's team slept in various rooms while others played Stepmania and Pump It Up Party Prime. Issei watched television with Remilia and Raimu beside him, Kaneko on Remilia's lap, and Linka sitting on the floor. Suddenly, the multiverse alarm sounded, a distress call coming from one of the DXD universes. Asked who was requesting help while still watching the TV. Raimu answered that the call was from Kokabile, leaving everyone stunned. Issei reacted with surprise that Kokabile was asking for help. Raimu informed them that a DXD universe was attacking Kokabile and labeled that universe a traitor. She insisted it should be destroyed by the Chrono Sapiens device. Issei ordered that Tony and Nitori be gathered, stating that the emergency protocol was to eliminate conflicting universes. Raimu acknowledged the order and left the room to carry it out. Issei told the others that, with Nitori and Tony, they were the only ones needed and to prepare. The girls replied that they would follow his orders, and some who had been at Ko Academy donned their uniforms. Issei and the selected team assembled and disappeared at his command. DXD universe labeled traitor. In that universe, Kokabile was actually a good figure, and the roles had shifted. Many from DXD were about to assassinate him. Before they could act, the Hyodo clan appeared before them. Issei scolded the DXD attackers for their madness. Kokubile cried out the title Azure Dragon Emperor in recognition as Issei stood at his side. Issei declared himself White Dragon Emperor Kokubile for the moment and activated Dividing Gear and Juggernaut Drive, transforming into his supreme armor. Everyone reacted in disbelief at the appearance of a single user power like that. Nitori used her device to freeze the attackers in place. Tony prepared and activated the Chrono Sapiens machine. Raimu observed coldly that the attackers had brought this upon themselves. Linka ascended into the sky and formed a massive purple dagger. Remilia activated her boosted gear gauntlet and transferred energy to Linka. Kaneko activated her own gauntlet and formed a white sphere. Linka and Kaneko counted together and released their combined power, striking the frozen attackers in a sweeping, non-graphic blast. Raimu ordered Kokubile to enter the portal because the Chrono Sapiens was active. Kokubile complied and was returned to their world while Nitori's machine dismantled that traitor universe. Human world, Hyodo residence. Back at the Hyodo home, Kokubile stood confused and visibly nervous among them. Issei noted the surprise of seeing allies from many universes and suggested that it would be better for Kokubile to live with them, calling him a potential great ally. Kokubile accepted the offer gratefully and took the piece Issei handed him. Issei welcomed Kokubile into the Hyodo clan as night fell. The next day, Issei had to explain Kokubile's integration to his servants, clarifying that this Kokubile was one of the few who were good, much like Tony. After a calm meal, Issei watched television again with his companions. Kuroka noticed Issei's thoughtful expression and asked if something was wrong. Issei admitted he felt compelled to go to where his other version was. Sona Citri asked if he was certain, and Issei ordered her to call everyone. Sona complied and left to arrange things. Linka, Lori, and Dash each felt their sacred gear begin to glow. Issei warned that an alarm would sound soon. The alarm he had given his alternate version rang, and everyone vanished. DXD Universe. Battle between the Gremory clan, Lucifer, and the Cows Brigade. The brown-haired Issei pressed the button his black-haired counterpart had given him. The Gremory clan did not understand why this was happening. Outside, Azazel and Shichirs stood with a renegade among the 4 original demons. Issei hoped the plan would work. Rias noticed the Hyodo clan's sudden arrival and asked who he was addressing. Issei joked about being summoned with full equipment. The alternate Issei explained that he had called for help and instructed that Asia be freed. Issei said the Gremory clan could leave and that he would send Asia away. The Gremory clan then vanished through a magical circle. Issei called to Nitori and she produced a device from her large green backpack. Tony prepared his mechanism and confirmed their readiness, freeing Asia with a technical procedure. Issei touched Asia briefly and she vanished safely. Shalba, a predecessor of Ajuka, reacted angrily but experienced an abrupt and dramatic loss of his arm in the confrontation, described in a non-graphic, anime-style moment where the limb was separated by the force of the attack. Kokubile admitted he had not expected such an outcome. Shalba cried out in shock at Kokubile's allegiance. Remilia grew irritated and activated her balance break. Issei asked if she was sure about using it. Remilia affirmed with conviction and invoked a defiant declaration about her nature, then activated Juggernaut Drive. Kaneko also engaged Juggernaut Break in response, and Shalba cursed their actions. Meanwhile, Azazel and Shichirs hovered in the air after confronting a traitorous predecessor of the current Lucifer. Azazel expressed surprise at the arrival of Ophis. Ophis acknowledged Azazel with a calm, stoic expression. Shichirs asked what she was doing there. Lucifer Gremory asked why Ophis had appeared. Ophis replied that she was there because she enjoyed watching how they fought against her organization, and the Uribus priestess Raimus snapped that the goddess only tested her patience. Azazel was astonished to see another Ophis and wondered what was happening. Ophis demanded to know why he was interfering, but a punch sent her flying. Raimu made a sharp remark as she struck. Elsewhere, the dragons roared as they pressed their attack on Shalba. The group beat him severely, and Nitori unleashed an icy strike that immobilized one of his arms. They were ready to finish him. Issei noted that this was the end for Shalba and that Raimu would soon face her counterpart, so they needed to hurry. The dragons answered with fierce battle cries, and Logintus Masha unleashed her power against Shalba. Shalba cursed the red and white attackers as he was erased from the field. Vermilia reverted from her transformed state and dropped to her knees, admitting that using the Juggernaut drive had exhausted her. Issei expressed relief that she had been able to use the Juggernaut drive. Ophis hit the ground hard, creating a crater. Raima decided it was time to finish the copy of Ophis. Ophis raged at the accusation, calling them all cursed, but she saw everyone with their powers activated and aimed at her. Issei ordered everyone to join together, and they channeled a combined attack they named Supreme Dragon Annihilator Bazooka. As the attack struck, Ophis continued to curse, then began to unravel and vanish. Issei declared another victory and told everyone it was time to go home, and they disappeared. It was another win for the Hyodo Mega Clan. Issei then received a call from another DxD universe. Raima showed him where their sacred gears had been stolen last time. Issei decided it was best to act against Hakuryuku and told Raimu he would handle it before vanishing with her. In the DxD universe, a new battle began against the Cows Brigade and rival factions. Valis stood at the forefront, taunting Issei of the blonde group when another Issei suddenly appeared, surprising Vali. Vali boasted that with the power of a demon king and a dragon he was the strongest, and he derided the other Issei as merely a demon with the boosted gear. He claimed their sacred gears were deadly nemeses and that their abilities were like heaven and hell. The blonde Issei interrupted, and tension rose between them. Issei warned Vali to leave things alone and declared that he would silence him, activating his dividing gear gauntlet. Vali accepted the challenge and threatened to prove himself. Issei responded that the Hakuryudai would silence Vali, and the two prepared to clash. Albion, observing, commented that the power of a sacred gear stemmed from its user's will and that Issei's rage made him a potent host. Vali admitted Issei might be a better vessel for a dragon. Issei appeared before Vali and drove his sacred gear into action, launching a frontal move that Vali narrowly evaded. Albion warned that even a slight cut from dividing gear would be devastating. Vali asked if all he needed to do was dodge, and both opponents flared their auras white and white with red, making them look like Issei comets. The dragon and its host fought fiercely, and everyone watched in awe as the two users, wielding Hakuryudai and Hakuryuku, battled. Cat Area tried to join but was held back by Sergio, who warned that the auras had exceeded safe limits and approaching would be suicidal. Sergio stressed the same caution to the other attendants who wanted to intervene. They understood that this duel was beyond their level. Cat Area protested that she could not simply watch, but she stayed back with a heavy heart as the combatants renewed their clash. Vali asserted that Issei was not as strong as he seemed and drove a kick into Issei's stomach, sending him crashing to the front. As Issei fell, his energies were drained and he skidded along the surface before coming to a stop. He recalled that Vali could absorb and redistribute the strength of those he touched. He pushed himself up and rubbed his shoulders. Serafal reacted with concern for Issei, noting his remarkable regenerative capacity but also feeling pain at seeing him struck. Issei reassured Serafal that he was fine and told the assembled followers not to worry. The leaders and entourages watched tensely as the duel continued, and some expressed quiet confidence that Issei could prevail. Sergio, the dark-haired first pawn, shouted loudly that all the girls were watching and declared that Issei would win, raising his left arm with confidence in the Issei from another world. Vali observed quietly as small purple particles began to emanate from his wings, a surprising change since the particles he normally produced were blue. Issei, curious after having given some of his power to Vali, asked what was happening. Rip explained that Vali was venting power through his wings to avoid being overwhelmed, which allowed him to remain at peak strength. Issei noted that even the strongest Hakuryuku had limits, and the wing particles soon returned to blue. Vali created two large spheres of power, one in each hand. Issei vanished and reappeared behind the platinum-haired opponent, claiming he had him and seizing Lucifer. Vali angrily demanded to be released. Issei called to Rip, and Rip answered the order. Issei began transferring power back to Vali, which surprised everyone, since the dark-haired Issei was giving energy to the platinum-haired fighter. Vale's armor was enveloped in a mottled aura, and his wings shifted rapidly from blue to purple as the particle flow accelerated. Issei warned that he would increase Vale's absorption and emission to the point of overloading his system and that his wings might not withstand it. Albion, Vale's white dragon, urgently told Vale that they were heading for overload and needed to create distance and regain control. Issei struck Vale with a powerful left punch to the chest, shattering the white dragon-patterned armor. Before it fragmented completely, Vale used the protection on his legs to deliver a heavy kick to Issei's midsection, sending him away from the white dragon. Vale dropped to his knees, coughing and wiping a small trickle of blood from his mouth. He laughed weakly and admitted that it was impressive that Issei had shattered his sacred gear, conceding that Issei was a true rival besides Red. Vale then easily restored his armor to full. Nadia reacted with surprise, having believed that once Vale's armor was torn apart he could not reform it. Others were also worried about Sergio, who relied heavily on his power. Sergio grimly wondered whether the stubborn opponent would ever give up. Rip pointed out that this was how celestial dragons and sacred gear holders fought. The battle did not end until one host could not. Issei acknowledged the lesson but declared that the games were over and it was time to finish this. Vale agreed that it was time to end it and admitted he was glad Issei had matched him. Issei suddenly began to laugh, and Vale asked what was so funny. Issei said he merely remembered something Vale had said earlier, that the word miracle was made for him and that Vale had yet to see what a true miracle could do. Issei rose into the air and was engulfed in a pillar of intense light so bright that Vale's image disappeared inside it, leaving everyone, including Vale, astonished. Issei mentally asked Rip if he was ready, and Rip replied that he was. The pillar became unstable and, after a few seconds, dissolved into a powerful wave of wind, heat, and light that blinded everyone for a moment. When their vision cleared, they saw a pristine white and red armor with no cracks, shining brilliantly. On its back were wings similar to the Hakuryuku's, but with purple energy cells. Issei then revealed his true name as Hyodo Issei and declared that he was now the Hakuryudai, calling himself the savior of the multiverse. He said that this made them equal in some ways but that he would not fight Sekyudai. Vale scoffed, insisting he was a true miracle and mocking the idea that Issei had simply changed his armor and shown his wings to intimidate him. Rip greeted the others politely. Vale drifted back a few meters and launched a sphere of energy at Issei. Issei sensed the attack and punched the sphere back toward its creator. Vale dodged at the last moment and lost sight of the dark-haired combatant. Issei reappeared in front of Vale and delivered a powerful kick to Vale's helmet, smashing it and forcing Vale to bend backward while a small trickle of blood appeared at his nose. Issei taunted Vale about the broken helmet and the nosebleed, embarrassed by it. Vale responded with a fierce threat that he would send Issei straight to hell. Issei regenerated the helmet of his armor as he considered what remained to be done. He acknowledged that something was still missing and reached for the orb of the Hakuryuku. Rip, channeling Albion's voice with a smile, reflected that during his time with the newly awakened host he had learned that, because of this power, the Hyodo lineage could achieve anything and make the impossible possible. Issei declared that if he could pull off all those feats, he could handle this as well. He demanded that his form evolve according to his will and activated dividing at maximum power. The right gauntlet of Tomoya's new armor shifted and fused with half of the Hakuryu. After the fusion, the white elements of Issei's armor shone even brighter than the white of Vale's armor. Issei called the result the dividing gear second recharge with a playful fist bump and said he now had everything needed to sweep the floor with Vale. Albion protested within Vale's mind that such a thing should be impossible. Issei announced that they would continue where they had left off and readied himself for battle. In an instant, Vale appeared before Issei and unleashed a rapid combination. A powerful blow to the stomach that bent Issei over, an elbow to the nape, and a kick to the face that sent him skyward. Vale materialized above him and struck with a hammer blow that drove Issei into the ground, creating a huge crater. Vale then fired successive bursts of energy into the crater, driving it deeper. The surrounding debris settled over the impact site as Vale looked on, satisfied with the result. Suddenly a red and white glow appeared from beneath the rubble and the debris exploded outward. Issei rose calmly from the crater, his armor completely intact and immaculate. Issei taunted that Vala's blows were ineffective and asked him to be a little more serious, reminding him that Issei was the other Hyodo. He demonstrated what it took to cause real damage by forming a purple energy sphere the size of a tennis ball with his left hand and launching it toward Vala. Vala prepared to receive the attack without surprise. When the sphere neared, it expanded dramatically until it matched Vala's size, detonating in a violent explosion. The sphere continued upward, pierced the barrier, and vanished into the night sky above Kuo City. After the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to see Vala's armor shattered once more and Vala himself looking severely battered and strained. Issei approached while Vala, incredulous, tried to understand how his strikes had been rendered ineffective. Issei explained that Vala had failed because he could not match his movements, despite being the Hyakuyu. Vala, enraged, launched a punch, but Issei anticipated it and struck Vala first. When Vala tried to kick back, Issei caught the leg and slammed him to the ground with force. Onlookers were stunned that Vala, who had claimed to be the strongest Hyakuyu, could not land a counterattack against Tomoya. Issei moved with ease, demonstrating why he now ranked among the strongest of the dragons. Vala, exhausted and clearly weakened from the beating, declared that he was done and threatened to drag the place to ruin. He took flight with his armor partially repaired but visibly worn from the exchange. Vala's wings expanded and emitted a strange wave. He extended a hand toward the school building and began to manipulate the surrounding space, making sections contract and fold. Michael warned that Vala was bending space and that it was extremely dangerous. Issei activated dividing to interrupt Vala's ability. With the attack cancelled, Vala tried to strike, but Issei vanished from in front of him and reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that cracked the impacted section of armor. They exchanged blows in rapid succession and then separated briefly, reappearing farther apart. Issei landed a left hook that shattered Vala's helmet. When the helmet broke, a small wound could be seen on Vala's face. Reminded Vala that success in attack required matching his movements, speaking with a playful confidence even as he continued to dominate the fight. Vala responded with furious speed, attempting a devastating right-hand punch, but Issei crossed his arms in an X to block. An orange barrier flared where the blow landed, and the armor beneath showed no damage. Issei, growing bored, provoked Vala by saying that Vala also carried the blood of an ancient demon and asking why he would not hit harder, adding that Issei's legs alone were enough to defend him. Vala cursed in frustration and launched another flurry of punches and kicks, but Issei either evaded or neutralized each attack with precise blocks and counters. An energy sphere formed and flew toward the black-haired fighter, but the Dark Warrior deflected it with a single kick before it could fully form, leaving the silver-haired combatant frustrated and despondent. The Dark Warrior removed his helmet and smiled. Issei told him not to be so down and admitted he was surprised as well. He had never imagined he would make a mockery of the strongest original Hyakuyu. He widened his smile, put his helmet back on, and vanished from sight. The next thing everyone saw was Vala's body shuddering violently as cracks appeared across his armor. After about 10 seconds they saw what had caused the effect. Tomoya had appeared after finishing his attack on Vala. Vala shouted in fury and swung a wild punch at Issei, but Issei evaded and delivered a knee to Vala's stomach. Vala unleashed a massive burst of energy that momentarily blinded everyone. When their vision cleared, Issei stood still as a strange hum emanated from around him. They watched in shock as Vala launched a flurry of attacks at incredible speed and Issei continued to evade with calm precision. Seizing an opening, the Dark Warrior landed a powerful right to Vala's gut and another strike to the side of his head, pushing him out of effective range. Tomoya then extended his left hand and fired a concentrated blast of energy directly at Vala. When the blast ended, Vala's armor was badly damaged and he was in much worse condition, barely holding on. Issei questioned what was happening and teased that Vala would not finish him without first provoking a serious fight. Vala used that moment to fire an energy sphere that struck Issei, causing a huge explosion and a cloud of smoke to envelop him. When the smoke dissipated, Issei's armor was briefly covered in an orange energy barrier that vanished after a few seconds. Issei announced that he was tired of toying with Vale and that it was time to end the fight. Vale reacted in disbelief, but Issei struck back with a direct energy hit. He told Vale to be quiet and warned that he could not continue to humiliate him or assume ignorance of the difference in their power, noting that they were both Hakuryuku in part because Issei carried half of the Sekyuryudai, disappearing and reappearing in front of Vale. With 2 purple energy spheres formed in his hands, Issei unleashed their power into Vale, who could no longer regenerate his armor after receiving such relentless punishment. Vale finally collapsed to the ground, severely incapacitated. Tomoya descended and walked slowly toward him. From a few meters away, Issei declared that it was time to finish this and activated his Juggernaut armor mode. Vale begged for mercy, but Issei delivered a decisive, non-graphic finishing strike that ended Vale's threat and destroyed his body in a dramatic, conclusive way. Issei spoke a final word to the fallen Hakuryuku and then ordered the Cows Brigade to leave before he brought in his team. The organization retreated defeated, reeling from the death of their Hakuryu. Issei retrieved dividing from Vale and Raimu joined him as the leaders and clans began to approach. Tomoya thanked Issei for stopping the threat. Issei replied that it was nothing and ordered Raimu to bring the rest of the team. Raimu obeyed, unfurled her wings, and flew into the sky until she disappeared from view. Sona asked if Raimu was a version of Ophis. Issei confirmed that she was Ophis's version and suggested they wait there. Issei's alternate version asked if they would go after the Cows Brigade. Issei confirmed they would and added that it would take them about 2 minutes while he produced the other boosted gear. Rias asked why he had that sacred gear. Issei explained that he intended to give the 2 sacred gears to Lincoln and Sona so they could help defeat Cows Brigade and Ophis. He added that the boosted gear had once belonged to Dark Issei, who had exploded from the accumulated power. At that moment, the Urubis circle appeared and Issei's entire team assembled. Remilia expressed her affection for her partner and gathered the other girls. Issei told them to postpone celebrations and handed the 2 orbs to Lincoln and Sona. Lincoln acknowledged that Issei had defeated Vale and said it was better than nothing. He declared he would become the new Hakuryuku and activated dividing with the gauntlet, smiling as he said it would help them defeat Cows Brigade. Sona noted that, since Aya had Virion, it was appropriate for them to match Isami and Remilia. She accepted the orb and activated the gauntlet. Issei addressed the factions and clan leaders, stating solemnly that it was time to destroy Cows Brigade. The Hyodo clan began to march, determined to bring them down. Near the Cows Brigade headquarters, Issei and his team closed in while the 2 new wielders adapted to their sacred gears. Issei halted the advance and gave the order to proceed. The pawns cheered at a promotion. Issei ordered that no one be left alive and assigned himself, Kateria, and Kokabil to take down Revisen and Shalba. 3 of his allies affirmed the command. Issei told Raimu that she should make their opponents suffer, and she returned a sinister smile. Inside Cows Brigade, the 3 leaders and the Supreme Leader Ophis were uncertain how to respond. Ophis had watched the battle against Hyodo Issei's version and the group needed to decide on a course of action. Shalba warned that the dragon would be a serious problem. Kateria asked what they should do, noting that Revisen Vale had been slain by the attacker and his Hakuryudai armor. Revisen argued that it was better to hold their position and suggested that Ophis herself could handle the threat. Ophis agreed she could move to confront him, but at that moment detonations echoed through the base. A soldier reported that several individuals wielding sacred gears were attacking them, and Ophis could not believe their headquarters had been found. Outside, the Hyodo clan launched an assault on the Cows Brigade headquarters. Issei ordered the soldiers to eliminate all opposition. The goddess Ophis stood with the organization's leaders and cursed the dragon, but Raimu struck Ophis and sent her flying. Raimu declared that she had had enough and went after the fallen goddess. Revisen began to curse when Kateria interrupted him with a heavy blow. Kateria noted that this was the 2nd time she had faced him and struck again. Another version of Kateria attempted to answer, but Kokabil delivered a crushing blow that sent her away. Kokabil declared that it was time to finish this and spread his fallen wings. Issei confronted Shalba, appearing in front of him and landing a forceful strike that buried him in the ground. The principal fighters clashed while the others cleared the battlefield of the soldiers. After the initial resistance had been removed, only the leaders remained in combat. Raimu, furious from repeated attempts to dismantle the organization, pressed her attack and dealt heavy punishment to Ophis. Revisen was overwhelmed by cat area of that universe and was left humiliated and incapacitated. In turn, cat area was struck relentlessly by Kokabeel, and Issei pressed his assault against Shalba. They could not withstand their opponent's fury and were forced into defeat. Ophis fell to the ground, exhausted, and asked her counterpart why she would not let the world be as she desired. Raimu answered that she had no interest in that and that they had come to destroy the organization once and for all. Raimu formed a massive yin-yang sphere and used it to banish Ophis from that reality. Revisen, badly wounded and exhausted, realized he could not be Issei's pawn. He lashed out with a final insult, but Cat Area struck decisively and left him unable to continue. Cat Area explained that with Kokabeel as an ally, their clan would be the most powerful in all the underworlds, then stepped back and finished the confrontation with a decisive dragon shot that neutralized Revisen. Kateria's counterpart endured a barrage from the Hyodo fighter Kokabeel. After punishing her in multiple ways, Kokabeel stopped and seized her by the throat, holding her without choking. He accused her of destroying alliances between factions and blamed her for forcing Raimu and Issei to act. He tightened his grip, declared he did not care about her pleas, and then rendered her incapacitated, ending her threat. Issei pummeled Shalba as he had done to others before. After several brutal blows, Issei launched him away and activated Juggernaut Break, armor sealing around him. Shalba dared Issei to kill him, but Issei answered that he would end this and closed in. With a powerful dragon shot, Issei delivered a decisive strike that neutralized Shalba. The remaining body was pinned and secured by the ranks of the lower henchmen. The battlefield calmed. Aya sighed that it was over, and Zenobia agreed that it was time to return home. Issei led the group as they departed from that universe. It seemed to end there, but another battle against Michael awaited them in the next domain. A week later on Earth, the team idled and played, having had no incidents since the fall of the Cows Brigade. Raimu checked events unfolding in the Without the Seven Deadly Sins universe and saw that the one who had been shielding and saving humans before becoming a target of pride was now locked in combat with Santanale. Raimu gathered the Dragon Bearers and Diana, the embodiment of envy in that universe, to help Lucifer. Raimu told the group it was time to go to the Without the Seven Deadly Sins universe. Issei called the team together, and they traveled to that universe. In the Without the Seven Deadly Sins universe, Lucifer lay trapped in a block of ice after Santanale's betrayal. The Sins and the Hyodo clan readied themselves to strike as a glowing infinity symbol appeared. Issei, Isami, Valeria, Kaneko, Remilia, Wendy, Aya, Sona, Raimu, Mabel, and Diana arrived with their sacred gears prepared. Issei announced their arrival and condemned Santanale, who had betrayed both heaven and hell. Santanale reacted in shock, but when the group attacked, her sword struck back with overwhelming power, repelling many of them. Only Issei, Lucifer, Raimu, and Diana remained largely unharmed. Lucifer warned that Santanale's sword was powerful and asked how they could stop her. Issei explained he had a plan and called on Diana to use her sacred gear. Diana accepted and rose into the sky before the traitor. She introduced herself as the incarnation of envy from another universe and raised her sacred hammer, declaring balance activated. She struck the ground and heaved a massive stone toward Santanale. Santanale blocked the attack and acknowledged the power of that sin, then readied herself and engaged in a fierce duel with Diana. During the clash, Santanale separated from the fray and revealed a hostage she had been holding. Issei then invoked another strategy. He vanished briefly, reappeared in front of everyone, and struck Santanale with a forceful kick that sent her flying. He placed the captive next to Lucifer and prepared for the next phase, activating Juggernaut Break as he readied himself for the renewed confrontation. Santanale activated her supreme armor and declared that this was it. Santanale announced that she was ready. Issei revealed that he was a celestial dragon and ordered everyone to free themselves. The girls and the sins obeyed and were unleashed. Issei then called to Isami, Remilia, and Sona to join him. The girls responded and the 5 sins moved closer. The Sekirai channeled power into avarice, gluttony, and sloth through Isami, into lust through Remilia, and into wrath through Sona. The sins and the Hyodo clan stood together before the traitor, who froze in shock as they prepared to end her. A rumble filled the place, and Michael's presence registered like thunder. Issei judged the moment premature and vanished, returning to strike the traitor with his gauntlets, overwhelming her and sending her reeling. Santanale, panting and shaken, cursed at him. Issei followed with a massive blast that removed the 2 threats at once. Lucifer asked if Michael had come. Michael acknowledged the passage of time and recognized the leader of the 7 supreme wings. Issei, determined, made it clear that once he had dealt with the traitor, he would turn his attention to Michael, showing his white and red gauntlet. Michael scoffed and challenged them, refusing to be underestimated. The dragons called out to their leader with one voice and activated a coordinated technique called balance break. They donned their armor and surprised the sins and Michael. Michael responded by activating her 7 supreme wings. Diana raised her hammer and announced that it was time to begin. The dragon users and the sin of envy rushed toward Michael, their 7 wings shining like the 7 virtues. The battle unfolded like a dramatic anime clash, each strike and parry flashing across the sky. The combined effort of the sins and the Hyodo clan gave them the upper hand. One by one, Michael's defenses began to falter. Michael fell to the ground, defeated and incredulous that the leader of a clan and the 7 deadly sins could beat her. Issei explained that as leader of his clan he protected his servants. He mourned the losses that had driven him to fight and insisted he would not let the sacrifices be in vain. He began to speak of using the Chrono Sapiens to protect his allies and loved ones, recalling the hardships and sacrifices he had endured. Before he could finish, the spear Longinus struck him, and he collapsed as if struck through. Everyone froze in shock. Isami rushed to Issei's side, and Lucifer ran forward as well. Michael declared that they would suffer for their defiance. Diana, furious, vowed she would not forgive Michael. Remilia and Sona joined the outcry, demanding Michael pay for her crimes. Wrath launched herself at Michael, and the other girls followed. Maria, the nun, asked what they should do. Leviathan replied that a sacrifice might be the only option left. Maria, determined and moved by Issei's actions, decided she had to act. She took up a sword. Despite Raimu's plea, Maria used it on herself and collapsed. Her soul spoke to Issei, thanking him and urging him to fight so she could rest in peace and stand with them. Moved by her words, Issei promised he would always be by their side and vowed to honor Maria's sacrifice. Issei acknowledged that a single human soul's sacrifice alone would not have been enough to stop this version of Michael, but he would not let it be wasted. Energized by the sacrifice and his own resolve, he confronted Michael directly and began to assault her with relentless blows. Michael protested that she could not be beaten and noticed an unusual change in his eyes as he fought. Issei explained that a human soul contains sacrifice, repentance, wrath, pride, and joy, and that he had gained strength from his friends, his girls, and those he loved. Through the evolution of his sacred gear, this was what he had to do to ensure their sacrifices were not in vain. He declared Michael finished. Together, they unleashed the Sin Dragon Cannon of Annihilation at Michael. Michael cried out that the burden would destroy her and perhaps the heavens themselves. In a blinding cascade of energy, Michael and the surrounding sky were erased. After the battle and the destruction of the heavens, Issei and his servants gathered where Maria had sacrificed herself. Issei thanked Maria for her sacrifice and vowed never to repeat past mistakes. A tear fell and his clothes began to glow. In that light he gently lifted the girl who had sacrificed herself. Issei wondered aloud if she had truly gone. Maria opened her eyes, and Issei lowered her with care. She seemed to have returned. Sometimes, he thought, miracles happened. They needed to leave the place and destroy that world. Calm and resolute, Issei embraced the girls as they prepared to depart. Raimu reported that the Chrono Sapiens was ready to go. Issei ordered everyone to leave, and they vanished, taking with them the end of the Nanatsu universe. Later, in the human universe on the roof of Issei's house, Issei and his new allies had returned and formed the team known as the Pawn of the Seven Deadly Sins. After a few hours, Issei stood on the roof watching the starry sky, reflecting on how different his life would have been if Raimu had never taken him to that other world. Rip, contemplative, addressed him as leader of the sins and of the Hyodo clan. Issei remembered the sacrifices of Berenice and Maria and said that the thought of losing his servants like family unsettled him. He showed the necklaces he wore his only treasures from past lives and declared that he was no longer Tomoya, Lincoln, or Sergio. He was Issei Hyodo, leader of the Hyodo clan and of the Seven Deadly Sins. Raimu stated that they had to travel to another universe. Issei called to the sins and their leaders queens, bishops, knights, rooks, and pawn leaders and announced that it was time to go to the multiverse. The leader of the Hyodo clan and of the Seven Deadly Sins gave the order, and all the servants answered that they would follow Issei-sama. After saving a mixed universe, Issei read the next list of duties and could not stop thinking about why Lincoln and Linka trained so hard. He remembered that he had to accompany them to take revenge on the Loud family, so he decided which war-torn universes they would visit. Issei told his lieutenant that he planned to go to the Zero-Node Tsukaima universe and the Adventure Time universe. Raimu agreed and suggested that they should include Esso. Issei frowned, saying Esso would only cause trouble and that they would deal with some fools afterward. Raimu set the journey in motion. Issei then called Lincoln and Linka and ordered them to come for a job. A short time later, Issei and his servants were ready to enter the Loud House universes. Issei explained that Lincoln and Linka were their reincarnations and shared similarities with them. They had the power to exact revenge or kill if they chose. He spoke calmly and seriously. Isami, who stood nearby, asked if Issei was certain about this. She reminded him of his role as the sin of pride alongside Lucifer and wondered whether vengeance was appropriate. Lincoln admitted that he had always wanted revenge against Lin for tearing apart 11 years of family. With his age and patience, he intended to get it. Linka said her motives matched his and that she also wanted revenge. Issei decided they would visit Lincoln's Loud universe first and then Linka's. In Lincoln's Loud universe, Issei and his group observed Lin training nearby. Issei authorized Lincoln to finish what he had started. Lincoln accepted and prepared to strike. Issei activated a defensive Hyodo clan shield around the two young men. Lincoln moved into position, taunting his target and launching an assault. The confrontation shifted into a rapid, intense fight portrayed in the style of an action anime: swift clashes, dynamic movements, and dramatic flashes of power. Lin was overwhelmed by Lincoln's sudden and forceful attack and was driven back. Lincoln used a device he called dividing through his gauntlet to gain the upper hand and put Lin at a disadvantage. Linka watched, satisfaction in her expression. Lincoln continued to unleash quick, precise attacks across the household, appearing and disappearing to strike. The family attempted to defend themselves, but the onslaught left them reeling. Linka provided brief, non-graphic healing aid to keep Lin on her feet so the confrontation could continue until Lincoln felt his vengeance had been satisfied. The sequence emphasized stylized action and emotional intensity rather than injury details. After the assault, someone in the neighborhood called for medical help, and Issei's group withdrew from that universe. As they left, a call for help echoed through the multiverse. In the Liberty Loud universe, Issei's group arrived and saw a pale-haired girl who looked like Linka running toward them for help, with Lin trailing behind holding a bat. Liberty dashed to Issei for protection. Issei and Linka moved to shield the girl. Lin attempted to intervene but was struck down by Linka's decisive attack and fell. Linka told Lin that the child had nothing to do with her grievances and that they would return in a few days to settle matters without mercy, then they vanished from that world. Back at the Hyodo residence, Liberty looked around in confusion as more women practiced and a few men supervised. Linka welcomed the pale-haired girl to the Hyodo residence and explained that she would be part of the team aligned with the Seven Deadly Sins. Lincoln clarified that they were now in a version of the DXD universe, connected to the Aya and Remilia versions of Rias and Sona. Issei informed Liberty that she would be reincarnated and placed with their team. She would have to undergo the same initiation trial everyone did. He warned that she might not like it, but that those trials had shaped them into who they were. For now, Liberty would rest. Training would begin in a few days, and she was formally made a foot soldier of the clan. Liberty was now a new member, and her revenge with Linka remained pending. 2 days later, Valpat noticed something odd. There should have been 4 games, not 3. Once the missing element was accounted for and the pieces set for the new game, the entire team prepared for the upcoming missions into the Adventure Time and Zero no Tsukaima universes. Issei focused on readying Linka and Liberty for their vengeance. Issei told Isami that it was almost time to proceed. Isami acknowledged his feelings and his uncertainty. Issei admitted that even though they had changed and were different people, the current Lincoln and Linka were the ones to carry out this revenge, and they should be allowed to do so. He embraced Isami and she calmed. Raimo reminded them that Liberty's training would finish in 2 days and then asked Issei to bring Luan afterward. Raimu's tone carried worry. She sensed troubling forces nearby. Issei reacted strongly, refusing to bring Luan. Isami supported his refusal. Raimu explained that they would go to a Loud House universe where those events had never happened, where Luan was imprisoned for murder. Issei asked for clarification about the accusation of murder, and the group braced themselves for what they would find next. Raimu observed that a Lincoln had made a better joke than his comedian sister, and that she had not been able to stand it and had killed him in a fit of rage. Issei replied that if that was true, they would go after Liberty's training, and told the girls to prepare their feet because the king of Pump It Up was coming. The servants exclaimed that they would see who won against Issei. 2 days later, after an intense foot-breaking training session and after Liberty had been given the crepuscule gear from Dark Asia, the group learned that Luan had been imprisoned. Raimu, Issei, Isami, Lincoln, Linka, and Liberty set out to bring her back. Raimu announced that it was time to go for Luan. Issei said that he wanted to see how the 2 of them would handle themselves, smiling and encouraging the albino twins and the brown-haired girl. Isami noted that afterward they would go help the other universes, and the group departed for the Loud House universe. Loud House universe, Luan imprisoned. In Washington, southwest of the capital, in an isolation asylum, a young woman with long brown hair sat crying. She was Luan Loud, imprisoned for the killing of Lincoln Loud 2 years earlier after a prank went horribly wrong. She had been consumed by guilt and grief. As she wept, the door was suddenly smashed open and she saw the brown-haired figure she believed she had killed. Issei announced that they had come to recruit Luan as he and his allies entered with the bishop piece and their pawns and rook. Luan stared at Lincoln and insisted that she had killed him, that it must be a dream. Issei explained that this was another boy from a different universe and that they wanted her in the Hyodo clan for her sharp perception, offering her the role of a bishop and pointing out that Lincoln was alive. Luan, exhausted from confinement, agreed to join if it meant getting out. Issei handed her the bishop piece and told her they would leave, promising that when Linka and Liberty had their revenge he would teach her something worse than being locked up. The group then vanished from that place. Loud House universe, Linka Loud. With Luan of that universe allied to them, it was time for Linka's revenge against those who had been her family. Issei declared that it was time for vengeance and ordered Liberty to assist Linka, noting that Linka and Liberty were practically the same. The albino twins smiled and the group proceeded to the house. When they arrived, Lin was training. The group felt déjà vu as the 2 girls smiled and activated their rook and bishop pieces. Linka greeted Lin with a harsh insult. Lin began to respond but did not finish as Liberty intervened and struck her. The confrontation was fierce but presented in swift, stylized combat without graphic injury. In the aftermath, only Lenny and Lily survived. The others had perished in a tragic accident. The same sequence repeated with Liberty's help, handled similarly without XPLCT detail. After finishing that task, the group prepared to return home, but Raimu made a remark that filled her with dread. Raimu said that they still had to bring Lin. At that moment she heard the enemies growl and, terrified, she involuntarily wet her clothing. Issei responded angrily, asking if she wanted to be destroyed. Isami urged him to let the women handle it, intensifying the intimidation. Raimu pointed out that this was a similar universe to the one with Luan and expressed her fear. Issei, annoyed, insisted they go for Lin so they could finally rest. Linka added that they should go for her and that they could not hate everyone. Surprising those present, Raimu admitted that Linka had surprised her by putting aside her hatred and instructed that Lin could be silenced with the peace. The group disappeared from that timeline. Loud House Universe, Lin kidnapped. In Washington, southeast of the capital, Lin Loud was being held in an abandoned warehouse by the one who had killed Lincoln. It was the same timeline but years later. After 2 years, Luan had been freed and had abducted Lin. Hardened and distant from what had happened, Luan had become cold and detached. The warehouse door was kicked open by Liberty. Lin turned to see 3 albinos, 2 dark-haired figures, and 2 brown-haired ones. Issei approached and assessed her condition. He did not need to explain the tests she had endured because she had already been through a similar ordeal. He crouched and introduced himself as Hyodo Issei, leader of the Hyodo clan and of the 7 deadly sins, and offered Lin a place in their clan, explaining that her talent was needed and that joining them would free her from confinement. Lin, very weak, nodded in acceptance. Liberty observed that Lin was too tired to speak and that some food and rest would help her recover. Raimu said it was best to return home. They would need to depart in a few days for the warring universes. The group then vanished from that universe. Universe DXD, Aya and Remilia. After what had happened and after the albino twins had taken their revenge, the group took a moment to rest before heading to the warring universes. Issei sat on the roof of his house, lost in thought, uncertain about the fates of Luan and Lin in that timeline. His dragon companion Rip asked if something was wrong. Issei reflected that they now had a mad killer and a rescued hostage, and that the next 2 wars they would face would not be easy. He listed looming conflicts that would be tougher than these: the Mexico-American War, the Battle of Puebla, World War II, and clashes like those involving Loki from the Avengers, among others. Isami entered, stood beside him, and agreed that the wars ahead would indeed be difficult. The brunette asked what they should do next. Tony, the scientist, explained that it was well known how things stood and that they could not change the larger pattern. After these 2 wars, even stronger conflicts would follow. Lucifer, who embodied the sin of pride, affirmed that he and the others who represented the sins would remain loyal to their leader. Star, the princess butterfly, insisted that there was no turning back and that they were united as the Mega Clan. Issei reminded everyone that their presence meant he had granted them a second chance. He added that far more awaited them than the battles they would face together and ordered them to prepare in a few days, once their 2 new companions had recovered. The group acknowledged the command. Cat Area smiled and said it seemed the right moment to begin, and she was glad to be part of the clan. The rabbit goddess smiled and noted that she liked that unity. She declared that, as one of the most powerful forces in the multiverse, nothing would prevent the Hyodo clan from maintaining order. Issei then lifted everyone's spirits by saying that this time their struggle would not only decide the fate of DXD but could shape the destiny of the entire multiverse. It seemed the situation was set, but what would await them in the wars Issei had mentioned?